Boom, boom, boom. You can just go, walk on, keep on. 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 You can just walk on, keep on. You can just go, walk on, keep on, walk on, keep on. You can just walk on, walk on. Just go, walk on. You can just go, walk on. You can just go, walk on. You can just go. You can just walk on. You can just go, walk on. Keep on, walk on. Keep on. You can just walk on. Walk on. Keep on. You thought the scam you had would never end, but now it's too late to cosplay again and again. And although what you had was sad, but now you mad, acting up, acting bad. But you can keep on walking, I ain't talking to you anymore. You can just go, you ain't gotta go home, but you can't stay here. Either go home or find a home over there. You really lost your mind this time. We really did more than all of y'all combined. I ain't tryna roast, but you gotta go. You gotta go. Keep on walking, keep on walking. You can just go walk, keep on walking. I ain't talking to you anymore. You can just go, keep on walking. We ain't talking no more. I ain't talking to you anymore. Keep on walking. Oh baby, you can just go walk, keep on walking. I ain't talking to you anymore. Keep on walking. Oh baby, yeah. You can just walk on. You can just keep on. You can just you can just walk on. You can just walk on. You can just walk on. You thought the scam you had would never end, but now it's too late to cosplay again and again. And although what you had was sad, but now you're mad, acting up, acting bad. But you can keep on walking, I ain't talking to you anymore. You can just go home. You ain't gotta go home, but you can't stay here. Either go home or find a home over there. You really lost your mind this time. We really did more than all of y'all combined. I ain't tryna roast, but you gotta go. You gotta go. You can just go, keep on walking. You can just go walk, keep on walking, keep on walking. Keep on walking. You can just go walk, keep on walking. You can just go walk, keep on walking. I ain't talking to you anymore. You can just go, keep on walking, keep on walking. Just go walk, keep on walking. I ain't talking to you anymore. Keep on walking. I ain't talking to you anymore. Oh baby, I ain't talking to you anymore. You can just go. Just you can just go. You can just go. Yeah. You can just walk on, keep on. You can just go. You can just go. You can just go. Boom, boom, boom. You can just go, walk on, keep on. 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 You can just walk on, keep on. You can just go, walk on, keep on, walk on, keep on. You can just walk on, walk on.
New FBA song, Tethers, you can just keep on, walk on. We ain't talking to y'all anymore. Tethers, walk on. We ain't talking to y'all anymore. You can just go.
You can just go walk on, just go walk on, keep on. You can just walk on, keep on. You can just go walk on, keep on, walk on, keep on. You can just walk on, keep on. You thought the scam you had would never end, but now it's too late to cosplay again and again. And although what you had was sad, but now you mad, acting up, acting bad. But you can keep on walking, I ain't talking to you anymore. You can just go. You ain't gotta go home, but you can't stay here. Either go home or find a home over there. You really lost your mind this time. We really did more than all of y'all combined. I ain't tryna roast, but you gotta go. You gotta go. Keep on walking, keep on walking, keep on walking. You can just go walk, keep on walking. I ain't talking to you anymore. You can just go, keep on walking. We ain't talking no more. Keep on walking. I ain't talking to you anymore. Keep on walking. Oh baby, you can just go walk, keep on walking. I ain't talking to you anymore. Keep on walking. Oh baby, yeah. You can just walk on. You can just keep on. You can just you can just walk on. You can just walk on. Will never end, but now it's too late to cosplay again and again. And although what you had was sad, but now you're mad, acting up, acting bad. But you can keep on walking, I ain't talking to you anymore. You can just go home. You ain't gotta go home, but you can't stay here. Either go home or find a home over there. You really lost your mind this time. We really did more than all of y'all combined. I ain't tryna roast, but you gotta go. You gotta go. You can just go. Keep on walking. You can just go walk. Keep on walking. Keep on walking. Keep on walking. You can just go walk. You can just go walk. I ain't talking to you anymore. You can just go. Keep on walking. Keep on walking. Just go walk. I ain't talking to you anymore. Keep on walking. I ain't talking to you anymore. Keep on walking. Oh baby, I ain't talking to you anymore. You can just go. Just you can just go. You can just go. Yeah, you can just walk on, keep on. You can just go. You can just go. You can just go.
Yeah, that's the new FBA song, Keep on Walking. We ain't talking to Tethers anymore. Hey man, now that was a new type of style music I make because I normally do something else, right? But Tariq, club, that little club joint he got, yeah, that club joint he got. I said, I need a club dancing song. And it's called Keep on Walking. We ain't talking to Tethers anymore. And by the way, you can find that song on you can find that song on my YouTube, Blacks News and Updates. And I'll be uploading on TikTok very shortly. Choco, Blanca, 1 second. Choco, you there?
Hey, yeah, I think I'm here.
Yeah, here.
Okay, I think
Okay, I think Yeah, hey, Blanca, you gotta go on mute. Your background.
well, I'm just on my phone, so I don't know.
Not you, not you. Not you. There's somebody else. That's
Oh, okay.
also and they going through TikTok and their background was crazy. All right. So yeah, so what's going on with you?
Oh man, I'm chilling, man. I love your content, man. I love how I think you're actually the only YouTuber I've seen that actually know what the word black means. Most people are ignorant. Like they have no clue what they're talking about. So
Right.
you actually break it down at a good scientific level, at a good academic level. So I actually I do like how you do that and how you call it out. I wish more people would actually do what you do, but
Right.
yeah, unfortunately they don't.
It's slowly growing, but some people don't because they got agendas. Like they want to use black and include people and exclude people when they want to. So like they're not really 100% delineating. Like they're picking and choose who they allow into the lineage, which is crazy.
I agree, and it's like what you said. That, they try to make black the new Negro. Everybody
Right.
named Mama's Negro now. No, it's never been like that. It's not, I mean, like anyone can attest here. Growing up as a kid, if they were Jamaican, you were any of these other groups. No, I'm not black. I'm not black. That was
Right.
always the same. Now everybody named Mama's black. No,
Right.
absolutely
Right.
not.
Exactly. So you were commenting on the Tariq Pan-African thing, the claim that because Dan Calloways said Tariq Nasheed used to be a Pan-African. Now, everybody got their own definition. What do you think about Tariq Pan-African roots or history, origins?
I think, listen, I love Tariq, man, it's our brother, but I think he got a little bit still up in him. I think he still got a touch. I mean, I get it because that Gen X era, they grew up heavy in that whole Pan Africanism. So it's kind of normal to keep a little bit of that in there. You get what I'm saying? To keep that going. So I say he has it because, like he says all the time, I have African genetics. But he has said a million times on his lives he hasn't found one African on his tree. So I don't know why he would repeat something that he clearly has stated that, oh no, okay, I don't have this. So why are you saying you have? You're saying you have something that you actually don't. You get what I'm saying? And that's one thing. And then like the whole flat blackness, he pushes the flat blackness. He'll
Yeah,
allow
yeah, he
all
does.
these other groups to say they're black.
You know
That's
what?
part of the Pan
That's an
Africanism.
interesting. That's an interesting take. That is funny.
I mean,
Yeah,
I,
I don't
I
have
mean, what do
no.
you think?
I never looked at it that way. I'm gonna be honest. I never seen it that way. So you saying like he's doing a Marquette?
Yeah, because you
A
see how Marquette's a little goofy too. I love Marquette too, but he a little goofy. He got his.
he's 99.9% goofy.
Yeah, I mean, like, Marquette, he'd be cool, and then he just, he pushes, for example, the whole Negroid thing. Oh, Negroid caucus. It's been proven it's pseudoscience, but he still pushes it.
Right.
And then he says he's highly educated, got a master's degree, John
Yeah.
Hopkins, blah, 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 and he still pushes pseudoscience. I mean,
And
come
and
on.
then
Are
and,
you educated or you're not educated? You got to pick one of the two, but you can't go with both.
right. And then I seen one of his posts that he did recently, like a YouTube video, and the wording in it was like it was not grammatical. It was horrible grammar. I'm like, wait, a guy who supposedly taught English and like, why would you make that mistake?
Exactly, man. I mean, again, I love my guy. I don't like to talk crazy about our people. I think like if we criticize our people, it should probably be more indoors. Not like out in the public.
Yeah. And
Um,
look,
you know.
and
Mhm.
that's why I would rather talk to Tariq Nasheed on the phone or some different way. I don't want to join his his TikTok live to address like the flat black stuff they be promoting. Like, you know what I mean? I'd rather just like tell him like, hey, yo, off the live, behind the scene, like, yo, listen, you gotta stop doing that, bro. Like you are letting these folks backdoor themselves into the lineage by calling them black. So it's either if they're black, then we're not, right? Or we are and they're not, but we can't share that.
Well, I like how you pointed out all the time. You're like, where's the room that you have? to be black at. If you're ethnically not black, your nationality not black, we know race is pseudoscience. So what are
Right,
you black at? So yeah,
right.
I agree with what you're saying, but the issue is, yeah, if you call Tariq up, he's going, he might reject it because the thing is, he still got a little Pan Goofy in him because he got African people, he got the African Brits, he got these people around the world. That's why he doesn't want to kind of alienate certain crowds, and he still want to kind of put them in together. I don't care what he says. If you look at his Hit and Color series, like some of the first ones, he says African people, we African American. He does say it. He says it. He can't say he doesn't. I've watched it, unbiased. I've watched it straight up. So he
Really?
still has a little bit of that goofy in him.
Yeah, I got to go
Uh,
back and see if it's there. Yeah, I got to look at it.
yeah, go back and like actually watch some of his stuff as a new lens and look at it, and you can kind of see why people say, "Yeah, you were Pan African." Now you can understand it, but you got to go back and like rewatch it, and then you're like, "Yeah, okay, I think I kind of can get what they're coming at." But remember too, like it's his documentary, and they push what African people this, African people that, Aboriginals. Yeah, he does talk about that, but the theme is really kind of like all Africans, kind of like kind of globally an African family almost, if you think about it.
Okay, so like let's say if he was pushing a little bit of that, because that's like a long time ago, and
Yeah.
years go by, because it's a lot of people. There's a lot of people come into my spaces like, yo, I used to be a Pan African, and I woke up. Matter of fact, a guy recently said they lived in Ghana in the '80s, and like they was on that Pan African thing. But he recently, a couple years ago, he woken up and he's rejecting Pan Africanism. So if somebody did have the background, that don't mean like you're always that. Like you have time to reform and repent, and then no longer claim it and claim something else. Because Pan
I
Africanism
agree.
is it's an ideology, it's a belief. It's not like something who you are. Yeah, but but we was warning him, surround himself with all those Pan Africans, Professor Smalls, 19 Z's, even right now, Dr. Mayat is another one that he's keeping close to him. We like, yo, you really don't need her. Like she's hanging around. She's from Baltimore, and when Tariq Nasheed point out those Fed Baltimore people, he's talking about her entourage, like the people she rock with and speak to every day. It's like, why would you keep a friend who friends are at your throat and they're all like suspected feds?
Mm.
And then like it ain't like she's dropping some profound information. Like you really don't need, like she can really
Yeah.
not colors 6. And the documentary still do well.
Yeah, yeah, no, exactly. It's like what you said. Like he's always surrounded himself with it, and like you said, look at all of his documentaries. They're all paying goofies, all of them. Omar, all of these people, like you said, Smalls and all these people. So it's like, how can you not say you're not somewhat connected or at least a part of or have some of that ideology? Because if you have a different ideology, for example, you won't see Umar rolling with the Dane Calloway. They will never roll together. They'll never be in a series again. None of that stuff will ever happen because they have two totally different ideologies. But Tariq, the older one, yeah, okay, I do agree that we can change, and I think he has changed, and I think he has woken up and he smelled the coffee. That's what I think, and he finally realized that this whole Pan African, this whole we one big Negro, it doesn't work, doesn't work. So I think he woke up, but I still think he still got the remnants in him. I still think he got the remnants. That's what I think.
Yeah, I'm gonna say you ain't necessarily 100% wrong right there because he does consistently call Africans black. And it's like, how are they black? And like, and then sometimes he'll catch himself in that same stream and then correct himself. But I'm like, but why even lead with that? And why even concede when they say they're black? Why not give him a little pushback? Like once in a while he does, but this is what I'm saying. Like we got to be consistent in our rhetoric. We got to be consistent in our truth. Like we got to always give pushback. We got to always give correction. We can't let people slide. We can't let people slide here and there and pick and choose when we correct them.
I agree, and I think it's a huge issue because now I mean you got immigrants calling themselves black. Now they're trying to blur the line so much We don't know who the hell's from the lineage. Now there's some people that stand out. You can tell, like, okay, I can tell by your facial structure that you're not of the lineage. But then there's a couple that can kind of blur the lines.
Yeah,
You get what
yeah,
I'm saying? That you kind of like you know, it's a good example. DJ Academics. When you look at DJ Academics, he can blend in with us. He has kind of our facial structure. But then there's some who just like, nah. We can tell, no, you're not of our lineage. But like it's like
yeah,
what you're saying. He needs to be pushing back, and it needs to be a whole movement. But I think it goes to even further what you've been trying to push. We need a whole new name. That's what we need. Like the whole black got to go. Because like you said, everyone can just kind of tether on. Everyone can just jump into it. Everyone can just get into this whole, we're all black, we're all black. No, if we just eliminate it all, I think that would be the only way. But I think it may be too hard at this point, personally
yeah,
speaking.
yeah. Because I thought about that and I was pushing that for a minute, but I realized that the racial construct had reached other Western influence countries, and they're pushing that hard in, like, the West Indies and some parts of Africa that they heavily influenced. They're pushing that racial black thing. So, and then obviously the UK start pushing it. So it's like and now it don't mean give up. It just mean like that fight is way harder because it's accepted to a degree internationally as this fake this racial construct. So that's a harder fight, which don't mean we give up. We still could fight that. But man, like the whole it's kind of hard to give up black because most of our history is is dealing with black. We had free black. It's kind of hard. Like I think once we give it up, then our history will completely be neutralized. It will be completely flattened. That means that now these folks can run rampant, just saying they're black without any pushback. And now black history is African history. And black and African becomes completely interchangeable. And it right now is not. They're not. You can Google it. You can't use them interchangeably. But once we let it go, I think that's a tethered dream. Like, all right, now we are the black, we are the free blacks, we are the people who are sent to Liberia, we are the people that was in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and those that Black Wall Street. That's us. The black banks. I think it is going to go wild in the worst way.
I agree. I agree. And the lines are being blurred. You know what I think is the new scam, and I don't think many people have caught on to it. Grabbing our celebrities, grabbing our entertainers, and they're all starting to get these African citizenships, right? So what's going to happen is in 100 years from now, they're going to be like, no, Samuel Jackson, he was from Ghana.
Right.
No, this person was from this place. Look at his citizenship. Look at his ties. We're alive now. We can see it and call it out. But what are you going to do in 100 years from now when we're all gone? And they're going to say, no, the greatest actors and entertainers were African. They were from Ghana. They're from Nigeria. It's bad. It's bad. And if we don't really get a hold on this thing, the great erasure is going to happen to us. I'm telling you straight up.
Yeah. So I've been trying to come up with a way where I can call in to like Tariq and other folks and like explain that in like the most shortest, most concise ways possible, but be very informational. So because I think if I take too long, I might get the music or I might get the plebiscite babble tag. You feel me? So I'm like, dang, like how do I drop? How do I? Or I might get the sense where, oh, where you from? Where your lineage from? Where your grandmother from? I might get that. So I'm like, how can I drop this strong but brief? So that's what I'm working on in the background. Because before, I'm glad I didn't get through before because I would have been long as hell. Like, see, not the X on them, right? Right, and the big B, little B. So if you think about little B, right? Yeah, if you don't get this guy up out of here, man, this a clause, right? What's next? A clause?
You know, I think you got to approach him because he matches energies, right? I think if you come up and say, "Listen, I'm lineage. This is my lineage. I love your work, but we need to get this whole black thing like fixed." And then I think if you go on him like that, he may dialogue with you. But I noticed there's times where he'll dialogue, and then there's sometimes he'll just cut the dialogue. So I mean, it just depends on him. You get what I'm
Yeah,
saying? Like
and
that's what I think it
that's
boils
why
down.
that's why I'd rather be introduced by somebody else who's an affiliate. But the problem with that is, I think the affiliates might be a little jealous.
Mm.
Like I don't think people want me to get like notoriety. I think like I'll be way bigger than them and my where I'm at right now because of my wealth of knowledge. You feel me? If that get out, it's like, well, why are we listening to him or her or them? So I think people. That's why people on these platforms like literally repeating my breakdowns word for word, but won't say where they got it from.
Oh yeah, not giving you the credit. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
because
credit you
everybody.
for the anachronistic thing. How you push that, the anachronistic. I was like,
Yeah, yeah,
I've noticed that. I was like, that's been really off too. That was good. How you really called that out, but you're the only one who's called that out. Nobody else
right,
done that.
right. And that's just research. Like a real researcher, is going to find those things. Like bad researchers are not, or they might come across it but don't find no value in it, just leave it right there. But so when I research, I'd be like, yo, damn, I ain't noticed. I wonder if they knew this. I'm like, there's nobody knew this. Some did, but there's a large portion who probably didn't. Right. So people anachronistically put modern words on people at the time they didn't use those words. So like, and we do that often. Like we do that without thinking. And so now the Moors are black. It's like
Oh
stop,
yeah,
the Moors are black.
exactly. Yeah. They pushed that now. The Moors are, or the Egyptians were black, and I mean, it's like
See,
it's just
but see,
crazy.
here's the thing though. See, they got to make their mind up what black is because they'll say, well, black is just Negro. Yeah, but Negro meant slave. So if you put the word black on people, according to their logic, they're putting the word slave on people, but the Moors were never enslaved. The Arabs were never enslaved. So these folks can't be black because black was synonymous, well, Negro was synonymous with slave. So everybody who got everybody who got the Negro status became slaves. But it was illegal to make more slaves in this country. So how are they black if black really meant Negro?
Exactly. Exactly. It's just a big blurring of the lines, like what you're saying. They also say too, oh man, there's black people are the original people in all four corners of the earth. This is just not true. And it's a
Yeah,
good thing how you say about the whole Negro thing. This is if you can go to ChatGPT and say ChatGPT, show me with scholarship. I don't want Reddit. I don't want Facebook. I don't want you. I show me scholarship that it says Negro meant, let's say African, for example, or black or something. You can't find it. It's not there. It's all anachronistic, like how you pointed out. But now they've just been blurring the lines.
right. It's that's why a lot of times like that. That's why, bro. That's why I won't even. They be like, yo, I'm Boz Ron. Go on this person channel. Go on to Dave Anderson. I'm like, no, because I don't believe my information will be valued. I think I'll say some stuff like we're saying right now, and they won't know what I'm talking about. No, don't know how to value it. And they be like, yeah, so the Yankees, right? It'll go there. Like it'll go something else. It's like, damn, like you didn't even understand what I was saying. So I'd rather talk to people that's kind of like research, kind of like educated, where my words make sense.
Oh, exactly. I mean, people need to respect what you're saying, but when it comes to real world scholarship, people, they kind of, most people just kind of uneducated, man. I travel the world most of the time. I mean, I travel probably 8 to 10 months a year, so I'm always all over the planet, and the stigma is most Americans are stupid. And then when you start having these conversations, you can kind of understand and see why when you have these conversations with people, because some of the stuff is just nonsensical. So yeah, I definitely agree with you there, man. But back to the Tariq thing, I just think, man, I think you should just do that call, man. Just call in, because I noticed on his TikTok, he always want people to call in, and a lot of people just don't really kind of call in like that. Like it's not. I noticed the content changed from X. X, he had better content, more academic, more scholarly. The TikTok stuff has just been more like wishy washy. You
Yeah,
know what I'm
because
saying?
I don't think TikTok even allow people to be scholarly over here. I think the people who's on TikTok, like I always say, like, like if yeah, you gotta hold on, I'm talking right now. Hold on one second. Yeah, so when you get mad at people from YouTube, then you go to TikTok, you realize, damn, YouTubers run circles around TikTokers. Like TikTokers are just not like they don't come on for the scholarship. So you kind of got to do that. I learned that as well. Watch this right here. Hey, what's up? This is a case in point. Hello,
What's up?
what's going on?
Never sure. What's good?
Well, you clearly from another country. What country are you from?
South Africa. How good yourself?
You like you don't sound like a Black American. What part of Africa?
South Africa.
Okay, you Bantu?
What?
Are you Bantu?
Zulu.
Okay, well you know well Zulu is a tribe, right?
Yeah, Zulu.
Right, but Bantu was a nationality. That was a nationality for all of you guys collectively.
No, I've never heard of that. I don't know where you got it from.
You ever heard of Steve Biko?
Yeah, I heard of him. Yeah.
Is he? Would you consider yourself like him, like the same nationality?
So, I think you miss. I mean, not getting where that Bantu is coming from.
No, I'm
It
getting it.
means
Wait, hold on, just one question. Steve Biko, was he ever considered Bantu?
no. Bantu is not something to consider people. Bantu is a collective.
Right, I just said that. Hey, Blanco, my guy, dude, let me drop you down.
What's what?
God, I cannot hear. I cannot hear you, dude. God damn, you playing another video? Listen to us. All right, but now, like you said Bantu.
Okay, I'm not gonna say I don't think. I know it's not something you use to refer to people. It's like when you're saying a collective of people, a
Right.
group of people is Abantu.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
yeah,
I'm saying that. I'm saying that's why I say, are you Bantu as a collective? Okay, for example, would you say you black?
yeah, I'm black,
Right,
obviously.
but isn't black now? How would you define black as a collective identity? Right.
I'm black, yeah.
Right, like Bantu. What are we missing here? Okay.
See, let me
Oh yeah, please
maybe
educate
break
me
it
on black.
down. Let
Go
me break
ahead.
it down for you.
Sure.
So the term Bantu, it's Bantu.
Right.
It's when you see people like a group of people and you say that's a group of people like Abantu.
Right. And black, same thing. You see a group of people.
Like something used to
Okay, so how do you define black?
Americans.
No. Hold on. How do you define black? So I know what I'm saying. I don't think you understand what you're saying. How do you define black?
How do you define black?
Yeah.
Like as in a black person?
Yeah.
A black person is a person with melanated skin.
No. White people came up with the black racial construct. Do you know that? In America.
I know that.
Okay, so how did they define black? They define black as a racial classification. That means people not dark skin because I'm light skinned, my guy. I'm in America. Dr. King is light skinned. Jay-Z is light skinned. So we don't have dark skin. So then how would we be black? I don't have dark skin, so how would I still be black?
I mean,
Crickets, you
there's
see?
people that are like considered black, but then they're light skinned too.
Oh, so black ain't about dark skin. That's the point.
No, black is just like people. And let me see. You guys have like a mixture of races. Like when a black and white person has a kid or something, it's a mixed baby. Light skins are something sort of like that too. Colors, we have colors. We have I mean, we call not light skinned people, but then it's not an official tribe, but it's like people that a mixture from black people and white people that came way back in the day when black people were colonized and stuff.
No.
So
Okay, what year are you talking about? What year?
what year am I talking about?
You said colonization, so you gotta be talking about 1890, 1900, right?
No, it was
Yeah, that's the Berlin Conference,
way
right?
back, yeah, but then
No. Hey,
it
bro.
was 50 years ago.
Right,
It
right. But
ended 50 years ago.
listen when it started though. It started through the Berlin.
When it started, I don't know, man.
I'm telling you, I know you don't know. I know you don't know our history. It started with the Berlin Conference. That's 1894. Go Google that. That is when colonization started. That's when the European power structure decided to carve up Africa. So that's when Nigeria had their problems. That's when Ghanaians had their problems. Yeah, the British and the Zulus, right? Shaka Zulu. That's 1880. That's the Berlin Conference. So y'all, right?
No, I mean, I didn't educate myself in that. I
Yeah.
was just like, okay, it's whatever.
Yeah. So now anyway, but just going forward, because you kind of went on what we was talking about. So we wouldn't consider the word black being applied to people in a positive sense started here in America, right? With the Black Americans. So we wouldn't consider South Africans, black. By the way, Steve Biko is who brought black to South Africa. So he got that from us. He said he was inspired by Malcolm X, Eldridge Cleaver. This is his writings. And he was inspired by Dr. King. And he got black from us. He brought it to South Africa. And then that's when I went from Bantu people to black people, right? But we over here, we wouldn't consider you guys black because black ain't something you just wait, just listen to the last point. We wouldn't consider you, well, matter of fact, we wouldn't consider no African black or any West Indian because we don't look at black as a term you just can take on and take off. You have to be part of Black American ethnogenesis starting in about the late 1500s, early 1600s. And it has to be a continual process from then to now. You have to receive birthright citizenship. Like if that ain't part of your ancestry during 1868, then it's impossible to be black. So black was being put on our whole 500-year history in America. Like that's how you became black. So when people of Africa say they're black now, we're like, how? And when the West Indians say they're black, we're like, how? For example, you got a flag, right? You got a national flag? What's the name of it?
What's the name of the flag?
Yeah.
There's a name for a flag.
Yeah. You have a flag, right?
What's the name of the American flag?
The American flag.
It's the South African flag.
Okay. And right. So the word black not in it, right?
The word black is?
In your flag, you said South African flag. It's not the South black flag, right? Or the South African black flag.
You have a black American flag.
Yes. Again, you don't know our history. In 1967, Melvin Charles.
Okay, so
hold on. Let me just drop. Wait, let me drop this first. Wait, this might help you out though. Melvin Charles in 1967 came up with the Black American Heritage flag, and it was going state to state. It was being received state to state. But guys, what's your question?
So there's an American flag is in the flag for the whole country, and there's a Black American flag.
Right. Because we are a people separate from white people. Yeah. So American is our citizenship. You're right. For example, you're South African. If you come to America, you will be a South African American. It's just citizenship. If I move to South Africa, bro, I will have South African citizenship. I will be a Black American South African. If I move to Haiti, I'll be a Black American Haitian. Wherever country you move to and gain citizenship, you take on that citizenship name, like the nation name. Right? So yeah, so we're American by nationality, but we're Black American by ethnicity. I mean, we're Black by ethnicity. Like you're Zulu by ethnicity. You're not South African by ethnicity. You're not Bantu by ethnicity. You're Zulu.
No, Bantu is not ethnicity.
I know.
That's what you mean.
No, my God, bro, you gotta. I know it's not. We agree. It's the collective. What I'm saying, just like Nigerian's not an ethnicity. It's a nationality. You have people who are from tribes. Your tribe is your ethnicity. And what I'm saying to you, we too. We don't. America is not our ethnicity. It's our nationality. Our ethnicity is Black. That's why we don't know how you're Black too. We like, well, how they Black? Your ethnicity ain't Black.
So you Black Americans don't have a tribe, so you went with being Black.
No, yeah, right. So Black. So we just had, well, just like Haitians. Haitians don't have a tribe. They're just Haitians. Jamaicans don't tribe is something like indigenous here. Indigenous tribes had that here. Africans and maybe like I guess Japanese has something like that. But other countries, especially European, like Western countries, don't really go with the tribe thing.
Yeah, but I disagree. I think we do have a tribe. I just think it's decentralized because we have a common ethnic. I would say, like we will fight for each other and we will come together when need be. But it's decentralized. We don't have like a centralized government.
That's what I'm saying. You see that Bantu is talking about. That's when it comes into play. Like Abantu coming together to stand up for one thing, one common thing. So it's a group of people standing together to fight for one thing. Abantu.
Right. That's exactly how I applied it. That's why I said, "Are you Bantu?" You said no. So it's like you're not coming together to stand for one thing.
I don't want to use these words. I don't identify.
I know you want to use Black, right?
But
no, that's the point.
I'm just straight Black, bro. No complications. I'm South African Black, nothing else to it.
Now watch this. Again, so you're Black by so your skin is Black, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're black because your skin is dark. Okay, so now are let's say Indonesian people, are they black too? Their skin is dark.
I don't know.
Okay, so the first again, so remember this, right? Write this down. Yeah, I know. Yeah,
Know that I'm black because my skin is dark.
no, yeah, but that's because whitey people said. See, look, the thing is, a bunch of dark skinned people don't recognize their skin being dark. It's gonna come. It's gonna take an outsider to come to your place of where you live at and say, "Look at these people. They're dark." So it was whitey people who looked at your skin and said, "Oh, these people are dark. They're Negro." So you were never called black by dark because you're dark skin. You were called Negro. So now, are you a Negro?
What do you? I mean, what is a Negro? That's something I've always wanted to ask an
Okay,
American.
so the whitey people said, if you got dark skin, you're a Negro. So a black skin. So you're a Negro?
It's just that's like white people, white tea. Fuck this TikTok shit. Why people with a different skin color that came to America and they were like, these people are not the same skin color as us, so we're gonna come up with a word or a name for them.
Yeah, they say Negro. So are you a Negro?
So even if they were to come to South Africa, they'd see black people and call them Negroes because they
no. Bro, wait. Negro can't mean black and then you separate them. Okay, so they don't go to Africa and see black people. They go to Africa and see South Africans. That's what they're looking at. They're looking at South Africans with a South African flag. Does that make sense?
Say it again. Say it again.
When people like, for example, if I come to your country, I'm not going to say I see black people. I'm going to say I'm looking at South Africans.
Why wouldn't you say that? Because it's black people, the same skin color as you.
No, you're not. You're not saying skin color as me. Do you know Jay-Z, the rapper? That's my skin color.
It's not too. That's the same thing.
Nah, like we don't look. We don't point at skin color and say that's our name. We point at our culture, our struggles, and what we did in this country, and we say that's our name. So that's the thing. What I'm trying to educate the viewers is that a lot of Africans and West Indians got a misconception on what black is, and they take it and they put their own definition to it and they run with it and they misuse it, they misapply it. Black has nothing to do with your skin color or very little to do with that. Like we got people in this country that could pass, like for example, Frederick Douglass, you don't know who that is, you don't know our history, but W. Du Bois, but like these guys look like they could be from Ethiopia somewhere. I'm talking about real light, like a like Persian type guy. Or maybe even pass for white. A lot of us pass for white. A lot of black Americans pass for white tea, by the way. So they wouldn't be called black, right? If it was about skin color, if you could pass for a white as a white tea person, would you still be black based on your skin color?
Based on what you're saying, I don't know if you want me to.
And you gotta speak up, bro. You're talking very low.
I mean, based on what you've just explained, it's like if you're not a black American, then you can never be black.
Right,
so
because when we came up with the word, right, because when we came up with the word in the 1930s, when Elijah Muhammad, you heard of him?
Yeah, I heard of him, but then I don't know much about him.
No problem. The fact you heard of him, that's good enough. Have you heard of a economic city called Black Wall Street?
No.
Okay,
What's that?
okay, look, this is the other problem. How do people say they're black but don't know black history? That is the other confusing part.
My thing is, with me, I just don't give a fuck about history like that. What I know is what I know.
Yeah, but
black, know is what I don't know.
Yeah, but black people, that's the thing. That's more proof you're not black because black people care about their history because it's
I say I'm not black because my skin color is black.
right, but that don't mean a dog is black. We don't think a dog is us.
Yeah, a dog is an animal. Obviously, it's not a human.
Yeah, but it's still black. You know, and matter of fact, that's what black is.
Oh.
Yeah, but it's black. But yeah, but we don't see that as like the dog of the black people. Like we don't see black beetles. Oh, that's our beetle. It's black. Or our favorite car is black. No, bro. Like we're not color struck. We don't look at a color and be like, yo, that's us. Like for example, when the tribe Yoruba, right? You familiar with that tribe?
They're probably what?
No, let's go with Zulu. The Zulu people, right?
Yeah.
Now, how did they come up with that
Okay.
name? How did they come up with that name Zulu?
It's a language you speak.
Right. It had nothing to do with their skin color, right? Right.
I don't think it had anything to
Right,
do
right.
with the color.
So could we agree that damn near every tribe in Africa was named nothing to do with it was named because of nothing to do with their skin color? Can we agree with that?
Yeah.
Right. So why would we do something different in America when we say we're black? It had nothing to do with our skin color. So if I just make something up and say, hey, I'm Zulu, and you say why? Because a lot of Zulus are dark and I'm dark, so I'm Zulu. Like, would that be accurate?
In a way, no.
Right. And that's how we feel when you guys say you're black. We're like, yo, you think we're saying we're black because our skin is dark, but we're not dark. We're like a paper brown bag colored people. And some of us are dark, some of us are lighter. But on average, if you go to like an FBA setting, you ain't gonna see a bunch of dark skinned people, or you're not gonna see a bunch of light skinned people. You're gonna see right in the middle. So what I'm trying to educate you is that we don't use black for our skin color. We use black for our culture here, our politics, our ethnopolitics. And just our right, and just our experience in America alone. So you guys experienced apartheid, right? Right. So now, and that was
I wasn't born at that time.
right. Now I'm saying, but you're receiving some of the negative energy from that time, right?
Not really.
Okay. So the South Africaners are treating you like they treat themselves, like with respect, dignity, and fairness.
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
it depends on where you are, where
Well,
you live.
wait, hold on. So right. So my question was, in all places in South Africa, are white T South Africans treating you guys with respect and fairness?
I've never experienced racism, so I can't speak for other people, but me, yeah.
Yeah, you definitely okay. Then that's another way you can't be black because all black people have experienced racism in every way, every which way is possible. Yeah, so if you haven't experienced racism, yeah, there's no way you're black, and I gotta let you go. Yeah, because I only talk to black people or
Yeah,
people who say black.
that's good. That's good, Rod. Yeah, no, you're right, man. Like it's embedded in our system. It's embedded. Yeah, I get it. I agree.
Oh my God. Let them talk, man, and they're gonna tell you how they're not black.
I think another way to further your point is basically, the whole black came, it's a status, right? But it's also the antithesis of white. White was we're 3/5 humans. Um, blacks can't. A white man don't have to respect, the rights of a black man. So we came and said, no, we're black. Everyone deserves rights. Everyone this, everyone that. So we came as the antithesis. It had nothing to do with color, because like what you said, some of us are dark, some of us are light, but most of us are in the middle. Or most of us just brown skin, brown skin
Right,
people. So
and like you just said, all of that is true. Like the black, some of the dark skin was thought of. That's why I say it has little to do with that, and has little. It's a mixture of a whole bunch of things, right? It's not one thing. It's some of it is skin color, some of it is what you said antithesis, and then some of it is history, struggle, achievements. It's like it's a whole ball of things that we put together and we call that black. It's not one thing. You can't just take out like for example, it's the indigenous in us, it's the African ancestry. If if that's in you, some people don't have African ancestry. But also I wanted to go back to that. So that's what kind of when people say Tariq's a Pan-Africanist, like because what you said earlier is what kind of what Dane Calloway implied. Tariq, by him saying he got African genetics, that means that's like some genomes. That's not the same as saying he's Pan African. That's not the same as him saying he's African. Like for example, we could say we have European genetics in us. We're not saying we're white tea people, right? So you're just saying like this is part of my makeup. This is who I am. And so whether he found it, none of us are gonna find any Africans in our genealogy, but that doesn't mean that the genetics of an African wasn't there. Because if you're doing that, then you have to argue a couple at that point. Yeah, I give you your argument, right? So that means that you have to argue that the slave trade never happened. That's one. That gotta be your argument.
I
Okay. And then
disagree. I disagree, but all right, go
okay,
ahead.
okay.
Go ahead.
And then well, we're gonna pick your brain. And then I'll say the second part. So you got to say that, and then you got to say another argument I don't want to give you because I'm seeing people borrow that recently. So I just want to pick your brain. Okay, so do you believe? Okay, so let's start with the transatlantic slave trade. Did that happen?
It did, but I don't think it happened the way they said it happened.
No problem, but it happened, right? So
Yeah,
Africans were sold by whitey people. I mean, sold by Africans to whitey people, right?
yeah, yeah,
Okay, and they were brought over here in whatever number, right?
yeah, yeah.
Okay, and those people had descendants who had at some point, or they were like neutered. They had the descendants.
See, that's where it gets a little funky because the thing is, I think it was a statistically irrelevant number of Africans that came.
Okay, and what are you basing this off?
I'm just basing. I've been really doing like deep diving. If you go to, and I'm going to quote scholarship. If you go to NIH, okay, the NIH
All right,
website.
hold on. Help me out. Give me a second.
Okay,
Let me pull this up. Okay, hold on. All right, so just to be clear, you're saying that the Africans that were brought from here, that was brought here, damn it, hold on. Give me a second. I'm trying to get my Google because I want to Google what you're saying. Give me a second. Let me get my
no, you good.
other laptop die. Okay. Damn it. Hold on. Bear with me. Got everything falling apart now. I didn't want to ask. Give me a second. Alrighty. Fine. Because I'm gonna look this up, okay?
Yeah, no, for sure.
Okay. Now you said so you agree, you said you agree that Africans did come over in slave ships, right? But you don't believe they had descendants, right? First, let's go with that. So before you give me your logic, you don't agree they
Well, they
had
had to say
descendants.
it, but a relevant number. It was so small, it's not statistically relevant.
Okay. And so basically no descendants then, because it's not enough to spread to like majority of 50 million black Americans, right?
Well, I mean, I guess, I mean, it's artists. I can't just say no because I think they did have some, but how many did they have? I think that was a very, very low number.
Okay.
That's why I
So,
say statistically irrelevant.
right, so percentage wise, what?
I mean, if to break it down, it's tough, man. I'll go over the facts with you, and you tell me what you think.
I
Uh-huh.
like to establish a couple things first.
Say it
Okay,
again.
so I like to establish a couple things first.
Okay.
So before we do it, I want to, like I said, I want to pick your brain, right?
Yeah.
Before you bombard me with a bunch of stuff. All right, so African descendants were spread, but very minute, right?
When we talk about the U.S., yes. Yeah.
So now you said some of your proof is with the NIH. That's Dr. Fauci, right?
Correct. The NIH website, government website.
It's led by Dr. Fauci, right? That's his org, right?
I guess so. Yeah.
It is. Okay, all right. So now tell us about this NIH website.
Okay. So the website is kind of it tracked the slave movement. It tracked how many slaves were we had, never had, et cetera, et cetera. So when we go to the NIH website, the NIH website says between the 1500s and 1700, there was a total of 35,000 slaves ever in what is called the U.S. After 1700, they say you had around 27,000 slaves. Now, this is where it's about to start getting crazy with the numbers. By 1790, we go from 27,000 slaves to 690,000 slaves. And then by emancipation and by 1860s, and this is backed by the census as well and their website, we're going to almost 4 million slaves. So those are the facts that they're presenting. So the question is, the numbers are anywhere between 90,000 and 388,000 slaves went to what is called America. And we don't know if they were all African, by the way, but let's just say they were for whatever's sake. So how do you go from 27,000 to 690,000? Remember, high death rate, and you had a high infant mortality rate. Most of those babies died, at least half of them. And then how do you do multiple X's from 27,000 to 4 million within 160
hold on,
years?
I can't even hear you at this point. Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
Hold on 1 second. I can't even hear you. I think the speaker went to my microphone. 1 second. Because I cut my big speaker off and it went straight to my microphone.
No, you good.
Yep. Okay. All right, so go ahead.
You want me to repeat?
Yeah, the last whatever, because I didn't hear it.
Like the whole summation? Oh, I just repeat the whole thing.
Just for the last 1 minute. I heard everything else.
I don't know where I cut off at. I don't know.
Why the hell is my computer so damn it's so low? Checking my audio right. Oh my God. Everything's falling down. Okay, try to talk now.
Okay, you hear me?
1 second. Yeah, with this, sit down. All right. All right, say something now.
Yeah, you hear me?
I hear you better. Okay, cool. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so basically, I'll do a 30-second wrap up. So basically, you got 27,000 slaves in around the year 1700. And then by 1790, we have 690,000. The slave trade ends in 1808, meaning no slave sailboats were arriving anymore. The slave boats. Did some come after? Okay, you can argue probably a couple came, but it probably wasn't the mass numbers. And then by 1860, we have 4 million slaves. Now, the official number was anywhere between 90,000 and 388,000. So this goes to answer your question. You said, why do I say it's an irrelevant number? If we take 108 years, so say from 1700 to 1808, okay, and we take 90,000 slaves, that's 833 slaves a year that arrived to what is called the U.S. for 100-something years, 108 years. Now, if we say it was a 388 number, then you 4x that number. I mean, 4,000 slaves were arriving every year. And remember, mostly men and partially women. So when you start looking at all these numbers and you start and you dig deeper and deeper and deeper, what this is what we find. There is not one population on the planet that has been able to replicate what we have population-wise. How do you start from 27,000 people in 1700, and if we fast forward to 2026, you got 40-something million to 50 million people? That's impossible. The math isn't there. We were already here. We were always here. And that's why I say the number is irrelevant when you start looking at the grand scheme of things. I don't know if I made sense to you. Okay.
You didn't make no sense. And all this is based on the NIH website, right?
That's NIH. Yeah, that's NIH. And if you want to, sometimes use ChatGPT, but you got to use it in a way you got to know how to really speak to it. And you make it use scholarship, no Reddit, no Facebook, and blah, 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 blah. And if you even talk to ChatGPT, you can ask them, these numbers don't make sense.
No, we can do it together. We can do it. Okay, I'm gonna do like I do everybody else. We can do it together. Like you can share your screen. You can type. A matter of fact, you shouldn't have mentioned that. we'll rely on your research. Okay, I want you to share your screen. I'll stop my share because I want to look at what you're typing because I
Okay.
know because I know your chat GPT is cooking you. Okay, well, first of all, do you got a paid version or a free version?
No, let's go to free version, but I know how to use it.
All right. Okay, so share your screen.
Oh, let me see
Let's
how
do
to do it.
let's do this together.
Oh man, wait, it's like on the side. Okay, well, I'm
And
trying to figure this out. Did it make sense what I said?
no, it sounds like Play was like Babel, like for real, because
Say Babel.
yeah, because I want you to emphasize to your chat GPT that you're relying all of this speculation based on the NIH website. I want you to know that's your main source for all of your conclusions, right? So you make sure you tell them that. And then I want you to ask them, do they make the same conclusions based on the numbers that they put up there? Right. So that's one, because it's funny how people do research and have conclusions, and then we go to the same research and then take the facts, but go opposite to that conclusion. Because I know for a fact the NIH conclusion ain't your conclusion.
Oh, so
But
why would the white man have the same conclusion? That's a whole other question.
I don't do the white man. I don't do that. You got the wrong guy. I don't do the white man, and yeah, the white man, the devil. Yeah, so he always wrong. I don't do that.
No, I ain't say that. I ain't say that. But if you want to challenge their narrative,
All right,
why?
let's
Okay,
start from
go ahead.
screen. Check your screen. Let's start it because
I'm
I can
trying
talk.
to. I'm trying
No,
to say it. Yeah. Uh-huh.
to talk. It's your turn. It's my turn to talk. So I'm gonna talk until you say your screen, right? Because that's put the pressure on you. It ain't your turn to talk. You said I was quiet. You said your load. So now say your screen and let's hear the rest of your research. Now I wasn't gonna have you do this. I was gonna do it for you. But since you said you got the right wording on ChatGPT, you extra scholar, I need to see this. And I want to see, and it's taking you a long time. I want to see ChatGPT.
I just don't know how to do it because I go to screen, I go to share. Do I go to what website URL? I don't. Uh-huh.
I'll do it for you. I'm gonna share my screen. I'll do it for you. Okay. Okay. Let me do it for you.
He said plebiscite. Oh, come on, man! Don't do that to me.
That's 100%. What you said was unscholarly. And so what I talk about over here, I talk about methodology. I talk about a research methodology. So I say when you have good methodology, you apply it to anything you research. It could be religion, science, frauds. It could be physics. Whatever you apply it to, it's going to be thorough. But when you halfway apply it, that means you don't have the methodology. That means you actually got bad habits. So what I do over here, I say there's a research methodology, and then it's just bad habits. So once people make blunders in research, that ain't by mistake. That's just bad habits. And it ain't the research methodology. So what we're going to do right now, we're going to decide if you got bad habits or you got the research methodology. Because everything I talk about, we can just Google that on the fly, share my screen, and everything on check out. But I want to see this check out. I want to see what the check out. All right, so hold on. Let me create a new chat just for you. New chat just for you. Okay, cool. Now I'm gonna share my screen. You should be able to see it in a couple seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Level up, level up, level up. That's my song right there. All right.
I
So
don't
just
see screen
all right,
share.
now, right?
Okay, now I see it. You
Hold on.
got to do this from your laptop, or you can do it from your phone.
I can do it from both. I got ChatGPT on my phone, iPad. I got on everything. All right. So let's start right here. Okay. So let me just make sure. Okay. I'm gonna type right now. I have a friend who, so you can see what I'm typing, who uses the NIH website. And NIH, it stands for National what again? What it stand for?
It's Institutes of Health. But it'll know what you say. Just put NIH. It'll know.
I don't want no confusion. National Institute of Health to come to the conclusion that Africans that were brought to America. Damn, come on. Through the transatlantic slave trade. Could not have produced
No, you can't
subsequently.
do it like this. You can't do it like this. That ain't,
I
that
got
ain't how you use. This is not how you use ChatGPT. Just
I
not how
got
you use it.
I got you. But we gonna use like you because we gonna come up with that crazy shit.
No,
So
no, no.
what
You got no. You got to use it in a proper method.
we
You got to use the
I,
proper methods on how to. You got to know how to speak to the chat.
guy, this how I'm doing it. I want to give them background what you're using to come to your conclusion. We're gonna see if they come to the same conclusion. And then we're going to so now you use it the way you use it, right? So you come with this crazy ass conclusion. Well,
No,
I'm gonna
but
use the way
no, but no. You don't want to challenge my methodology, so you got
right,
to
right.
allow my methodology to work. You can't just
No,
go and say, "Oh, it's plebiscite," and then don't allow it to happen.
you had your chance to share your screen. You didn't do it.
I
You
can't
could
do it. I'm literally trying to do it. I can't figure it out.
my way. All right. So okay, relax. 40 to 50 million Black Americans today. Relax. You ain't gotta get scary. I mean messed up. Have okay. Let's start. Okay, so now what's your first proof? The NIH did what?
I talked about the numbers on NIH.
All right, so let's go with that. Let's go.
So what do you want? You want me to tell you what to say?
Yeah. Start from the beginning. Remember?
Yeah. So they say, according to NIH, a total of 35,000 slaves were in what is now the U.S. between 1500 and 1700. Start there as your premise.
A he says according to the NIH that a total of 35,000 slaves were
Were living in the U.S. or living and or died between 1500 and 1700, and then but by 1700 we have around 27,000 slaves.
to the 1700s. How many? We had what?
About 27,000 slaves.
Okay. What else?
And then by 1790, we have, according to the census, we have 690 slaves, 690,000 slaves.
There were 600 and what?
90,000 slaves.
And the reason I'm spelling it out because my one button is stuck. It's not pushing down. So I'm just gonna spell it out. All right. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. What else?
And then by 1860s, we have close to 4 million slaves.
Okay.
Fast forward to today, 2026, you have between 45 and 50 million Black Americans.
Should I say descendants?
I guess. I mean, yeah.
Because supposedly, right? So they're supposedly the descendants of those people. Okay. What's next?
Right. So they're basically going to say, um, can you
No,
produce?
okay, so now you're gonna say what? What's next? Because you mentioned the evidence. Now I want to know your argument, your logic behind this. How it doesn't make sense.
Well, you're going to say, you're going to ask it, Show me another population that went from
No, 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 no,
27,000.
no. I'm not gonna ask you nothing. I already asked it. I want you because you gave me base. You said this don't make sense, right?
No, man. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so explain why this don't make sense. So this is where I put that in. This don't make sense because of what?
It's mathematically impossible to come up with that number.
Okay, so you don't believe. So you believe this is impossible because your words were this was impossible. This couldn't happen.
It's impossible. Of course, it's impossible. But and then you got to put it. You had a
No,
high
no,
infant
no, 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 no,
mortality rate.
no. I'm gonna do one by one. First of all, we're gonna see if it's
Okay.
impossible. If it's not impossible, then you just lied. And it is
No,
plebiscite.
because I'm gonna tell you what Chad's gonna say. It's gonna say, "Oh, it's unusual that it happened in the U.S." That's what it's gonna say.
But that don't matter. Unusual don't equate to impossible, to impossibility. That don't unusual. There's a lot of unusual things that ain't impossible. So that don't mean the same thing.
It's.
Impossible and unusual are not the same word. They don't mean the same thing. Unusual things happen. Impossible things don't happen. Right?
I'm saying it's impossible because we have yet to see the same population
Well, an
that
impossible.
occurred.
Okay, cool.
No population has ever done what we have done.
No
None.
man, don't man. It's impossible though. Okay, so what
It's
happens is,
impossible. According to the
all right,
math, it's impossible.
so we're gonna see it. Because one thing y'all not gonna do with me is start to do the semantical, act like this word mean that. They ain't gonna never fly over here. I know unusual and impossible are not synonymous words. Ain't gonna never, that plebiscite babble is never gonna work with me. Try that
No, it's
somewhere
not
else.
plebiscite. Right?
Okay, yes it is. Unusual don't mean impossible. All right. So how I start off? Hold on.
Mm.
Come on, can I? I don't want to hide. This is a wasteful search. Here we go.
You do know Tariq shares the same sentiment, and most people share the same sentiment.
Don't care. They ain't me.
I'm just
I think,
letting you know. I'm just letting you
yeah,
know. Most of us share the same sentiment.
but I think I'm the best researcher. That's why I rely on my research more than anybody else's. If I had to go out, I'm gonna go out on my own sword, nobody else's. All right. Okay. Watch this. Okay. Uh okay. Is my friend on to something? No. Even granting your friends numbers I'm gonna teach you how to search research. No, even granting your friends numbers for the sake of argument, they do not make 40 billion descendants mathematically impossible. So you're wrong already. In fact, the numbers he gave contain the evidence against his conclusion. It says the crucial mistake is treating the enslaved population as if it had to be replenished one for one by newly imported Africans. In the United States, the enslaved population became a self-reproducing population, with most of, and I'm gonna let you clap back whatever you want me to type in, and you're gonna get cooked by this AI in
No,
live
you
time.
know, because you ain't doing it right. But go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, look, so far it's cooking you, so you better respond, or you don't have to, but it's looking bad. It said the United, because first of all, when I debate my chat GPT, I win, I don't lose. So it said the crucial mistake is treating the enslaved population as if it had to be. So we want to see you win. Had to be, and I could show y'all where I cooked my chat GPT, by the way, where it said I got the best of it. Okay, so the crucial mistake is treating the enslaved population as if it had to be replenished one for one by newly imported Africans. I'll tell you how I cooked. I cooked it on immigration, right? And resources immigrants get that was designated for us. I cooked it on that topic. All right. It says in the United States, the enslaved population became a self-reproducing population, with most of the enormous 19th century increase coming from births within the United States. It says now we got dates. 1790, 690,000, 1860, 4 million, your dates. Today, 40 to 50 million Black Americans. It says from 690,000 in 1790 to 4 million in 1860 is about a 5.8 fold increase in only 70 years. That corresponds to roughly 2.5% average annual compound growth. Now compare that with the supposedly impossible part, going from 4 million in 1860 to 45 million. So it's showing you math. It's saying 690,000 to 4 million. If that's logical, then how this ain't? Okay, it says in those few years, it says now compare that with the supposedly impossible part. Going from 4 million in 1860 to 45 million today is only about an 11.25 fold increase, grows roughly 166 years, an average compound growth rate of only 1.47% per year. So the historical record is actually 1790 to 1860 population multiplies 5.8 in 70 years versus 1860 to today population multiplies 11 times in 166 years. The second development is completely demographically plausible. There are also several problems with the premises. First, 4 million in 1860 is not the total black population, all right, sir? The 1860 census recorded approximately 3.95 million enslaved people, plus roughly 488,000 free black people. I talk about a lot. People, they don't know it's 500,000. So there were already about 4.4 black people in the United States just before the Civil War. All right. Okay. So it says similarly, in 1790, there were approximately 697,681 enslaved people, roughly 59,000 free non-white persons, right? So the relevant population was closer to 750,000, not merely 690,000, right? 690,000. It says second, a figure such as 27,000 or 35,000 before 1700 cannot be used as a total African founder population in black Americans. The transatlantic slave trade into what became the United States continued through the 1700s, with legal importation continuing until 1808 and some illegal trafficking afterward. That means an argument structure like there were only 27,000 or 35,000 before 1700, yet there were 700,000 by 1790. Therefore, something is wrong, leaves out approximately 90 years of additional African importation plus generations of birth. You have your turn to clap back. The United States was demographically unusual among slave societies. This is extremely important. The United States was demographically unusual. That's your language. That don't mean impossible. So that was an L right there. Among slave societies. So like when people had these logical chasing points, unusual means impossible. It says unusual. You said impossible. You already lost because you said it was impossible. And we're showing how it's
impossible. But keep going. It's impossible. Keep going.
Okay. Well, you show. Okay, this is what I need from you. And family, this is what nobody can do that I make. Whatever I say, I can prove it. Easy researches. You show me some research that agrees with that is impossible. Show me your conclusion. Show me your conclusion that it's impossible. So while I'm doing this, work on that in the background. All right? Because that's your faulty conclusion. The United States
would. No way for me to share you that. I can't share the screen or anything. I just don't know how to do it.
Just do it. I believe you. Just look, you ain't got to share your screen. Just go find it and read it, and I'll believe you. Okay, but just go find me how it's impossible. Find me an outside source than yourself, the website and everything. We can look into it, make sure it's legit. It ain't your website. Show me something that says it's impossible. I want to get that. Now, I would never make that research flaw. I would never say something impossible, and research don't say that. Anyway, and we always say the absolute thing. Never say absolute. Never be absolute. Never say never, and never say always. He just did that. So that's not even scholarly. The United States was demographically unusual among slave societies. This is extremely important. Many Caribbean and Latin American plantation systems experienced terrible mortality and repeatedly imported Africans because enslaved populations often did not reproduce themselves successfully. The mainland United States developed differently by the 19th century. The enslaved U.S. population experienced substantial natural increase, meaning births happen more often than deaths. That's what we're looking at right there. As a consequence, by 1860, the overwhelming majority of enslaved Black Americans were American-born descendants of earlier enslaved Africans, rather than people personally transported from Africa. So the bulk of us were from us here, not from a forest. These are descendants of those few people that got here. So then we increase as descendants of the people who got here in small numbers. That phenomenon is one of the reasons the United States could have rough, and you could try to debunk this while your time right now should be trying to debunk this, because I don't want to.
Yet?
Not yet.
Oh.
I'm saying
Okay.
what I'm saying is this.
Mm-hmm.
I'm done with reading this. You should have an argument ready to debunk these points.
I know it was going to tell you. I told you it was going to tell you all this stuff, but you got to know how to speak to it. You don't know how to speak to the chat.
Right, my guy. But you get to do it right, my guy. When it's your go, I'm saying you should be doing it now. You should be knowing how to speak. Cause you got to respond to this. If you don't respond to this, then I'm not gonna hear you out. I don't want to hear something separate, like a change of goal. I want you to respond to this. This was your numbers.
I'm going to respond to this, and
right,
I'm
okay.
going to make you respond to it.
Oh yeah, of course. No, you said ChatGPT agrees with you. I wasn't going to do this. I was going to just cook you just what I got. But you said we got to learn how to type in correctly. All this fancy research shit you talk about, you got. I don't believe you, but because you use absolute, you said impossible, and that's no scholar says impossible unless it's actually impossible, and you got to prove it's impossible, not some bullshit plebiscite babble. All right, so now let it keep cooking you. That phenomenon is one of the reasons the United States phenomenons ain't impossible. Because I'm gonna cook you in that word impossible. Can you double down? That phenomenon is one of the reasons the United States could have roughly 4 million enslaved people by 1860, despite receiving only a relatively small fraction of all Africans transported in the transatlantic slave trade. So far, ChatGPT is saying it's not impossible. So my guy, here's where you're gonna fall at. You got to show us your research says it's impossible. I don't give a damn what numbers you come up with. If your conclusion ain't impossible, you got to go. You got to keep on walking. We ain't talking to you anymore. You could just go. I'm going to throw the anthem on you. Okay, so let me get my anthem right. All right. Here's a simple way to see the mathematics. So you said it's non-mathematical. You said that. We heard you out. Yeah. Suppose so your rebuttal should be showing this math is flawed. Okay, but I want an AI to do that. I want your remedial math. I want some AI. It says suppose a population has 700,000 people in 1790. That's gonna break it down. Everybody's listening, by the way. We're on TikTok and YouTube. All right. So,
but wait. But you got an issue with your premise. How did you go from 27,000 to 700,000 in 1690?
My guy, your questions come afterwards. I got to mute you. That's called chimping out. Let me finish reading. You said AI will agree with you. Everything it's saying right now is not agreeing with you. You said it's impossible. AI saying it's possible. Don't forget, you said impossible. And I try to get you to back off that, and you double down, triple down, quadruple down. So whatever your research shows, my guy, I wanted to end with it's impossible. If you show any which way it's possible, you out here. Okay? So 700, that's why you got to be careful what you say out here in these YouTube, TikTok streets. Suppose a population has 700,000 people in 1790. A sustained net increase of roughly 2.5% annually gets you close to 4 million by 1860. Family, the math is there. You're looking at it. You're hearing it on TikTok. It says you do not need millions of additional Africans transported from Africa to produce that population. See, so that feather argument is cooking you. It's telling us just what we had. The 700,000, 2.5% annually increase, net increase alone will get you to 4 million. You don't need no more Africans here. So it's showing you how it's possible. The children become parents, their children become parents, their grandchildren become parents. So population growth compounds. Children generation one, you got generation number one, children, 2 grandchildren, 3 great-grandchildren, and 4 great-great-grandchildren, and so forth. From 1790 to today, there have been approximately 8 to 10 human generations, depending on what generation length you use. Even modest reproductive growth produces very large populations over that length of time, right? So it's showing you that it's not impossible. You guys show us how it's impossible, or you out here. There's another important correction about 40, 50 million descendants. We should not equate today's entire 40, 50 million people classified as black with descendants of U.S. chattel slavery. Modern census categories include people whose ancestry is immigrant, basically. Especially after 1965 Immigration and Nationality Act, African and Caribbean immigration increased substantially. So if your friend's position is 4 million formerly enslaved people somehow became 40 to 50 million direct U.S. slavery descendants, the endpoint itself needs refinement. It's saying remedial alert. There are tens of millions of descendants of historical Black Americans, but the broad Black census population is not identical to the lineage descendant population. I will also want to see exactly where he's citing from NIH. Me too. And that's why I said the bulk of your research is NIH, bro, and you can't show your screen somehow, conveniently. They all do this. They all be ChatGPT experts until I say show your screen.
Nah, bro. If someone can show me, I'll do it right now in real time.
But look, your rebuttal could be me. I will type in what you want verbatim. All right. And now, but again, after I get done typing what you type, I'm going to say, is it impossible based off this? If it says no, you're out of here. All right. So now, that's all. I'm going to type in what you say, then I'm going to ask at the very end, is it impossible? If it says no, nothing else to talk about. Because you said it was impossible. Okay. So now, it wants to know. So now you got to do this for us. Because chat want to know, where are you citing from this website? It says this could be especially important if the NIH source is a genetics paper. A number such as 27,000 or 35,000 might represent something like an effective population size, founder estimate, genetic bottleneck estimate, or model derived ancestral population. Not literally. Only 35,000 enslaved Africans never lived in colonial America. Those concepts are radically different. For example, genetic effective population size, NE, is not census population size. I hope you know that. A population containing hundreds of thousands of actual individuals can have a much smaller estimated genetic effective population because the statistic concerns how many individuals effectively contribute genes later to generations. So somebody can badly misread, and I think you did. It says somebody can badly misread an NIH genetics paper by taking estimated ancestral effective population, 35,000, and turning it into only 35,000 historical people existing. I think you did that, by the way. I think you did that. Okay? I think you badly misread the NIH genetics paper by taking an effective population and saying that was the total population. All right? And then I say remedial alert because, man, you got a lot to prove here. Those are not equivalent statements. The strongest rebuttal is actually his own 1790, 1860 number. The rebuttal is you. Ask him, this is for you. If 690,000 people could become almost 4 million people between so write this down, because you got to rebut this. If 690,000 people could become almost 4 million between 1790 and 80, less than 100 years, why would you consider it biologically impossible for roughly 4.4 million people in 1860 to have tens of millions of descendants after another 160 plus years? It says that's the central mathematical problem with his argument. His numbers show 690,000 went to 4 million in 70 years, 5.8 increase, while the later claim requires approximately 4.4 million to 40 million in 160 years, which is a 9.9 times increase. The latter actually requires a slower long-term rate of growth than the former. So no, there's no demographic impossibility here that would be worth investigating. It's saying, don't even waste your time on buyers around looking to this guy. Bullshit. But I will waste my time. It said what would be worth investigating is exactly where his this is for you. What is worth investigating? It said the plebiscite babble, don't talk about that. It says ask him about where did he get his 27,000, 35,000 NIH figure comes from. Where's that? If you paste the NIH link, title of the study, screenshot. So, bro, AI directed me where the focus at, and I'm gonna trust AI. Bro, get me that 27,000, 35,000 NIH figure. Take your time. Go do it.
Okay, so the NIH PubMed Index peer-reviewed study by historian J. David Hecker estimates that in 1700 there were approximately 27,806 enslaved people in the territory.
Hello, am I on mute? I'm gonna write it down. Slow down, bro. Because you can't see your screen. I don't trust you. So you said what? So go slow. Say it again.
I'm about to show you what time it is. Let's go. All
Okay.
right. The NIH
Wait, slow down.
PubMed. Okay.
Pub, med. Okay. Slow down. I'm typing. You see me typing, right? Okay, go.
No, I can't do. I can't do both. I'm gonna like read this and like look at you, but I can't do both. What do you want me to do? Come on, man.
Slow down. Once you just slow down, because you got cooked. Okay, the NIH PubMed, you can laugh all you. That's a ticklish tether. You can laugh all you want. You got
No,
cooked.
yeah, they ain't gonna do that on me, bro. They ain't gonna do that.
You laughing down. We just reading research. So the NIH PubMed, what?
Peer-reviewed study by
Oh, wait.
historian.
Peer reviewed. I got to spell it correctly. Study by who?
Historian
Historian
J. David Hecker.
J. David Heckler or Hecker.
Hecker.
Okay.
Hacker.
Mhm. Right.
Estimates that in 1700,
Wait, estimated that in the I can't press the one, 1700s. Okay.
there were approximately 27,806 enslaved people.
And now in the 1700s, you know that's not 1790. That's like 16 something, right?
Bro, it says 1700, not 17th
Okay.
century. Don't do
17,
that.
1700. That was my fault.
I got a JD just to let you know. So I move at a doctor's level. But go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, this is a bad look. Then you better be right today. Okay, it's a bad look. I don't have one, and I shouldn't be cooking. Okay, so in 1700s, what happened? Oh, it estimated 1700 that there were 27,000, right?
Yeah, 27,000 enslaved people living in the territory that would eventually become the United States.
Living in the territory that eventually became the United States. Now, did he say this was the total population?
Well, that's what you get the NIH website. It says at 1700 it was 27,000 slaves.
No. Okay, so remember, AI said they wanted you to be clear. Is this the effective population or the total population? So which one is it?
According to this, it says enslaved people alive in 1700 was
I got it. You're
27,806 people.
repeating. You're repeating. Okay. All right. Again, AI think you misread the research. So I'm asking you when you read this because we're gonna find it right now. We don't really need you. So, but I want to get your words. Is this the effective population, or in your mind, this is the total population?
That's what it's saying. That's current. That's current in the year 1700.
Okay. So you take that to be the total population, right?
Correct. In the year 1700.
Okay. Okay. So all right. So let's keep going. Keep going.
Okay.
Wait,
So,
what became the living?
and in regards to that 35,000 number.
Wait.
Okay.
Okay. Because you said total, not effective. Okay. Go on.
So in regards to your that 35,000 number, it says the study calculates that 34,000 and 12 people had cumulatively lived and died there by that point. So that goes to the whole, well, I was saying about the 1500 to 1700.
How did I
That's
take my thing?
that point. Okay.
Wait. I did some. I got my Mac, but I just pressed the button. I can't even do a goddamn number now. Hold on. I can't type in. Okay, I got it. And the study calculates that 34,000. What happened? 34,000. What?
Let me go back to the second. That 34,012 people had cumulatively lived and died.
Wait. 35,000, 34,012 people.
Yeah. That's
So
I rounded up 35,000. That was it.
okay. So in 12 people, that means it wasn't the entire population, right?
No. This is the time of slaves. So you gotta understand the premise of what I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to tell you how many people were
All
alive
right.
between
So now
how
we
many
got
slaves
you.
you had between 1500 and 1700. Okay.
Okay. So the study calculates that 34,012 people. What?
Cumulatively lived and died there by that point.
Lived You said lived or either died by that point, right?
Yeah. So I'm trying to give you a background. Like you
Wait,
don't
wait,
got to
wait.
write this. Uh-huh.
I got it. I need to add this there. So you believe the 35,000 was the 34,000 was the total population at that time.
So no. What I'm saying, no. The total population was the 27,000. What I said many times. What I'm saying is that why I'm pointing out the 34,000 number is between the 1500s and to that 1700 point, we only had a total of 34,000 slaves ever. Okay, so we're talking about this low population growth. Okay, so almost 200 years. This is how many people
Okay,
lived and died. Okay, you get that?
got you. Okay, so what is
Yeah.
the website you just referred to? Because
This is
AI,
it's NIH, bro.
no, hey bro,
There's no way you can send me an email and I can just like send this
hey,
to
hey
you,
bro,
make this shit
listen,
quicker.
listen. You can read it at the top, the web address. I was asking for that.
Told you, NIH, bro.
No. When you type in NIH doctorate guy at the top of your brow, look, let me show you. Let me show you. God damn, you can't be this goddamn remedial. Look, man, you see that right there? ChatGPT.com, blah, 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 all that right there. I want
Yep.
that. Yeah,
Oh,
if family,
you
yeah,
say you
I
want a
want that.
URL then? Yeah,
Hey,
you
hey,
talk about language and, not, and or
hey,
speak
hey,
with
hey,
proper language.
Kwame, come back. Yes, sir. I stand corrected. Can I have the URL?
PMC dot
MC dot.
you got PMC dot
Oh,
NCBI
wait. You said PMC, right?
PMC correct.
Yeah, you breaking up. PMC dot. That's why I say slow down, bro. Cause P sound like a B sound like a D. You know, when you're talking, everything sound the same. So
No, you good.
P Pony, M Michael, C car, dot.
Yeah, Nancy Charles
Wait, Nancy.
Charles.
Wait, so there's no commas, it's all just straight.
Yeah, this is NC. I'm just do abbreviation so make it easier for you.
And I want it wants the exact website, like I just showed you, the URL. Remember that? So I want everything. What
It's
you looking
NCBI. So do you want me to say the letters or you want me to just so it could be easier for you? You talking about remedial? You sound remedial right now.
so it's Nancy, right? So
Yeah,
it's Nancy.
so Nancy Charles
Okay, now look. So
Byron International dot
so Nancy, you said Byron,
yeah International.
BYRON.
No, bro, you slow, bro. These are abbreviations. It's NCBI.
Okay, I got it. Family, he's tripping out. He's tripping out. We put you. I got it. Don't leave. Don't leave. I got you in the weight room. He's tripping out. My guy. Just hold on. I got it from here. I got it from here. I got it from here. I'll find it. I'll find it. Because you said impossible, my guy. That's all I care about. Is there? Don't go nowhere. All right. I'm gonna ask that later. Don't leave. All right, let's see if we can find this. NIH. All right, so now that went nowhere. Now a doctor guy can't use his AI on his. He can't share his screen on his phone. Okay. Okay. So we got something so far. It says based on the parameters of the study you outlined, the calculation of 35,000 people who lived or died by that point is considered the total. Okay, so now we know it's the total population, also known in demographics as the cumulative or census population rather than the effect. Okay, so all right, it's the total. Here's why. Total populations, right. Okay, cool. We got that. Because the 34,000 figure accounts for all individuals who pass through the territory regardless of their reproductive status or survival at a single static movement, it represents the total cumulative population metric. And you have, yeah, everybody want the link. If you have a link to the specific text, matter of fact, here's my email. Send me the link, my guy. Black think tank at yahoo.com. It's very simple. Black think tank. Because this doctor says impossible. And you know, research ain't gonna use that word impossible and with some fabricated numbers. But yeah, email me real quick because you chimping out and I ain't got time for that. I want the web. Everybody keep asking for the website. So I type, and they don't believe me. They're like, yo, what's the website? Google asked for the website. And now, everybody asking for the website. So just email me. Email me. Black think tank. This is simple. Black think tank at yahoo.com. And don't forget, family, at the end of it all, the conclusion got to be it's impossible. Because to be honest, he sounded like a African Brit. Like he's from Britain somewhere. I never did ask him where he was from, but he sounded like one of those fake black Brits. But go ahead and email him. I'm waiting on the email. Back up. Black think tank at yahoo.com. And we'll go from there. But man, oh man. Yo, man, I'm gonna tell you right now, bro. Your information better check out, which I know it don't, or you're gonna be keep on walking.
You can just go walk on, keep on. 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 You can just walk on, keep on. You can just go walk on, keep on, walk on, keep on. You can just walk on, keep on. You can just go walk on, keep on, walk on, keep on. You can just walk on, keep on. You can just go walk on, keep on, walk on, keep on. You can just walk on, keep on. You thought the scam you had would never end, but now it's too late. The cards play again and again. And although what you had was sad, but now you mad, acting up, acting bad. But you can keep on walking. I ain't talking to you anymore. You can just go. You ain't gotta go home, but you can't stay here. Either go home or find a home over there. You really lost your mind this time. We really did more than all of y'all combined. I ain't tryna roast, but you gotta go. You gotta go. Keep on walking, keep on walking. You can just go walk. Keep on walking. I ain't talking to you anymore. You can just go. Keep on walking. We ain't talking no more. I ain't talking to you anymore. Oh, baby. Nobody's talking to you anymore. Oh, baby, yeah. You can just walk on. You can just keep on. You can just. You can just.
Hey man, where's the email? Black think tank at yahoo.com. Wait, where's the email? What are you waiting on? I'm checking the spam. I'm checking the regular, black think tank at yahoo.com. Send an email, I'll invite you back on. But yeah, you ain't gonna just ramble. Everybody want the link, bro. Nobody could do everything is like nobody can fact check you without the link. I want to know what the study says. Well, so does AI. Give us the link. Black think tank at yahoo.com.
Will never end, but now it's too late to cosplay again and again. And although what you had was sad, but now you're mad, acting up, acting bad. But you can keep on walking. I ain't talking to you anymore. You can just go home. You ain't gotta go home, but you can't stay here. Either go home or find a home over there. You really lost your mind this time. We really did more than all of y'all combined. I ain't tryna roast, but you gotta go. You gotta go. You can just go. Keep on walking. You can just go walk. Keep on walking. Keep on walking. Keep on walking. You can just go walk. Keep on walking. You can just go walk. You can just go. You can just go. Yeah, you can just walk on, keep on. You can just go. You can just go. You can just go.
All right, bro.
As
The
an
song
African who lives in this country, I can take accountability of some of the things that we Africans do. The problem is that
all right, the song is over. The song like damn near 5 minutes, my guy. Where's the email? You can't work Zoom. You can't share your screen. Can you email? Where's the email? Let me check this. Okay. So he sent me an email with no link. All right, no. Hey, bro. I said if I got the link, here, this is my promise. If you send me the link to the article, you can talk. And what I'm gonna do as you're talking, I'm going to look through the website. So I'll give you a total of 5 minutes. I think I talked about 5 minutes. If you send the web link, I'll give you a total of 5. I will go on mute and you will have 5 minutes of uninterrupted time to say whatever you want to say. Okay? Argue what you want to argue. I just want the link. All right. So send me the link to the NIH website. Send me the link, and for 5 minutes, you can say what you want to say. Because I got your email. Now let me get the email of the NIH. I got an email with no link. So let me get a link in the next email. Thank you. And you can go in for 5 minutes straight I'll be on mute looking at reviewing, vetting your link.
You move into someone's country and focus on what you can benefit from the system, and then you're totally removed from the problems of the people of that country. When we are here, we are also influenced by the YT to turn against our own people. Yeah. And we have to take accountability and speak about these things. Some of us, when we came to America, we were warned by our fellow Africans to stay away from the black people.
Yeah. And we have to take accountability and speak about these things.
Black people in this country fought for you to even benefit, from this system. You want to have 15 flags on your profile, talk about how you're in America, influenced by the YT to actually think that a black person in America is the one who is a problem and is your enemy. A lot of us don't even have black friends. Guys, let's speak the truth. We actually want to come and create our little Africa. I think these are the things that we should do better as immigrants. While I enjoy that, I need to also understand that here in America, I'm not just a South African girl, but I am also a black American person here.
But I am also
Hey, Ron.
a black American person.
Are we live?
What? Stop the cap.
As you heard her, she said all I have to say she's a black person here. Okay,
Live,
so
I'm not sure.
can you hear me?
I don't know if you're muted or not. Okay, so basically, I'm just going to continue kind of what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is very, it's very simple. So that link is talking about between the 1500s to 1700, you had a total of 35,000 slaves. So what is that in reference to the birth rate, right? Birth and death rate. How come you didn't see these big population growths, right? Like they're stating. Then we get into 1700, you got 27,000 people in the year 1700, right? And then from 1700 to 1690, you have this massive in population growth from 27,000 people to 690,000 people. Then from 1790, you got 690,000 people, and then you go into 4 million people. My question is, like I said, and then fast forward today, is how do you come up with these numbers? How did the number go from 27,000 to 690,000 within a 90-year time span? Yes, okay, they added people in, true, okay, I'll give them that. But the numbers do not add up. They do not make sense. And that's basically the premise. So again, if you go back 200 years before, you have literally no birth rate. But now you got this explosion, and then the explosion continues to happen. Let's jump over real quick to Haiti. If you go to Haiti, Haiti had 900,000 slaves in Haiti imported into what is now called Haiti. Their slavery ended in 1804, right? Today, Haitians are only 19 million people. When you look at Brazil, Brazil has 7 million people, 6 million people, so-called imports. Today, they're around 60, 70 million. How do we have the second highest population out of every group out there? And when you go, or if you go to every population center, you kind of see the same thing. So when I say impossible, yes, I know it's a strong word to say. I'm saying is we've never seen this before. So how is that even possible? You get what I'm saying? So that's basically my summation. And I'm gonna jump off, and you want to invite me back up? I'll come back up.
Hey, let me see. What is going on? All right. So I was talking. He couldn't hear me. Now he was not supposed to hop off. He hopped off. He hopped off. The wicked flee where no man pursueth. You said a lot of stuff and you said the word impossible. All right. So now I got your link now. I got you. He sent the link. I got the article. Okay. So he asked a lot of questions. He hopped off. You shouldn't have hopped off. You should come back on. It's time to face the music. I asked some questions for you. So yeah, you before I even do an assessment on what you looked at. All right. Because I went down. Okay. So let me. Give me a second. So we got the it's called From 20 and Odd to 10 Million: The Growth of the Slave Population in the United States, PMC. Okay, so now you shouldn't have hopped off. You should have stayed on. All right. But like I said, I'm here. I ain't going nowhere. Yeah, he's back. Okay, cool. I gotta add because now as we're talking about this, the things he said earlier are starting to come back. It's starting to come back to me. Okay, cool. All right. So now I see why. Now I see an issue with black. Uh, would you consider yourself an indigenous American, sir?
Yeah, I'll say indigenous. Yeah,
Okay, but what about black American?
I don't like the word black,
Huh?
but I don't like the word black, but yes, I am by
Okay, cool.
definition.
You have any descendants in according to your research that was on a slave plantation?
I have not found any yet.
So you can't. So when we talk about the 1870 census, you can't find somebody on that 1870 census.
I can, but they're classified as black.
Okay, bro, I'm just asking a question.
No,
Wait,
I'm answering you.
they classified as black in 1870?
Yeah. Classified as black. Yeah, I can go back
Wait,
to
hold on.
early 1800s.
Before you do all that,
Yeah,
real simply,
yeah.
just for the record, you can't find no ancestors that was forced to do slave labor.
Not yet, but I just started my genealogy process. I
So
know my
as it,
maternal line, for example, but I don't know
wait,
some of the other lines.
got it. So far, you you don't have no foundational ancestors.
Well, I guess if you say slaves, if you want to say that, then
How else
I
would you
have
be
not
found?
found a slave.
How else would you be foundational?
Well, because I do know that my grandmother who married my grandfather, he was a sharecropper. Now, there's a good chance that his lineage were enslaved, because most people who sharecropped came from slavery. But I'm just starting the research.
Okay, all right. Well, when you're done, but I'm saying like so until then, because Lord Jamar, Roland Martin, like these guys got the same story that they can only identify the non-FBAs, but they leave it open to like, hey, maybe there's a possibility, right, of somebody who were enslaved. So, but as we know now, you couldn't qualify for anything that we're talking about. Like you wouldn't be part of our we and our and us.
No, but I disagree because it obviously has to be there. You know what I mean? Like, again, I only know one line, the maternal line, right? So I know my uninterrupted mother line, but I don't know all the other lines.
All right, yeah, I ain't gonna make a.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm saying, all right, I'm just saying, when you get a chance, go ahead and. I mean, that's just for you. Just go ahead and look at that, and see if it's there. Like you said, sharecropper, that's an indication of a strong possibility of forced labor. Now, I asked that question.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
I asked that question because I know a lot of people. We can't hear you. I asked that question. Yeah, like you went low. Damn, you went super low.
You hear me?
I hear you now. Yeah, I asked that question because I know a lot of people
You hear me?
who don't, and I hear you now. Can you hear me? Yeah, no, my mic is. I see my mic activity. It's loud.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, there was a call coming in. Sorry.
Okay. So
Yeah.
I asked you questions because I'm good at recognizing patterns, and
Good.
I know people who don't like the word black prefer indigenous, and all those indigenous people who don't like black, a lot of them struggle to find forced labor in their ancestry. So that's why I asked you that. I'm like, is he one of these guys who can't find an enslaved relative in his ancestry? And so far, you can't. So you kind of fit that pattern of a talking point so far. And I had something else. Damn. So the indigenous thing, no enslavement, and they don't like black.
Well, I just didn't like the word black because like how it's been misused,
No,
like as a skin color. That's why I never really liked it. Like, cause I look at myself in the mirror. I'm not black. Well, I'm brown. You get what I'm saying? That was always my objection. It
but
wasn't the struggle, the lineage, what we gone through. That had nothing to do with that. It was the physical part.
let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Are people who call themselves Black American today, like let's say part of the 50 million, 40, 50 million, are they all indigenous?
I think you got to do your genealogy, man. But I think that most people will probably come from that. If you can prove that you've been
Which
in
one?
America prior to 1776, I think most
Wait,
likely you have it. That's what I
so
think.
what's the difference between indigenous and native?
Anybody could be native.
Huh?
Anybody could be native. An immigrant could be born in
I'm
America, they
saying,
become native.
no. When you study history, when you study history in America, for example, I screenshot a form I had to fill out. It asked my race, said black, and then it said ethnicity. It had native Black American descent. It had Caribbean descent, it had African descent. So no, it says so. No, when I say native, I asked you the definition, but we're going to apply it to America because anybody could be indigenous. Got indigenous people, and you could be Jamaican indigenous. You could be Indonesian indigenous. You could be a Bantu indigenous person. They were called indigenous over there. So indigenous goes around the world like native. But in the context we use it, we're talking about American born, but American before a large immigrant wave that we know today. We're talking about ethnogenesis, indigenous and native. So no, so indigenous and native are not the same. They're not interchangeable.
Well, if you
Uh,
go on Google and put up what's the word native, and it's going to say pretty much anyone kind of born in a location. That's why if you go to the exact wording of it,
no, but you're cutting in on purpose. You're being deceptive. I
how's
said
that
when we
deceptive?
I just said ethnogenesis. I said when we use it in the context of ethnogenesis, why? But for example, white tea people are called native here, but the ones from Castle Garden are not. They're white tea too, but they're not considered native, and also they call them old and new immigrants. They're not considered native. They consider the ones who've been here as long as we've been here. They consider them the native population of Americans that's here. So you got white Native Americans and you got black Native Americans, and we are distinguish they show a distinction between us and the later immigrants that came afterwards. So native, so black, when you say native Black American, that speaks to a specific people.
No, I agree. I agree with what you're saying. I'm just talking about because you
It
you
can't
you know you like to be technical with your words. So I would say if you
right,
want to go
right,
technical, you can.
because you're no yeah, but you're being goofy though, because you was using the reason why I asked that question because you were using indigenous and native interchangeably. A lot of people make that mistake.
No, I
And I
didn't do that. I don't do that. I don't mix the two. I
you
don't
that's
mix
why I
the
was
two.
asking you, are they the same? I was asking you because you said the people are here indigenous. And I was like, hey, you did semantics first. I said, those 40 to 50 million people, would they be indigenous? You said yes. I said, would they be native? You said, well, anybody can be native. Well, anybody can be indigenous. So my thing is, you understood the context where I asked you about indigenous, but you pretended not to know the context of the native sense. It was the same context.
Well, can I respond?
Yeah.
So when I say native, again, if you just go by the literal definition, anyone born in America can be considered like a native. That's why I never
So
used that. But
what's the little
indigenous means
difference in this?
pre-contact or
Right.
before the start of America.
Right. So couldn't that be somebody in Africa?
The, to be what indigenous?
Indigenous.
Well, they can be. Well, yeah, if they're to
Yeah.
whatever region they are. But we say
Right.
indigenous American. There's only one indigenous American. You know, it would probably be the red natives and
So
us.
would you consider? Well, I don't know. Yeah, us so far we're not the same us because you haven't found that in your genealogy just yet. You know what I mean? So we ain't your us is them. My us is the FBAs or Native Black Americans or freedmen, however you want to term it. So far the us ain't the same. Is that fair to say? Because you haven't
Well,
found it yet.
I guess if you want to go strict by paperwork, yeah. Again, I only can believe what we can prove by paperwork.
I'm not faulting you because when
Yeah,
when West Indians try to find themselves here, they can't either. They'd be like, "Hey, I can't find it." I'm like, "Yo, you good? It's not a big deal." So like,
but
we don't fault people
but
for
Ron,
not.
I got a question for you.
Yeah.
So, but what about Diddy? Diddy said he found no slaves in his ancestry. They're all free people.
Okay. So now explain free people. Oh, here we're gonna go here now. What's the definition of a free people?
Well, the free people of color,
He
or
didn't know,
AKA blacks, probably that were
bro.
free.
Bro, you just added something there. God damn. You just said free people. I had you explain it. You said free people of color. Which statement did he say? Because now we gotta Google it. Which statement did he say? Free people of color? Because
The,
that's some new shit. Or did he
the,
say
don't-
free people?
he said they never owned slaves. So I'm only assuming that
Now, yeah, I don't want
his
that.
family came from
I don't want that.
people of color.
No, because once you well, I don't know what that is. But once you say freedmen or free people, I that gives me a time reference. Like I know the freedmen from the free people. Right.
No,
So I'm
no,
like, okay, that
I'm not
point's over
saying
here.
freedmen. I said
I know
freedmen.
I threw both of them in there. I said there's a free
Okay.
man, there's a free people, but both of them got slave ancestry. Neither one of them, because they're free from something. What are they free from?
Well, I get your logic there, but according
Yeah.
to what I've seen, and I'm limited on this research, so don't quote me. Um, from what I've seen, was there were populations of so-called, well, I'm a anachronistic black population that
Don't,
were.
don't use black in this sense, because now we're
You
getting
know,
to
what do you want me to say,
scholarship.
Negro? Because that's what the word was.
No, okay. Use the word. Use the word. So these people were called Negro.
Yeah, the free Negro, I guess, like the free
Where?
Negroes. That
In
huh?
what country? What country?
We're talking about the U.S. obviously, or prior to it's the start
Okay. All
of
right.
the
So look.
U.S.
So we got time. I got time today. My Saturdays are the only day I got unlimited free time. So we'll look it all up. All right. So for one, let's finish up on the NIH. So now I got the link, skimmed through it, went to conclusion, summary, whatever. So now they said a lot, right? And you believe they were arguing your argument?
Say it again. Can you repeat that?
Do you believe they were arguing your argument?
No, no,
As
no. The only thing I was saying was if you go by what I quoted, that the guy, I don't know his name. I had to go look it up. I'm just
it has,
saying that the numbers don't make sense. That's my argument.
but it does
The
make
numbers
sense.
don't make sense.
Yeah, but you didn't make sense of how it doesn't make sense. You just said nothing. But the article itself doesn't suggest that. And then we did just your logic. Chat cooked your logic. It said it makes absolute sense. It said actually that what was more interesting is the 1790 to 1860, going from 34,000 to what was it 800,000. They said that was the part that was more interesting. Like they see that more as a phenomenon than 4 point something to 40 million.
No, 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 no. You got to look at the basis of my argument. The basis of my argument starts off that 1700 number, 1700 to 1790. That's the basis of my argument. How did you go from 27,000 to 690,000? And then that's when you ask Chat then
It
says,
just, but
uh-huh.
no, I don't, bro. I got chat open. We can ask it now, right? So I don't know. I don't know what yours said, but I know what mine said. I shared my screen. So chat rebutted you. It made sense of it. It said it was possible. You said impossible. Now we can ask chat right now in real time. We don't got to go off what you can't share. We can look at my screen and I can just add that in there. So now you're saying chat, you're saying you make more sense than chat. So now what is the follow-up question? But before you do that, hold on. I gotta share my screen first. Because I'm over here using two laptops, and one died. Okay. Okay. Don't make sense with the slave population growing as fast as it did in that limited time frame. Okay. All right. So now, what did you want me to ask ChatGPT? The follow-up question, because it said it is possible. Explain how it's possible. It said that rate is logical. The 2.5 and the 1.7%. It said that is logical. Like that is normal. It'll get there the way we were. It said we were producing more life than we were DYING. Like our birth rate was phenomenal, the same. Okay, where white people birth rate in America is not. So we were producing more than we were leaving the earth. So it's saying at that rate, the 4.4, the 40 million, that's damn near accurate.
Can I speak?
Well, can you what? Give me what should I ask you? Like what the question you want me to ask? You said you asked ChatGPT something, and I want to ask it. Wait, let me share my screen again. Hold on. I'll be totally transparent. Okay. Let me just drag this over. Okay. Yeah, 'cause it's kind of cooking. All right. So what's the question? And I got the results from the website as well. What's the question we asked? It says ask ChatGPT. What am I asking?
Okay, so so you from 1700 to 1790. How do you go from 27,000?
But it already explained it.
It
It
didn't
already
explain that. To
so,
27,000 to 609,000. Never explained that.
okay. So the 1700s, right?
1700. Yeah.
How do I want to make sure I want them to believe that's my argument. He says, how do I want them to think I'm crazy? How do you go from go ahead?
27,000.
Now this is a new number you put in there. 7,000 what?
No, I said 27,000. 27,000. That's all. I've always said that.
Your audio breaking out. Keep telling you that.
Oh,
27,000. Go
sorry.
ahead.
To 690,000.
It already explained that.
It never. You don't have that there. Go show where it explained that at.
All right. So how do you go from 27,000 to 690,000? What else?
Yeah, when supposedly between 90 to 388,000 Africans were all imported during that time frame.
Wait, he says from okay, I'm using my laptop. My laptop, I got them on both. So I'm just gonna refresh this. You'll see the whole search. But the other one, I could put the numbers in. So he says from 1700 to from the 1700s, right? How do you go from 27,000 to 690,000? What else?
And then just put high, death rate and high infant mortality rate.
High death rate. Wait, what about you said something about the 380? Okay, so let's start from the beginning. You
Yeah,
said,
we can add that too. We can add that too. Yeah.
right, but I want to add that. You said from the 1700s, how do you go from 27,000 to 690,000? And you said something about the 380,000. What about that?
Yeah, so we know that the total slaves were between 90 and 380,000 arrived in the entire period of the slave trade.
So, okay, so because the total slaves were, let's say 400,000, right?
Yeah, okay.
Um, and considering the high death rate and what else? Birth rate?
Infant, yeah, infant mortality rate.
Okay. Okay, what else?
Are you typing? I
Yeah,
think is it frozen? Oh, you're right. Oh, you're right on another screen. You said.
I got my other laptop up, so it's the same account. So once I refresh this, when you're looking at, you're gonna see everything I typed. It
Okay,
keeps a
okay,
copy.
okay. I got you. Okay,
I'm
I
gonna
got you.
refresh it, and you'll see exactly what I asked. Okay,
Okay.
so it's informality rate, right? So high death rate and informality rate. What else?
Yeah. So then, now remember, we have until 1700 a total of only 35,000
Okay, at the
slaves.
1800s, we only had about 35,000 total slaves. What else?
Can you read it back to me so I know exactly what we have?
He says from the 1700s, how do you go from 27,000 to 690,000? Because the total the total slaves were 400,000, right? And considering the high death rate and informality rate, at the 1700s, we only had 35,000 total slaves. You stop right there.
Yeah. So okay, and then ask it this: why didn't we see this giant birth? How can I say it? Uh, the increase of population over that first 200 years, but yet after 1700 and 1800, we started to see this massive population boom. I think that's the best way to say it. I think it's a little bit a lot, but I think you get what I'm saying.
Anything more?
I think that should be good.
Okay. So let me start with the website, right? Which you kind of conceded that they had the same conclusion. It says according to Accra itself, Hacker, the growth is not impossible. It said, in fact, the article was written specifically to explain. Did you know that? The article was written specifically to explain how a very small 17th century enslaved population became almost 4 million by the 1860s. So they were actually breaking it down how that's possible. It says your friend has found real numbers in the paper, but the inference he is drawing from them is contrary to Hecker's analysis. It says what the 27,806 and 34,012 numbers actually mean. Hecker's table 1 says that during 1690, 1700, enslaved population at the beginning of decade 16,394. Matter of fact, I'm gonna share my screen.
Yeah, we can't see what you're reading.
Yeah, that's my other computer. I'm share my screen. And this one gonna die anyway. Hit already. The one you can't see already died. All right. So I'm putting your second thing in now. So let that load up. I'm gonna refresh it. We're gonna read it all. Okay. Yeah, but it says the article that is going against what you thought it meant. It's explaining how it's possible, the phenomenon. Okay, we're ready. We're ready. All right. So let me go ahead and unplug your laptop. I ain't gonna use it anyway. All right. So let me I could cancel this out. Boom. I could just refresh. So I'm refreshing now. And we finally gonna get to some information. All right.
Hey, again, I'm always open to be wrong. You know, I'm open to be fact checked. I'm not one of these absolutes. If
Right.
anything can be proven, I always bend the knee. I don't need to be prideful. You get what I'm saying?
I already can tell that you got some sense of intellectual honesty. The fact you even sent me the website, I didn't think you'll do that. And then you came back on. So let's look at it. All right. You see there's a lot of numbers. All right. So you're going to see the questions. Okay. Right here, verbatim. He says from the 1700s, how do you go from 27,000 to 609,000? Because the total slaves were 400,000. And considering the high rate and informality rate, at the 1700s, we only had 35,000 total slaves. Why didn't we see this increase of population over the first 200? I put 200. I guess they got it. But after 1700, after 1700s to the 1800s, we see this massive population. So that's pretty much what you asked. But I'm gonna go to the website first because I looked in the website. All right. You know, let me go here. So it's gonna tackle both. All right. So I said, here's the web link and transcript, blah, 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 blah. And look, I'm putting it in there. He keeps saying that these numbers don't make sense with the slave population growing as fast as it did in that limited time frame. That's all I put. It says, no, according to Hacker article itself, the growth is not impossible. In fact, the article was written specifically to explain how every small 17th century enslaved population became almost It says, oh, I'm sorry, it says very. I got where my glasses at. Yeah, I'm one of those dudes that's in denial. The glasses. Hold on. Yeah, work messing up documentation because I refuse to wear my glasses. All right, put the glasses on. I'm shooting pool yesterday, getting cooked because I won't put my glasses on. Basketball missing layups, won't put them on. Point blank layups. All right. All right. Move out the way. Move out the. What is that? All right. Okay, so in fact, the article was written specifically to explain how a very small 17th century enslaved population became almost 4 million people by 1860. So the article is going to explain that. Your friend has found real numbers in the paper, but the inference he is drawing from them is contrary to Hecker's analysis. What the 27,806 and 35,000 and 12 numbers actually mean. Hecker's Table 1 says that during 1690, 1700, enslaved population at beginning of decade 16,394. Enslaved population at end of decade 27,806. Estimated births during decade 6,295. Estimated imports 8,197. The cumulative number who had ever lived through 1700, 34,000. So your friend is basically correct about those two figures, right? 27,806 estimated enslaved people currently living around 1700, 34,000 estimated cumulative number who had lived in the relevant U.S. territory up through approximately 1700. But notice what your friend is overlooking, right? Now, we don't know if this is intentional or just honest mistake. 1700 is the beginning of the 18th century, not the end of it. Hecker does not say that 34,000 people somehow produced 697,000 people entirely. Hecker does not say that 34,000 people somehow produced 697,000 people entirely through reproduction without anybody else entering the population. It says quite the opposite. Hecker, the enslaved population of 1700 is 27,000, 1710, 41,000, 1720, 67,000, 20,000 increase, 1730, 95,000, 1740, 156,000, almost double, 1750, 247,000, 1760, 319,000, 1770, 459,000, 1780, 558,000, 1790, 700,000. So it says Hecker never said that small population produce all those people. So that article did not say that. So that premise wasn't correct. It says those figures are directly in Hecker's reconstruction. So yes, 27,000 eventually became 706,000 is an enormous increase, about 25-fold in 90 years. But here's the missing information that my brother didn't give us. During those same 90 years, Hecker estimates approximately new births. This is your article in NIH. 957,981 enslaved children born and approximately new imports. So we got 950,000, almost a million people born, and we got 340,000 people who were imported here, enslaved people imported. Therefore, approximately 950,000 plus 339,000 equals 1.29715. New people enter the enslaved population between 1700 and 1790. And Hecker's cumulative population shows exactly the same thing. 34,000 cumulative through 1700, 1.3 million cumulative through 1790. Difference is 1.297. That's essentially a perfect accounting identity. There is no mathematical mystery here. They're saying the numbers are not just possible, but they're impossible not to be possible. It says this is the most important thing to show your friend. He appears to be comparing 27,000 people living in 1700 against 700,000 living in 1790, while overlooking what happened between those dates. Hecker estimates almost 1 million births plus 330,000 imports during the interval. The fact that only about 700,000 were alive in 1790 despite roughly 1.3 million additional people entering the population, also tells you something important. Many people died before 1790, so Hecker isn't assuming miraculous survival either. He's modeling new equals new is a formulation. Old plus birth or equal new equals old plus birth plus imports minus deaths minus other exits. That's basic historical demography. Hecker explicitly tells us this is what happened. The opening of the article says the remarkable growth resulted from continued importation from Africa and the Caribbean and natural population growth, especially among American-born enslaved people. Hecker says natural increase became the more important factor over the long run. Even more damaging to the impossible argument, Hecker explicitly writes that his results show the emergence of rapid natural population growth in slave population in the mid-18th century. And his conclusion is approximately 10 million enslaved people lived in the United States between 1619 and 1865. So Hecker is not presenting the numbers as evidence of demographic contradiction. The rapid growth is literally the subject of the paper. Interesting, that was missed. Hecker even uses the word exponential. This is especially important given your friend's argument. In the discussion, Hecker says in 1700, less than 35,000 slaves were currently living in or had lived and died in the territory that will become the United States. That's your friend's number. But continue reading the paragraph. Read it again. We said, keep reading. Keep reading. Hecker says that 80 years later, the cumulative total had exceeded 1 million. And 80 years after, the approximately 8.9 million had lived in the United States. Then Hecker explicitly describes this as the exponential growth. So he's conceding that, yeah, this growth is real and it happened. This is extraordinarily important. Your friend is effectively using Hecker to argue these numbers demonstrate that such growth is impossible, but Hecker himself is saying the opposite. These numbers demonstrate extraordinary exponential demographic growth. And that's why I kept telling you, like, bro, the fact you said impossible, I don't care what information you give me, the conclusion got to be impossible. If it says possible, you're done with that thought. And like, you're likely to change like everybody else, like me and Tariq. It says, where did all those people come from? This is what Hecker's table one this is where Hecker's table one becomes devastating to the impossibility argument. Look at births. Decade 1700, right? 10,000. 1710, 18,000. 1720, 33,000. 1730, 51,000. 1740, 81,000. 1750, 130,000. 1760, 151,000. 1770, 198,000. 1780, 281,000. 1790, 400,000. 1800, you can say 600,000. 1810, 750,000. 1820, 1 million. 1830, 1.2. 1840, 1.5. 1850 to 1860, 1.2 million. It says, look at what's happening. Once the population becomes large enough, births themselves become enormous. That's compound demographic growth. You don't keep asking, because you kept asking this, you don't keep asking, how could 27,000 people make 4 million? Because by 1800, you no longer have 27,000 potential parents. You have hundreds of thousands of parents, including descendants of the earlier population. Their children reproduce, then their children reproduce, then their children. So it's 100,000 keep reproducing. Here's the intuitive mistake your friend is making. Suppose we start with just 10,000 women. Suppose eventually each generation produces enough surviving children that the population roughly doubles every 30 years. You don't get 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 40. No, you don't get that. That's linear growth. You get 10,000, 20,000, 40, 80, 160, 320, 640,000. That's exponential compound growth. So you don't get linear growth. You get exponential compound growth. Heckler calculates that after 1800, natural increase averaged approximately 2.5%. Now we got that from ChatGPT. That didn't even know their website. Annually, it said, which corresponds to the enslaved populations doubling naturally approximately every 28 years. The statement alone answered a large portion of your friend's objection. And Hecker didn't invent the high fertility rate out of nowhere. This is where something else I wanted to check carefully. Hecker reviews several earlier demographic studies. He reports estimated 19th century Black crude birth rates around 60 births per 1,000, 54 per 1,000, 53 per 1,000, 49 per 1,000, roughly 55 to 55 per 1,000, right? Births. He states that researchers generally agreed Black birth rates, it said Black, it didn't say indigenous, Black birth rates were approximately 50 to 60 births per 1,000 population during the early 19th century and were unusually high, not impossible. That's why I said, man, when y'all give me words, hey, they're not interchangeable. That phrase sounds shocking until you understand what it means. So it's from a layman, oh, wow, that's impossible. But when you listen to the math, no, it does not mean every woman had 50, 60 children. Don't mean that. It means approximately 50, 60 births annually for every 1,000 people in the entire population, including men, children, elderly people, etc. A crude birth rate around 55 over 1,000 means approximately 5.5 births per 100 people per year. So it's an easy math you can follow. When deaths are substantially below births, population compounds rapidly. Nobody argues that we don't have a problem having kids. Hecker openly acknowledges uncertainty. This is another reason I characterize the paper carefully. Hecker is not claiming every number before 1750 is known with precision. He explicitly says some 17th century estimates, particularly birth rate assumptions, are highly speculative and notes inconsistencies in early data. But he says the overall interpretation remains robust because such a large share of the enslaved population existed after 1750. So before then, sketchy, whatever, but we came after 1750. Later, he tests the sensitivity of his estimates and concludes that total U.S. born enslaved births might plausibly have been approximately 8.4 million to 10.3 million, depending upon fertility assumptions. That's good scholarly practice. That's what I like to do. There is uncertainty about the exact values. That's completely different from saying the numbers are demographically impossible. Now we see some of the same argument that Dane Calloway gave for Harriet Tubman. I can't wait to cook on that. So it says another stunning, because he had the same logic. He used some history, some evidence, and then he go crazy and say something crazy. She didn't exist. We'll click on that. Another stunning figure in the study. Hecker estimates only approximately 460,000 enslaved people were imported into the United States from Africa or through intra-American slave trade. This is what we all kind of speak to, 380,000 to 460,000. He then explicitly says that this was less than 1/8 the number enslaved at the beginning of the Civil War. Hecker calls this a simple but vivid illustration of the importance of natural population growth. And this is with quotations. This is heavy emphasis. This addresses precisely the objection your friend is raising. Your friend sees, so it's giving you your logic. Your friend sees 460,000 imported versus 4 million enslaved in 1860 and concludes impossible. Hecker sees exactly the same figures and concludes natural increase explains it. That's why I say, no, you're not going to find me nowhere in this earth somebody say it's impossible. That's why I say, find somebody outside of you that says it's impossible. That's credible. Nobody's going to say that. There's an important NIH distinction too. One minor correction to how this source is being described. This is available on PubMed Central, PMC, which is maintained by the U.S. National Library of Medicine, NIH. But that does not mean NIH conducted a study and concluded this. The author is historian I guess his name is David Hacker, and I'm calling him Hacker. Maybe I need my glasses. So my fault. The author is historian. What's his name? What's his name? What's his real name? I'm gonna go Hacker then. The author is historian J. David Hacker, and the publisher's version appeared in the academic journal Slavery and about Abolition. The PMC record identifies Hacker as the author and gives PMID bunch of numbers, and the journal publisher link 332-81246 in case you want to look it up. That's worth keeping straight in a debate. NIH PMC hosts the paper. J. David Hacker conducted the demographic reconstruction. Okay, now let's deal with the 1860 to they ain't done. They want to cook more. ChatGPT like, yo, let me get them. Now let's deal with the 1860 today's Black American population. This is actually much easier. Y'all listening? This is actually much easier mathematically than 1700 to 1860. By 1860, 4 million enslaved people were recorded. There were also hundreds of thousands of free Black Americans, so the ancestry base wasn't merely the enslaved population. Even if we simplify enormously and start with only 4 million people, going from 4 million to 40 million is a factor of 10 times. But if you've got approximately 166 years for it to happen, that's roughly 6 generations at 27, 28 years per generation. A tenfold population increase over 166 years requires only around 1.4. This is all it requires to get to 4 million to 40. It's not crazy math, not so impossible. It only requires 1.4% average annual compound growth. That is actually considerably lower than the approximately 2.5 annual natural increase Hacker estimates for much of the antebellum enslaved population. That's the 1700. So mathematically, 1700, 1860, extraordinary growth, but Hacker provides a demographic explanation. 1860 to today, even easier to explain demographically. There's absolutely no math. Look, now they're being absolute now. There is absolutely no mathematical impossibility. I mean, so that's why I was caught up on like, it's impossible. Then he says unusual. I'm like, is it impossible? It's impossible. I'm trying to give him a way out. Yeah, but unusual, impossible, and the same thing. Impossible. Okay. All right. Try to get your way out. Hey, TikToker, hold on one second. I'm going to invite you up. Hold on. But don't use 40, 50 million as the precise descendant figure, right? Because they like to cherry pick numbers. They go with the highest ridiculous number and the lowest over here. And that ain't honest, unbiased Ron research. It said, this is the part where I would modify your side of the argument. The modern census ratio, okay. It says, you're 20, so they want me to tell you this, Choco. It says, your 27,000 and 34,000 numbers are real, but you stopped reading Hecker's table at 1700. So, bro, it's saying you did something I would never do. It said you got what you wanted and you stopped reading. So it's saying you cherry picked. It says you stop. This is their assessment by your conclusion, your argument. It says you stopped reading Hecker's table at 1700. Hacker estimates that from 1700 to 1758,000 enslaved births and another 339,000 imports. That's about from 34,000 through 1700 to 1,331.27 through 1790. So 1.3. So 34,000 through 1700 to 1.3 through 1790. God damn. Hacker average about 2.5% annually. That's low. Enough to double the population naturally approximately every 28 years. It's simple math we can just do. So the source you're citing does not say the growth was impossible. The entire purpose of the paper is to reconstruct how it happened. Is validating the source you gave us is saying not only is it possible, it's describing how it happened. So I want to know how it happened. You missed that. And there is an additional issue I would examine if this is part of a larger argument he's making. Whether he is using impossible population growth to imply that large numbers of Black Americans must descend from indigenous Americans rather than Africans brought through Atlantic slavery. And he is. If that's where he's headed, Hacker's paper by itself creates a serious problem for that inference because its demographic accounting already explains the rapid growth without requiring a hidden replacement population. So, bro, he just cooked your indigenous theory. I mean, like they knew where you were going before you went there. Okay, so now it's saying all of that came from could have just came just from the imported Africans from the translated slave trade. Now, I'll let you respond, but your second question right here. So now you let me know. Now after you respond, do you want me to read what it says about your second question, or are you okay? You move past that.
No. So like part of the issue is, you see, you gotta. This is where I say you gotta be careful with chat. Sometimes it'll just start quoting things that may not be in the source. I should have put that in there because some of those numbers are talking about 1.3 million births. Like you gotta tell Chad, where did you get that number from? You get what I'm saying? Like I want you to show me in the actual text on the line and blah 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 blah. And we came up with some numbers there I never even heard of, and I've been over this article several times.
Okay, so now no, but you didn't because the article said the hacker was defending the numbers that they're true. Is that true or false?
No, because when my chat says he said
No,
everything was unusual and the numbers didn't make sense.
no, not chat. I'm saying the article hackers argument
Yeah.
was he substantiating that the numbers are correct or he was saying they're false. From
No. He always said the numbers were correct, but they were always unusual. They have always used the unusual word.
yeah, but
Yeah.
can you? So that what made you go crazy? You seen unusual? I mean, chattel slavery is unusual. That's an unusual form of slavery. Like everything about what happened to us in America. That's why I don't think you're one of us. Everything that happened to us in America is all unusual. Like we are. That's why we're different from. That's why we can say, hey, you West Indians, yes, you went through slavery. Yes, the Haitians did, but you didn't go through. Went through. We had our people never left us alone, and we was always the minority population. You guys were the majority, and you were left alone. So we had the unusual experience altogether.
No, but I
That's
disagree because here's the thing: if you look at the Haitians had 900,000 imports of slaves. They're only 19 million a day.
no.
That's
Look,
that's that's not that many changes.
bro, bro. I'm past you. You're back on low. I'm past the numbers. I'm talking about this unusual word. I'm saying everything that happened to not your people, my people, is unusual to even other people who were enslaved through the transatlantic slave trade. I said that we were the only minority population being dominated by the majority white people. White people left everybody at some point. White people left all the darker populations to defend themselves. They left them completely.
I know all that.
Like,
No, obviously, no, that's basic. But you don't understand why they keep coming up with the word unusual because when they compare every other population, you have not seen the same pattern. That's why they all say it's unusual. That's why I reference Haiti, for example.
Look, it didn't reference in Haiti. Your article didn't
No,
reference
I'm
in Haiti.
referencing Haiti. I said that's why I'm referencing Haiti.
Okay, so do I look? Okay, you said ChatGPT. Now you know it's different. Hey, first of all, I'm subscribed to 3 different AIs, so I can go to my Claude. So I can say that's the thing about me. I don't put all my eggs in one. I can go Grok. I go Gemini. You know, like which one? Which one should I go? And they're different. They all got strengths and weaknesses. So I could do Claude next. You can do Claude.
No. So like again, like let's go on what it says on the next part, and then we're gonna fact check the Chat GPT. We're gonna make it fact check itself because some of those numbers look off.
I said so before. Yeah, but then I mean, look, listen. It told you this. So you're trying to. This ain't gonna work with me, man. The other podcasts it'll work. It told you that some of them. It said even hackers' numbers were just estimates, but they're saying that they're the number that they're coming up with. They says they're not exact, but it's a roundabout and it makes sense. So a little bit more, a little bit off, the numbers still work. You got to show where it says 1.3, but the actual number is 400,000 or 300,000 or 10 million. But 1.3 to 1 million or maybe 1.5, that's still around the same ballpark. So I want you to do this. Show me that if it's not 1.3, what is it? What's the number you had?
Well, the births, I didn't see no 1.3 million births like that. I didn't see that. I didn't see that personally.
Let me see. I got the website on the other computer. Damn it. Okay. So did your article speak about births at all? Because I'll just pull up the website.
Birds. It just it made it. You know what I'm talking about the growth, but the birds. I don't remember too much of the birds. I'll have to go back in there. I don't want to lie to you.
You don't remember. All right, because what I'll do right now, bro, I look, just now I plug my other laptop up. Okay. What I do now is I'll open it and I will just email my or send it to this laptop and or just type it in. So okay, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm a compare and contrast the chart ChatGPT got from the website, and I'm gonna share the NIH website chart, and you tell me what's the difference. Hold on.
Yeah, that's good. There you go. That's a good way to check it.
Because so far, what's not an argument any longer is the impossibility part, right?
I guess I should never use that word, so I'm at the bend the knee, unfortunately. But well, it just
Oh,
kind of goes to what I'm saying. It's like I don't think it's probable. I think I should use that, not probable.
I mean, that's just as bad. You can say plausible. It's still bad words because there's no research on this planet that's going to conclude that. That's something you just made up.
No, because when I look at the totality of the entire slave trade in every population, you have not seen nothing like ours. You've never seen it.
Yeah, and they talk about the rapid growth. Can you show me the rapid growth in Haiti? Haiti didn't have auction blocks and where there was like so what you gotta do is well, that's what I'm saying. Like while I'm doing this, you should have been showing me how Haiti mirrored us, like how Haiti had auction blocks and they were just producing people, like how Haiti slavery in Haiti it continued and somehow they were incentivized to keep the births growing. Like just give us that. Just show us how Haiti, rebirths were similar to ours. How they jump from one population to another one. Like just give us it. And
No,
we'll
I ain't gonna lie to you. I haven't gone that deep into research. The only thing I've gone deep is, for example, starting slave population from beginning to end. So let's say, for example, that's when I reference Haiti, 900,000. Now they have 19 million. Brazil, 6 million imports. You got 70 million. You get what I'm saying? And if you look at almost every population growth, they're not like ours. They're not 20 something thousand or to
have you
400,000 to
have you thought to put that in AI to explain that?
yeah, I have. I can
And
get you screenshots on that. Now that I got your
now
email, I can screenshot and send it over to your email.
I got it right in front of me.
Huh?
I got AI right in front of me, still open.
Yeah, but it takes you
We
a
can
little
just
bit of time to write everything down, every word. It kind of slows down,
this is actually this
the
is actually yeah. See, listen, bro. I'm a transparent researcher. I don't do screenshot. I do it where everybody can read together. I
yeah.
don't even allow people to send me screenshots. Like, no. I mean, unless it's like from a phone, something you took a picture of. But if it's research that we can just read, we can just look up. Yeah, no, because bro, I've been on YouTube longer than you. Yeah, I've seen all the tricks and just devices people do. I've seen all the games. I've been there and done that. I've been through the Polites and the Shock Atmos and the Ali Muhammad's. I've been through all this trickery stuff, the Unks and all the other guys. I've seen it all. I've seen it all. The Sarasoon Setties and Young Pharaoh. I've seen it all, man. And nobody's gonna get me in 2026. So I went to read along. That's why I asked you for the website so I can look at it myself with my own eyes. All right, and I got it. So now we're gonna do a compare and contrast. I'm gonna email it to myself real fast, and then we're gonna
No,
compare and
I'm
contrast.
not about like tricks or any other nonsense. Again, I'm about truth. You get what I'm saying? And
I understand that,
that's my basis.
right? But for me, like even myself, I think I am too. But I still show transparency. Like I still show my stuff. Like I believe I'm like one of the most honest guys on earth. But I'm gonna still show my work. I'm gonna show everybody where I got it from. And I tell everybody when I debate, you Google it. If it say I'm wrong, I lost. Like that's how simple I make things. If your Google research, a simple AI, whatever goes against what I said, I lost. Like, cause that's how thorough I am. I can say no. Do your research. If it debunks me, you win. I
Yeah.
don't do see ChatGPT. See what happened was I don't do all that. If your research debunks me and I could read along with you and we could type it in together. And if it says like it told you were wrong, if it tells me I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Yeah, I'm not one of those to be like, see what happened was I got it from God and God ain't there wrong. That was your AI. I don't do all that. I make it so simple. Get your research to say I'm wrong, and we look at it together like we did today. You win. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I sent myself the email. Hold on. Let me pause my screen so I ain't all in my emails. All right. And I'm gonna pull it up. And we're gonna compare and contrast. Come on. Compare and contrast. So I got folks that want to. When people want to hop on now, it's like, yo, let us finish. Yeah, you're gonna take the convo somewhere else. CTO. Yeah, what's up, CTO? What's going on, brother? You're a little low. Wait. So the chat is family. So the brother on the line, he questions the rapid birth rate from descendants of slaves in America from a certain number to where we at now with 40 million. So that's the debate. So we're looking over research and things like that. Well, we're both just at websites and we're looking at ChatGPT AI.
Okay. Are you a technology?
Am I what?
Are you a technology person? Someone that works in technology?
No.
Not just a question.
No.
No. Okay. CTO stands for Chief Technology Officer.
Okay.
So understand it right. When you're looking at AI, you ask a question. If you're getting your information from AI, most likely, from my standpoint, been in technology for 31 years. The information can be inaccurate.
Yeah, well, I don't appeal. Let me just, okay, brother. I don't give a damn what your background is. I don't appeal to authority. So I'm looking right now. So right. So I know, yeah, that's it. Yeah, right. But okay, hold on. Like, wait, no. Is this not to let me finish? Let me talk, Hour. What I'm saying is, bro, you can bring like Bill Gates is a philanthropist. So that means he's right about philanthropy. Like, you know what I mean? Just because somebody does something for 1,000 years doesn't mean they don't go rogue or they're not wrong or not, bro. Listen, there's a consensus. Show me the consensus between you tech guys that conclude that. And then now that's something I'll entertain. But one rogue guy, wait, okay. So for example, how do you identify? Let's start right there.
What do you mean? Foundation Black America.
Right. Now, okay. No. I want to learn about you. I want to learn about you first. Wait, don't everybody. Hey, my guy, look. Ain't no, what you mean? No. No, it's yes. Are you getting off? Bro, I want to know who you are first. So your FBA, everybody say the FBA nowadays. I don't know what that means no more. Okay. So now here's a question. The transatlantic slavery, right? You heard of that slave trade? Okay. Okay. Wait, hold on. Wait. Hey, bro, I'm trying to learn your background, my guy. You're a fucking tether. I'm not going to talk to you. That's the whole point. So I'm trying to figure out who you are. You got me? Okay. Yeah, no, yeah. Grandpa, get up out of here. Yeah. Get up out of here. Yeah, we definitely ain't doing that. Yeah, these olders be trying to call in podcasts. I'm older than you, so I'm gonna run it. Yo, we don't respect you old folk. Y'all the reason why things are messed up today, man. You dropped the ball. Now I'm out here fixing it. You dig? Now look, let's do a challenge. Let's take our cameras and go in our community and see who get embraced. And see who people say, yeah, this person right here been an activist since he was 24. Somebody got 24 going to 25 years activist in my city. I'm well known in my city for activism. Yeah, I'm not y'all internet people. Come on here because something trending, then go live. I've been on YouTube 18 years, and I've been an activist in my community. Spoke activist forums 24 years. Joined Islam, knocked on doors. Been well respected through the gangs. Everybody, my politicians in my city. Okay, I got a Facebook name. Right, I'm a real person. I got Facebook. I can type in my Facebook wall, and you'll see everybody giving me nothing but love for my city. You guys can't do that. You guys are mystery people who just joined on YouTube yesterday. That nobody could validate, verify. Y'all just new people. I invite people from YouTube on my channel. All the Chad Smith was here. DJ Focus, my boy Tyrone was here. People from my city. All day long. I'm a real person who's been doing work. You guys are fake recent yesterday activists. Okay? So yeah, you ain't gonna pull that old stuff with me, my guy. I'm really respected in my city for what I do. You dropped the ball. I'm out here trying to pick it back up. All right. So let me go here. So let's go to the tables. Yeah, so I don't want to go there about like what we do in our life and how we've seen in our communities. But you try to pull the old, I'm older, so you gotta listen. It is hacker. I kept saying hacker, forgive me. You kept pulling the I'm old, you gotta listen. No, man. I don't listen to old people. Okay, so you said you was so these numbers, we got 1.9 right here. All right, let me see the 1.3. This could be 1.3. This could be 1.3. All right. Yeah, so when you come back in, like let me know when you come back in, we got 1.75 right here. Let me get your argument with the 1.3. Because this might be semantical. Okay,
Okay,
so
I'm trying to get back in. Yeah, so like again, like so for example, I'm gonna send you my screenshot on my email, and then you can fact check it if you choose
no,
to.
I'm just asking you what is we're looking at real time. What is your argument with 1.3? Okay, let me say this. If it's not 1.3, but it's 927,000, would that make a difference?
400,000. I
Yeah.
mean, it's big, but it's not crazy big, I would say.
So would that make a difference? If it's not 1.3, but it says 1.5, would that make a difference?
No, 1.3, 1.5, obviously wouldn't. No.
Right. Well, both of them. Okay, so when we read the actual look, I mean, we could read the article. We could just go there and you can let me know what you have with the article. All right. So, but first, let me look at 1.3 and see the point there. And I'm going to see if I'm going to pick it up from there. Let's go to 1.3 and let's pick it up from there and see if the argument goes differently. Where's the 1.3?
I do remember when I was looking at the chart, I mean, you just saw massive numbers after 1750s. And I'm like, I don't know how you come up with these numbers. Like, I mean, the numbers just went
Yeah, but
exponential. And then that's how I started my rabbit hole.
it's called exponential growth. It says right here. This is exponential growth. Matter of fact, let's read it over here. Like it says it in the article. God damn.
Peace, Ron.
Yeah, one second, brother. Cause you hopping into a dial. I mean, you joining us, so let us, just wait right there. I got you. But I don't want to just end this right there, and unless he's done, and then we will just wrap it up. But okay. So now in the chat GPT, you see it says 1.5, 1820, 1.2, 1.2, 1810, 1820, 1.5. This is damn near close. It said 1.3 and 1830.
No. We're not looking at that. You're looking at that it said 1.3 million babies were born. I want to know where he came up with that number at.
Wait, show
Where
me.
in your chat, it says
Wait,
something about 1.3 million babies were born.
I'm showing my screen. Just show me.
I think you just passed it. Did you just pass it? The 1.3?
I didn't see it.
I think you're scrolling
10
too
million.
fast.
Yeah, I didn't come across that yet.
Yeah, it says something like 1.3 million babies
I
are
didn't get.
born. I think we said within 100 years or something like that.
I didn't get it. I was looking for it. I didn't pass it. I'm looking at my screen. I think it's further up actually. Yeah, I think I didn't even get past it. Let me go up. Yes, just give me a second, family. I got you. I got you. Yeah, it burst. It got 1.3 right here, but whatever. Let's look for it. Here we go. 1.3. Okay. So it says through 1790, 1.3. Now we just seen the chart over here. So, and hackers cumulative population. So we're gonna look for this right here. And hackers, okay, all right, let's look for this. So it says 34,000, 1,700, right? And it says 1.3, 1,790. Let's see if there's a big difference here. So we got 30. It's what, 1.5? All right, so 1,700s,
So go to
34
1700. Look at the actual slave population at 1700. Go to the chart.
here. So 1,700s, we got 27,000. So it's 7,000 off, right? So now we here it shows 1,790, 1.3. We go here, 1,790. Okay, well, it said through. It said through 1,790. So we got 1.2 through 1,790. 1.2.
No, you're looking at 1820.
You know, it said through me past.
Yeah, so 1700 to 1790. Yeah, so you stop at 1790 chart.
It said through 1,700. It didn't say stop at 1,790. It said through. All right, but look, let's just read it. All right, so anyway, so before I read it, what's your point? So you don't backtrack.
I wanted to see that. I could have sworn it said something about a baby births were 1.3 million over that time frame.
It's right here. Right here. So let me hear what you're arguing, because I don't want to find it in the way.
Right there, 957 enslaved children born, and then within that 90. Okay. So he said 90. He said within 90 years, almost 1 million babies were born. Show me that in that article.
So it says during those same 90 years, Hacker estimates approximately new births, 957 enslaved children born, and approximately, okay, so here we go. All right, so let's work that out. Let's look up new births. Why did okay, I already got this. Put this laptop up. New births. Okay. So it says this research notes describes the growth of the slave population in the United States and develops several new measures of its size and growth, including an estimate of the total number of slaves who ever lived in the United States. Estimates of the number of births and slave imports are provided in 10-year increments between 1619 and 1860, and in 1-year increments between 1861 and 1865. The results highlight the importance of natural increase to the rapid growth of the slave population and indicate the approximately 10 million slaves lived in the United States, where they contributed 410 billion hours of labor. A concluding discussion highlights a few descriptive statistics historians might find useful, including the cumulative number of slaves who lived in the United States by decade and the proportion. Yeah, so we did that. Okay.
I mean, did that. So but you got to get to that number. Where do you come up with that number?
But it had more. So this website had more than 1.3. It's at 1.5.
Where did you get that at? Births. No, you got to go from births from 1,700 to 1,790. That's what it quoted. That's what you're standing on. So you need to stand on that and prove that in the chart.
Here, right? Over here. So now it said the start of it. Look, the start. Here's it. Number one is the beginning, and number two is the end. So this is the beginning and end. So now our article said 34,000. This says 27,000 beginning of 1,700. It said 10-year increments. And the ending was 41,844. Got it? Okay. Go down.
No. But right now we're arguing the births, right? That's what you said.
No. Go on. You're trying to change it. And this is why I wanted his argument before we got here. Hey, family, the number 1.3 to 1.2, that ain't much. What's the difference? We talking about 1.3 million. This shows you, he said 1,790. This is 1,800. 10 years after that, 1.2. 900,000, 1.2. And look, 1700s, look, 41,000. He said 34,000, by the way, fam. This is numbers he chose. I put his numbers in ChatGPT. I put 27,000. I put 34,000. That's numbers he said. Where's your numbers here? He's asking about ChatGPT numbers. Where are your numbers in here? You said 27,000, 34,000. Where's that at? Here's 27,000. Where's 34,000? We see 27,000. We see 41,000 and 1,700 to 1,710. Family, I don't see much difference. We see 1.2, 1,810. He's mad at 1.3 and 1,790. Or no, actually, it said through 1,790. It never said 1,790. He lied. I believe the language through. I believe 1,810 is through the 1790s. That's what I believe. I believe 1790 to 1810. 1810 is through 1790. So we got 1.2. He's arguing about 1.3. All right. So anyway, my guy Choco it's been a good one. I see that you're not going to lead us alone. You got cooked 1,000 ways. Then he tried to concede, like, yeah, maybe I didn't read the article right. He said it's not possible. He was wrong. Now he says it's not plausible and not what's the other word he used? And you're still wrong there too. Nobody concludes that but you. But he admitted he's an Indian. So y'all all getting his work. So get up out of here. Okay, so now Ron MC, what's up?
Yo, can you hear me, Ron?
Are you clear?
You can hear me clear?
Yeah. Wait. Hey, CTO, listen, man, you're begging to come back up. If you think you're gonna establish rules on my TikTok, I'm gonna kick you off again. I'm not letting no old FOOLS come on my platform and try to dictate things. You're gonna listen to where I do things, you're getting off. Here's the song one more time. Where's my song? Where's my song? Hold on. Where's the song? Oh, I gotta get to this is Dane. I gotta get to Dane. Hold on a second, brother. Let me get to my song. Damn it. Hold on. So CTO, whatever your name stands for, I don't care what it stands for. I don't appeal to authority. But listen though, respectfully, I don't care what your name is. I don't appeal to authority. But this song is for anybody who wants to try to control the way my platform runs. All right. It's going to go my way, or you can do this. It's going to go my way, or you can do this right here, buddy.
Walk on, keep on. You can just go. Walk on, keep on. You can just go. Walk on, keep on. You can just go. Walk on, keep on. You can just walk on, keep on. You can just go. Walk on, keep on. Walk on, keep on. You can just walk on, walk on, keep on. You can just go. Walk on, keep on. Walk on, keep on. You can just walk on, keep on. You can just go. Walk on, keep on. Walk on, keep on. You can just walk on, walk on, keep on. You thought the scam you had would never end, but now it's too late to cosplay again and again. And although what you had was sad, but now you mad, acting up, acting bad. But you can keep on walking, I ain't talking to you anymore. You can just go. You ain't gotta go home, but you can't stay here. Either go home or find a home over there. You really lost your mind this time. We really did more than all of y'all combined. I ain't tryna roast, but you gotta go. You gotta go. Keep on walking, keep on walking. You can just go walk, keep on.
Hey, yeah, that song is fire, yo. Wait till my son down south with his grandmother. Wait till he come back and hear this song. He gonna be dancing all over the damn house. Hey, yo, hey, Don Dada, hop on, bro. Hey, yo, y'all don't have to debate from the chat. Y'all know y'all can invite yourselves up or click the YouTube link. Hey, Ron MC, my fault. I had to let people know how things work on my platforms. Is my way or the you can just walk on?
Nah, I get it, man. That song is fire, and I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it.
Check this out, though, man. You explaining to people how we use black as an ethnicity and not
Right.
as a race.
Right.
I keep having this image in my mind that will drive just drive that point home perfectly. You remember that song by Diggable Planets, Cool Like That?
Yeah.
And at the end of that song, that girl said, "I'm black like that."
Oh, yeah,
She's
you're right.
like, she's like the lightest one in the group. The whole group is like, but she says, "I'm black like that." That showing that that's her ethnicity.
Right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You know, that's a great point. Yeah, I'm gonna use that image, that still image. I'm gonna go to that video and I'm gonna screenshot that. And I'm gonna ask these folks, when she said she black like that, what did she mean?
Yes, exactly. I've been wanting to tell you that. I've been wanting to call in for the longest time and just drop that little bit of knowledge on you. But I got a chance to say that. And I want to say one more other thing. When they saying that word Negro and black is synonymous in the United States, I'm from South Carolina, especially. South Carolina, Negro was a legal term for who could be a slave. It wasn't a color. They didn't just say it because you was a dark color. It was a legal term for who could be slaves. So we don't just use Negro and black interchangeably as these other people think that they can just say black means Negro means black because that's what the Spanish translation is. It was a legal term. It was a legal term as to who can be slaves.
And brother, I look, I purposely went on mute while you said that because you said exactly what I said. So I didn't want to cut you off. I wanted you to go in and you said exactly what I said. I'm gonna go a little further. You're right. Black was not your color was not don't mean you were a slave. I'm gonna explain. Negro literally was like to stamp you as a slave. Like that was like your imprint. If you got called Negro, you had to be enslaved. Right now, watch this. Arabs are dark as us, never enslaved. How about the Moors? Dark as us, never enslaved. Now watch this. The Moors were actually here in America, and they made it illegal to enslave a Moor. You know why? Because they were not considered Negroes. Only Negroes can be enslaved. Moors were never called Negroes in this country. Check this out. Two Moors got enslaved. Two dark Moors, very dark. They were mistakenly identified as one of us, and they were sold to a plantation. You know what happened? They went to court, won their case, and the planter had to free them or face DATH. He had to free them immediately. He freed them, and they went right back to Morocco. So if black is synonymous with Negro, and black represents skin, then why was those Moors able to escape slavery without being bought, free from a free state? You know, Meritage main mission. Why did they get free? Because they were not allowed to be slaves if it's interchangeable. So we got so much evidence to cook that.
Bro, you 100% cooking. You 100% got facts. I can stand on that all day long. No question about it. You hit the nail right on the head with that. Boy, your talking points and your knowledge is second to none. But I'm gonna give you one more thing, and I'm gonna drop down. I'm gonna give you one more thing to look up. This is a person right here. This is a person called Count Herman Alexander Kieserling. Now you can look this guy up. Count Herman Alexander Kieserling. He was a German sociologist. In the 1920s, 1929 to be exact, he wrote a column for the Atlantic Journal in the United States. That column was called "What Does the Negro Mean to America?" And in that column, he specifically said there is no Negro like the American Negro, not in Africa, not in the Caribbean, not in South America. But he wrote a whole column that was printed in his paper, and it told about the state of the Negro, what he means to America, how the Negro is specifically, the Black American is specifically American. But I need you to, because you can probably do this conversation in the article a lot more justice and better than I can. But like I said, his name was Count Herman, Hermann, Alexander Kieserling, Keyserling.
I got him. Yeah, I see him.
That article that he wrote.
Okay, yeah. You already know I'm gonna cook on this.
I figured you can use. I figured you can get some benefit out of that.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no doubt. I'll drop down, but I just wanted to chop that up with you, man. I appreciate you having me up. A long time listening, first time.
Count Herman Alexander von Kieserling.
Yes, that's him.
Okay. Oh yeah, yeah. Good luck. And this is case in point. All you did was represent what you normally happens. I tell people 50% of my research is me. The other 50% people like you calling in, and even Chaco, the guy who just left. Well, I removed him. I didn't remove him because he was disrespectful. I removed him because I thought I exhausted the conversation, and I want to get to the topic,
Right.
which is Dane Calloway. I feel like we're gonna talk forever. Now he could always come back on. So Chaco, I did not remove you because you were bad or mean. I removed you because I wanted to go forward with the topic, which is Dan Calloway saying Harriet Tubman didn't exist. I want to debunk that officially. I don't know if there ever was debunked.
Yeah.
But people like this brother right here, Ron MC, that calls in, like 50% of what I learned from you guys, him, the dude Chaco, with the NIH research. I didn't read that, but now I got it. You feel me? And now when another bird Indian guy come on here and debate some stuff, I'm gonna already know where he's going. You did, and see that's the
Right.
danger in debating me. You just gave me something I did not have. So now I'm better prepared for the next person who comes with these numbers don't make sense. Cook City. No more research, 30 minutes, 40 minutes research. It's already, I know what you're going. Wham, bam, make you man. That the article does not say that. It actually represents what we say. You're done.
Right, bro. I'm like I said, I love listening to you because I learned a lot from listening to your program. Also, like my man was saying earlier about the anachronistic thing. I never knew that until I was listening to your program. And a lot of other podcasts don't obviously don't know it and they don't put it out there. But that's the kind of stuff that we need to spread around. And like I said, you bring a lot of knowledge to the table. We appreciate you for that, bro.
Yeah, and last thing before you go, I was just trolling Chaco when I said remedial. I was really just getting under the skin. Like the dude sound very educated. Like he sounds like he's in school for something. So I was just playing. I was like being trollish when I was saying remedial. Like you don't sound remedial. You sound like you know what you're talking about.
I appreciate that, Rob. But a lot of these dudes have just enough knowledge, knowledge to be dangerous.
Yeah, right. And see, and that's what he was. I'm so glad you said that. And look, I didn't charge him with that, even though I could. I was being really nice to how I was saying it, but that's how he was. Because even he said, "Yeah, maybe I misread this article," and I'm like, "Yeah, but that means you didn't read it all." And I'm being very nice. I could have went hard on him. Like, you don't know what you're doing. But I was like, but then for him to come back and then argue again, you just conceded to you didn't read the article correctly. Then he comes back and try to cherry pick a number. Bro, literally, I showed it on my screen. ChatGPT said 1.3. The article on the website said 1.2. And you're really saying it didn't say 1.3. Say that again?
I said, there's no difference. 1.2 and 1.3, that's really no difference.
Hey, bro, but these are when they wrong, bro, and when they concede, they gotta somehow get a backdoor win. Well, actually, 1.3, 1.2 can make a big difference, and it can't.
Yeah, come on. You're right. You can't. Come on. Just concede the point. You was wrong. Just concede the point and move on.
But he can't because he got a religion, and his religion is his religion is that feather stuff. So they gotta like water down numbers again. Like Tariq Nasheed admitting he has African genetics doesn't mean he's a Pan-African. So these weirdos like Dane Calloway and that other Indian, that feather guy, they think anybody who said they got African genetics, not saying they're African, if you make the admission that you got African genetics, you are a Pan-African to these feather hat people.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. All they need is one little bit of acknowledgement, and they're gonna take that and run with it.
Hey, but I'm here for it all. So if that's your conclusion, I can't. I mean, if that's your definition what a Pan-African is, then I guess that's your definition. I can't argue your definition, but I can argue the definition because Tariq Nasheed and myself, like the way we define Pan-Africanism, we really just define it as going back to Africa. Like all the other stuff, that's new stuff that was added to it. The original doctrination of Pan-Africanism was about going back to Africa. All of the early, even all the way to W. Du Bois, all the early Pan-Africans went to Africa or was talking about going to Africa. Now the more modern Africans who realize how bad it is over there, now all of a sudden you ain't got to go.
Now that they realize how bad it is.
Yeah. Now, son, you ain't got to go there to be Pan-African. Not even change the definition. It's like,
Hey
nah,
Rob,
I know what you did
hey
last
Rob,
summer. It ain't gonna work.
can I go? Hey Rob, can I jump in with you real quick?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. How you pronounce your name?
This V4, man.
Oh, this V4. Oh shit. Let me change your name.
Yo, check it out, right? When he was when that guy Chaka was talking about when he was trying to make comparison of U.S. slavery with what went on with Haiti with their numbers.
Yeah, yeah.
This would make when you kept saying you don't think he's one of us. This would make me say I don't think he's one of us either. When it's always someone else and trying to make comparison to what happened in the U.S. with what happened with them or somewhere else, and that usually means they don't know our history. Now, what I did was while y'all were debating, I went in Chat GPT and I put a question in and said, is there any historical fact to the existence of breeding farms, slavery breeding farms during the period of slavery in the US? It says no. However, it says the historical reality of forced reproduction was a fact. It said following the 1808 federal ban on transatlantic slave trade, enslavers could no longer legally import enslaved people from abroad. As a result, the growth of the enslaved population relied entirely on natural reproduction. Now, this is what they call a natural reproduction. Enslavers heavily incentivized, coerced, and directly forced enslaved women to bear children. Systemic human capital production. Regions in the upper South, such as Virginia and Maryland, experienced declining farm yields, while demand for labor exploded in the Deep South due to the cotton boom. Plantations in the upper South shifted their economic models, turning the reproduction of enslaved people into a major source of revenue. Enslavers explicitly valued women based on their fertility, referring to them as breeders, and regularly sold their children into domestic slave trade for immense profits. So basically, the entire system became a breeding farm, not just the farm itself.
Wow. Right. The
The
culture.
entire system. So our births were surpassing everybody's. You can't compare that to what happened in Haiti. They didn't have no such thing.
Wait, hold on. Repeat that. You said our birth did what?
The way our birth rates.
Right. Say that
Our
again,
birth rates became a business.
right. Damn. Oh yeah. So of course they're incentivized to have more babies.
Yes. And if you didn't want to do it, they forced you.
Our birth became the economy. That's crazy.
Yes. It goes on to say sexual violence and coercion. Because enslaved people were legally classified as property, they had no rights to bodily autonomy or marital choices. Enslavers routinely engaged in forcing pairings, assigned selected men as stockmen across plantations, and used physical violence as systemic rape to increase offspring. In short, while distinct breeding farms did not exist as isolated institutions, the entire plantation economy of American South operated as a system that commercialized human reproduction and forced childbirth for economic expansion. The entire country.
That's crazy. Yeah.
I wanted to say that so bad while he was there. This is why you know they're not us. They don't know.
So you were there the whole time?
Yes, I was trying to get him to tell you this. He told me
Nah,
hold on.
I seen your name. I'm like, who the hell is that?
Yeah,
But
yeah. I got another shit. Yeah,
yeah,
bro.
had this V4, or you'd have said, "Hey, this V4." Let me say something. How did it go?
Yeah, they don't. Our
Or Chaka, you
our
want to call? But he can't. I forgot. I got a phone number for him. Once I let somebody go, it's over.
our history when it comes to this stuff, the devil's in the details, and that devil is a mother effer. You know what I'm saying? They think they know. They think they know. Remember, if you're not even go, if you also go and look at the same period, you're gonna see arguments with the YT people, and they're afraid of our population growth because of what they were doing. So this is why they were passing some of these laws.
Oh, that
Some of
makes
these
sense.
things.
We become
Yes.
in a fast, exponential, the language, rapid growth. They look like, all right, relax.
And,
Slavery.
and that same, yeah.
Yeah.
And the same
Hey,
rapid
Ron.
growth is paired with the cotton boom.
Wow. That's dope. Go ahead, Ron MC.
Hey, that kind of ties into that article what I told you about that Herman Keisling wrote in 29. What
Yeah.
my man was just not saying, what V4 was saying, that population growth and increase kind of ties into that article. Once you read that article, you kind of make the connection between the two. And white people saw this article. White people saw this article, and all the things that happened to us after that 1929, the GI Bill being denied to us, all the different government programs that was denied to us. I guarantee you, it had to do with that. It had to do with that reading that article in 1929 because this white man pointed that out to America.
Okay, so like they got ahead of it. They realized that the country's going to bail out struggling people
Yes,
and
that's what he was telling you.
spread scientific racism. Yeah,
That's what he was telling them. He told them that in the article. He said, my white audience might not appreciate this or might not like this. And he went on to tell them how America would probably become a black country if they keep on this particular path.
Mm.
Yo, they don't know. This is why I'm like, this is not our people because they don't know. They have no idea. They don't know, man. This is what happened here. There's nothing like it that ever happened in the world elsewhere.
Nothing. I would like to say you can go to any. Ron, you did it the other day. You did a little bit of it the other day, and I would like for somebody to take this forward. We are the greatest group of people on the face of the earth. No other group of people came from our starting point and all where we are today with under the same conditions. No, that never happened in the whole course of human history. That people achieved what we achieved in a short amount of time from the starting point that we came from. It never happened before. There's not another race of people on the planet who have ever done it. And we, as Black Americans, are the greatest race of people that ever lived on this country. I dare anybody to deny me.
Yeah, they can't because nobody has accomplished so much in little time. Like it's not even comparison.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Just look at this alone. In 1908, what was it? I think it was in 1865. When was the start of the Civil War? 863? 62? Around there were approximately 200,000 ex-slaves who freed themselves. There's testimony to this. They left the plantations and went to the Union generals, right? The Union generals wrote President Lincoln saying, what are we going to do with these people? Lincoln said, send them back to their owners. The slaves refused to go. So the generals had nothing to do with them. So they went against Lincoln's orders and recruited them into the Lincoln Army. You're talking about 200,000 people. There was a lot of us, and just 200,000 people just joining the army, not mentioning the women because they had the women as spies. This goes to your Harriet Tubman thing. Harriet Tubman was a spy for Lincoln, but she wasn't the only one. We were Mobb Deep, bro.
Yeah, that's crazy.
We were Mobb Deep, bro. What are they talking about, man? And if you go all the way back into the late 1800s, going into the early 1900s, this is when the argument about Planned Parenthood started to control our population.
Yeah, it's all like it's aligning to something big.
Yes, because they know if they get out of our way, if they get out of our way economically and especially through birth, there's nothing they can do to stop the tide. It's going to turn.
So I will say this. I will say, yeah, it's very likely that a lot of white people were looking at the rapid growth, but I would say there was also some saying, don't worry about that, because of
yeah, that's true.
They don't have. I say that only because when we talk about numbers, I always say, hey, we can't talk about numbers and then say the small has run the world. They don't have numbers. So I'm like, it has to make sense all the way. It can't be. It's all about numbers. Except for these people.
This is where it makes sense, Ron. This is where it makes sense for you. If I'm not mistaken, I could be mistaken, but there was somewhere around 1,200 towns started 10 to 20 years after the end of slavery by FBA. How do you that? You know why? Because this is what many people forget. We weren't only cotton pickers.
Right.
A lot of slave owners had individuals that carpenters, smithsmen, all kind of
Right.
stuff, all kind of skill sets they had. So when these people became free, they knew how to do stuff. We
Yeah,
had
yeah.
almost
For example, let me help you out, or like not help you out, but let me add to that. Paul Cuff, before the ACS was even a thought, he had about 12 boat ships that he built himself. Like, and he was very wealthy, and he used to travel to Africa and back like it was nothing. So this is before ACS.
So now nobody asked the question: how did he develop those skills? Where they came from?
He took about 39 others with him to Africa. So he didn't go by himself. Like, he took 39 other people with him. Like he came back, but yeah, bro, he made that his part of the occupation was making ships, making boats.
Yeah. So
yeah.
I guess so. You know, just to add this to the pot a little bit, I get upset when I hear people talking about we didn't build America. I'm like, it's impossible because we were the ones who knew how to. We did the physical work. We did all of it. So when they were freed, it was easy for them to build towns with the quickness. 1,200 towns in 10 to 15 years is crazy.
Yeah, they like to try to just pigeonhole it to being this farm workers and crop pickers, but it was much more than that. We were like all the craftsmen, all the tradesmen in America was from the railroad engineers to the people who laid the tracks for the railroad to the carpenters to the brick masons. We did all of those trades.
Yes. Everything.
All of those trades. Yes, it was all us.
So, and we were in abundance in great numbers because this was brought on not only because when it came to especially the cotton boom was important because this financed the great industrialization of America, right? There were other things that came with that, right? Transportation and shipping of these goods. Transportation and shipping when it came to especially the cotton boom was important because
they go hand in hand.
Yeah,
you got to get your trades. You got to get your goods from one market to the other. They go hand in hand.
So you had to develop systems and build and use tools and items to create the transportation systems and things of that nature. And we were the ones doing it. So not only we had these skill sets, they were continuously feeding that system with bodies by forced SCX with each other so that we could produce we could produce more slaves. Thereby, our population growth was humongous, more than everyone's. So when you look at Haiti and Jamaica and all these places, they had slavery, but you never hear about them speaking about a history of some type of farm breeding. When slavery was ended, it was ended, and that was that.
Right.
It was that. There's nothing that took. So when they look at these numbers about our population growth, they got to understand the culture within which that business operated. They said we got to breed them.
Yeah, because just because the international slave trade stopped, our economy still was based on slave labor. So we still needed the bodies. We just couldn't get it from overseas anymore.
Now, Ron, I want to show you something.
Internally.
Right. Remember, you was reading that graph, Ron, and it said from 1790 through 18 what?
18, I think 10, something like that.
1810, right?
You talking about the whole thing or just the graph?
That one particular thing you would say from 1790 through 18 something.
Yeah, about 1810, 1820, yeah.
Okay, because remember they said the big boom with the population. They said that that forced breeding was especially when they ended the import of slaves in 1808.
Right.
That fits in that. It fits right into the graph there.
Right. I mean, that's like common sense when you research history and look at it, without a narrative. But when you think you're an Indian, you're definitely not going to look at it like that. You're not going to connect the dots properly. And what Ron MC said was important. Like the people he got to watch out for the most are those educated non-FBAs, because they know this stuff and they know what they can leave out to trip people up. Because I'm
Yes.
Right.
the average person ain't gonna do what you, myself, or Ron MC does. The average FBA ain't gonna go this far. The average FBA gonna be like, that sounds good. You're right. I'm Indian too. Like, that's what's gonna happen. But like, nobody's gonna say, hey man, look, share your screen. Now all of a sudden he don't know how to share a screen. So I was like, all right, like, but Revenue did the same thing. Revenue can't share a screen all of a sudden. Like, all right, no problem. I'll share mine. Right. And this is why they'd rather talk to me on TikTok. So, all right, I'll share mine. Now, what you say again? You're gonna see what I type. I'm gonna type it in verbatim what you say. You dig? And look, and when I get done, I want you to respond to with the results.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And so I the people who got something to say, cause I'm telling you right now, the whole black thing I do and what I do, I dare somebody to be like, all right, I'm gonna share my screen and debate you, which I dare somebody to do that with me. I guarantee, because Revenue tried. Their research is gonna line up exactly what I say about black.
And
everything else I say.
Funny? I'm gonna tell you what's funny, Ron. I theorize that they come at us like that because they truly believed that we don't know who we are, right? Remember, they used to run around saying this a lot. They don't know who they are, and they believe that. Now, here's the thing: if you look at, you could pick a country, any country in the world, right? The average person you talk to don't know who they are in reality as it relates to their heritage. They know. Most people are busy with the day-to-day lives, and they know who they can. Oh, I know who my great grandfather is. I know my grandfather. That's about it, right?
Yeah.
Boom. So that's the average person on planet Earth. But here's what strikes me: why are you so invested as someone who is not a foundational Black American, or whatever term you want to use, right? A native Black American. Why are you so invested in knowing who I am and who I'm not, as opposed to knowing who you are? Because these people don't even know who they are, meaning they have a false sense of what their history is.
Yeah, facts.
They actually think Haiti played a part in in our emancipation. How? We inspired you. Show me where the inspiration. Who show me the exact person who was the inspiration and who the inspiration fell on.
Yeah, they can't do it.
Yeah,
they can't do it because that person don't exist.
Show me the person that came over here and said, "Hey, y'all got to do this," and we said, "Yes, sir."
Yeah,
show me.
That person don't exist.
They don't exist because we've been resisting the whole time.
Right.
We've been resisting the whole time.
Yeah, that narrative is goofy, because if it's about the first to revolt, then Haiti was inspired by 1526.
There you go.
Thank you, Ron. You know, we all know about 1526. I mean, us on the panel right here know about 1526. So you're right.
Yeah, so
using logic, you can be influenced by 1526.
Right, like that was the first sign you can revolt against these people and win. Like, we actually caught a whole W. They ran and fled and left people here. We gotta go. Leave. Get the ship. Go. And look, and the rest of y'all, we don't trust y'all. Get off. Go. Leave us alone. They did the whole Karen thing. Leave us alone. Go. Go,
man. Look at this. These guys are insane. They don't even know their own histories. They don't even know that their own people attempted to enslave themselves after 1804.
Yeah, see, they never mentioned that.
You can look it up. Their own people flipped on their own people, and after they ran out the YT, they tried to enslave their own people.
Yeah, they never mentioned that.
So I got Chief Tech Officer. All right, hey man, what's up? I'm mute.
Hey, how's it going?
Okay, you gotta speak up a little bit. Nobody can really hear you.
Hey, how's it going?
Nah, you sound whatever. Let me see if it's me. Nah, it's you. Okay, can y'all hear him?
I can hear him. He sound like he in a can.
Yeah, bro, you sound.
Wait a minute, let me try something.
Yeah,
Can you hear me now?
You're the same.
Hello?
Like, are you on speakerphone? You got a headset on?
Oh,
it's like you like in a prison, like you said.
Yeah, make it through two cans with a string tied between them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like people like especially TikTok, like yo, you gotta really get a precise mic. Cause even me, I have a hard time getting my mic together on TikTok. Like TikTok ain't like YouTube, yo. Like Zoom, it ain't the same.
Right.
Yeah, man. It just amazes me. I'm like, wow, like I'm like, this delineation and disaggregation movement is really it really stirred up a hornet's nest, and people are like people are upset, and it's and a lot of stuff has come out because of it.
Are you talking so CTO, the way it works is all right, one second. I'm going great. I hope the same for you. Okay, when you hop on an FBA space, right? This is damn near all of them. They're going to ask you your background, where you from. Because the first thing we want to know is, are we talking to one of our own that we consider our own, or are we talking to somebody who's not our own? That's the first thing we care to know. That's important to us. The same thing in our neighborhoods. If there's a kid running around, he hungry, yeah, we'll feed you, but who your mom? Because we want to know why you ain't eating. And if you start to
Right.
run down your line and nobody heard your family line, you won't probably get fed. You probably get sent along. Hey, get up out of here, man. Go starve somewhere else. Once we can't identify you from our neighborhood, we start to think who sent you. Because you're like, all right, yeah, you got to go. So for me, you said you're a foundation Black American, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so I was asking you a simple question because a lot of people say they are, but then they end up not, they end up confessing. So I had a question for you to make sure you are one of us. And I was asking about the transatlantic slave trade and the fact that you got emotional over that. Now, for a real Black American, that's light. We're like, okay, what about it? Because we're not ashamed of it. Okay.
Right.
Africans will be ashamed of it because they would. Okay, let me ask you. So who sold us to the white man during the transatlantic slave trade?
Africans, of course.
Okay, cool. Secondly, Marcus Garvey, a great man or the biggest scammer to come amongst us? Okay, and the final last question, you go in. Can you, yeah, it's important. I mean, you hopped on my space. Yeah, I mean, like people, they hop in it, like people come, hey, can I sit on your couch? Yeah, I just want to know something. Can I just hop on your couch? Like, are you serious? Okay, so last thing. Do you have any ancestors who were enslaved in this country, forced to do slave labor? Okay.
Absolutely. My ancestors, I'm from Alabama.
Okay. Now, look, I trust you. You ain't got to go deep. Okay, so now how can I help you today?
Well, I was calling. You're doing a great show. I don't have anything against your show and everything else. The only thing I was saying is that, which I know about you that you don't just rely on AI platforms, and that's one thing I wanted to bring up about these AI platforms, especially Chat GPT. And as time goes along, you see all these different AI platforms that are being brought online. Right now, probably over probably 30. There are some major ones out there. And what it is that if you take that same information that y'all.
Uh-oh. What happened? Y'all there?
Yeah, I'm
GPT
still here.
Yeah. So I got chat GPT number 1. I got Claude number 2. I got Venice. I got Grok. I got Gemini. So brother, I link up with 5. I'm a guy who run my mouth on the internet saying nobody could beat me in debating. With that type of large claim, you think I'm gonna stick to one AI? I want to wait. I know I'm just saying this is for you in the chat. So what I do is I cross-reference the AIs, and then I don't rely there. I still do my simple Wikipedia. Like, look, bro, listen, my life every day, I know I read more than the average person. And that's why I could talk about so much stuff. You can talk about economics, politics, just say it. And we can talk about sports. I'm like well versed on a lot of things that I don't really talk about on my podcast. So it could come off as, oh, he don't know this until you bring it up. You get cooked on that too. So for me, I don't rely on one AI. I cross-reference the AI. I even had them debate against each other. And then I debate, and then watch this. When I call out immigration, Chat GPT always try to protect them. So I got to debate Chat GPT on the immigrants to force them to give me the facts. What's going on with these resources and the favoritism, and how is it possible they could gentrify the poor people? Gentrification by definition means poor replace you. So how is poor? It means rich replace you or wealthy replace you. So how is it possible we can be gentrified by poor people? So I had ChatGPT, I forced him to bow down. So yeah, there's a lot of favoritism, resources, benign and neglect stuff going on behind the scenes. Favoritism. These guys are given the free training centers. Matter of fact, the training centers already is in your neighborhood. You are purposely just blocked out. Like they don't let you know it's there. But when immigrants come to your city, now there's an outreach program for that. And it's in their language. So it's in your face in public, but it's in their language. So they can literally say, no, we have outreach stuff. Look, right there. But it's in Creole, you dig? It's in some booty scratching language or some Spanish language where we can't understand it. So they have, and their outreach programs go directly towards them. Nobody ever comes to us and say, hey, we got training on how to be an electrician. That's always like one person knows it, and then that person end up trying to covet it. Like, you know what? I can give it to everybody. Just my. So it gets kind of crazy, but they have outreach programs that go out their way to find them.
Okay, makes sense. That's the only thing I was saying right there, because with Chat GPT, it has become it more and more. You know, people use that one right there. It seems like the one that always is going to give you like a 90% accurate. 10% is not going to want to give you the right information. I don't know why, but it's getting worse and worse.
See, but here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. All somebody got to do is show see, people keep saying that, but they never give an example. I need somebody. My man didn't do it. My man said 1.3 to 1.2. That was his example was 1.3 million, 1.2 million. That was his example. That's damn near perfect. You dig? So I need a better example. I need somebody to tell me that Donald Trump freed the slaves. You dig? And then I'm like, yeah, this is questionable. Like I need something like that. When it's 5 million, 4.7 million, it's like, I don't know about that.
You got to know how to use it. You can also ask ChatGPT to give you the opposing arguments of what you're looking at if you're questioning what that is. You could ask for it. You could ask you to give you the opposing arguments, and then you take that. You go down the rabbit hole and resource it yourself.
And that's what another one is good for. But I don't want to look, bro. You can finish, but for us, no more secrets how to work it because Tether's out there like, okay, what else? What else?
You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right about that. Yeah, you're right. I was even thinking about. Yeah, you're right. I slipped up on that one.
Good, CTO. Good. No, I did too. But sometimes you just gotta. You can't.
Yeah, I get you. I get you. Yeah, that's because I said, yeah, you're right about that.
Yes.
You were speaking to him, you said, "Oh yeah, well, Chat GPT said this right here," and so that's why I said, "Wait a minute."
No. Okay,
yeah.
So go ahead. No, I was going to say that's because he introduced it first. I was going to talk to just me and him. He said, because I asked him about, slave, because he acted like he acted like the slaves that were brought here, their descendants make up a minuscule representation of the 50 million. He was almost saying like it's an insignificant number, not worthy counting, because basically the average FBA is actually a foundational Indian American. That's his argument. And I was questioning him on that. And then he introduced Chat GPT. So I was like, what about Chat GPT? I said, it don't agree with that. He said, yeah, it does. I said, okay, show me. Right. So now I'm using it as his reference, source of reference, and whatever it says, it better agree with him because he said it did. So that's why I started talking like that. Like, hey, your Chat GPT don't say that, buddy. It says this. And that's how I use that against him. It actually went against his argument. It said he was wrong. And he's supposed to be going for a doctorate degree. I will never in my life argue something where AI just say I was completely wrong. It might say, hey, clean this up, or you can't say that. Don't be absolute. AI will never say I'm just wrong like it did him.
Okay, that's great, Dan. I'm happy that even when you went on, you were telling me, hey, I use Claude, use this, right? It's okay, that's great, Dan. Because again, I know you do more research outside of just using AI and everything else.
And I got physical books, and I got physical books that I read. So when Tarina, she talk about he's talking about clearing out the land. I got a physical book that I had my 15 years where I highlighted that part of the book. All right. So I own the book where he talks about clearing the land. And so I actually read that with my eyes and turned the page with my fingers. I still have that book. I uploaded a copy on TikTok and Facebook. I got 4 books that I love the most. It's Saved by Another Name by Douglas Blackman, David Oshinki, Parts Man Farming, Slavery. Number 3, Medical Apartheid. Number 4, the new Jim Crow, which is Michelle Alexander. So like those are some of my favorite books that I keep on deck all day long. Physically, I gotta have those in my hand, in my presence.
Okay, that sounds great, Dan. Man, you're doing a great job. And keep up the good work. I do listen to you. When I dropped in on that conversation when you were doing with the gentleman, when they're going back with those numbers and everything, that's when I walked in. Now, and I wasn't in on the beginning of the conversation. I was just in the middle of the conversation.
I got you. But I apologize, but you got to understand, you're coming to a hostile environment. That's like breaking up a fight. You dig? Like you might get swung on. So like so you got right. That's what you did. Like I'm trying to get at him, and here you come. And I'm not really hearing you out all the way. All I hear is something that sounds like you against me, and you gotta get it too. Like, and that was my like for example, if somebody come break up a fight, but it appears that one guy is jumping in, he's gonna swing on him too.
Yeah, that's right. That's true. That happened right there. But keep up the great work.
Yeah, but I appreciate you.
Listen to you.
And I'm glad you cleared it up. I'm glad that we was able to talk through that. Which you see, I don't really have like permanent emotions. Like I might be hostile or belligerent in one sense for no reason. And then I'm able to like talk it through and work it out and apologize.
Hey, sure, man. Hey, but keep up the great work. I do enjoy listening to your live.
I appreciate you, and thanks for the feedback. And you could give me some AI tips, some search tips. You did. You could hit me.
Okay, I do. Get you on the back end with something,
Keep in touch because I will never say I'm ChatGPT like an expert. I'm nowhere near an expert, so I can use some tips on how to maneuver these AI a little better.
Okay, we'll do that, man.
All right, thank you very much, sir.
All right.
Have a good one.
You too.
All right. Yeah. So around MC, I was just explaining to brother, like he came in where I felt like I'm about to be jumped. So I started swinging for everybody.
No, that was a good analogy you used too, because that's exactly what happens. You come in and try to break up a fight, and I don't know what faction you with. Yeah, you might just get swung on.
Right.
Yeah, that was a great analogy. But
it sounds like it's like sometimes they invite themselves up by mistake after they leave. So I just want to make sure. But go ahead, brother.
No, it was something else I was going to mention to you. And you had mentioned before, you was talking to some guys, and you mentioned before that it doesn't matter what the name of the word is or what the word means in its original language, is how they use it. Yeah. And one of your listeners had said before that like the Spanish use the word mayate for us.
Right.
And mayate really is their name for a June bug. That's what they call a June bug, the mayate. They also use mayate for homosexual. When they're talking about homosexual in their own culture, they call that a mayate.
You can't say that word.
Exactly. So it doesn't matter what the word originally means, how to use it.
The HO word, you cannot do that on social media.
Okay, my bad.
Ban immediately. Yeah, but go ahead.
That's what they use against their own people. They use the word mayate to describe the HOs.
Right. Okay. Wow. I didn't know that.
Yes, but they use it against us when they're talking. They use it in a different term, the same word, but they use it in a different meaning when they talk about us. So it goes back to your point. What the original word meant is how they use it.
Right. And somebody said the poly word. I got to look at it right now. So they said there's a word something poly, something where it shows you that one word can mean different things based on like applied context. Let me look this. So look that up right now.
Right. Because you made a great point with that. They just don't matter how what the word originally means, is how they use it. And they use words against us all the time that don't mean what this original intent of the word was.
Yeah, I mean, like I told somebody, look, a jelly bean is a small little oval shaped candy, right? That's not an offensive term. But bro, Ron, if you come around like my aunts, like my friends, right? You know, you come and, you know, chop it up with us at the barbershop, and we keep calling you a jelly bean, and it always seemed like we're trying to hurt your feelings. Now you know damn well jelly bean don't mean something that's supposed to be offensive, but every time you come around us, we're only calling you a jelly bean, and we're saying it and it looks like the some point is going to dawn on you. Okay, jelly bean takes on a different definition when it's applied to me, right?
Yes.
Common sense,
That's exactly right.
common grammar sense. But you know, people, you know, they really just either disingenuous, or they don't know, and it's kind of hard to discern that.
Yeah, because like you said, that would make common sense, grammatically speaking. That would make common sense. Nobody would deny that. But for some reason, these people come in here and they seem like they don't understand. They can't understand. You don't know if they're being disingenuous, if they really don't understand. But it gets to a point where, like, man, we done heard these conversations enough. Well, y'all should know by now.
Right. Yeah. So that's why. So now look. Now listen. I'm speaking for like Africans. Some of the Africans absolutely get it, like, because a lot of them are hyper selected. So like that means like they are beyond like intelligent. You know, so like they definitely get it first try. All right, because you know a lot of Africans come over here as hyper selected immigrants. Like they are the top 1% as far as education and wealth in the entire country. So they get it first try. You dig? So
Right.
now I'm not sure if the hyper selected class is involved in this anti-FBA thing, but I do know the lower peasants of them are involved in the FBA, you know, anti-rhetoric.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I'll agree with you 100% on that. 100%.
Yeah, you had me guess. I wouldn't think the hyper-selected immigrants look at acknowledges at all, like in a tether way, because I feel like a lot of them are so busy, right, doing great things in America, but they ain't got time to look at what we're doing. So
yeah,
I can see the fleers looking at us and with nothing but envy and jealousy and vitriol on disdain. I can see that class looking at us like the worst way, because the hyper selected don't live around us. Like they live around whitey people.
That's true. That's a good point you put right there.
These guys make 300,000 a year.
Yeah. That's very true. That's very true.
Like these guys busy, like going on vacation and stuff, traveling and living there.
Got bigger fish to fry.
Like they ain't looking at us for. Yeah, I'm telling you, man. Like it just makes sense for the hyper-selected class to just live their life, but the lower class, the fleers, the evacuees, the asylees, and refugees. Now these are the people who ain't doing great. Now, by the way, the stat for them, if you look at the stat for the Somalians and any like these fleers, they are not doing well in America. Like these like, so I think like sometimes we bunch them together as immigrants. No, there's hyper selected who are the top 1%, and there are the fleers who are the poorest, the bottom 1%. And yeah, we conflate them together. No. The bottom 1%, they are horrible in America. They are almost 100%
right there.
Say that again.
I said those are the ones that cause problems.
Right. They are almost 100% completely dependent on welfare or government assistance. So now these folks can't get right and looking at us like they need more. And that's when they start to cosplay. We need more. How do we get more? Oh, become a Black American. Okay.
Yeah. That makes sense.
So the word is polysemy. So he think he said it right. He said it describes a single word that has multiple related meanings depending on the context in which it is used. Oh, there go my new word.
Yeah, you got it right there.
Right. And look, again, that was a caller who told me that word. So you guys, V4, y'all don't know what y'all do when y'all call in and have these conversations. And that's, I be trying to encourage people to call in. Like, you never know what you might say. Like, IBM in the chat said something the other day. Like, he gave me a word. He gave me indigenous barbaroso, something like that. But what that meant was, that was a term that white people gave indigenous people of this land who wouldn't conform, who rebelled. So they called them, so they got a word for them. And now here it's back to what we were saying. Translated literally, it means Indian barbarian, but the way they applied it is rebellious people.
That right there. See how the things come full circle?
Right. So word for word, it means a bad term. But the way they applied it, it's a good term. It's saying that these guys won't conform. They're going to rebel. And white people, they left them alone. They ain't want no smoke with those indigenous people. They called them indigenous. And I got to look it up. But he gave it to me last night. But it's in Indian something Barbosa, whatever it is. It meant Indian barbarians when translated. But applied, when it's applied to those people, it did not mean it was barbarians. It mean that they were rebels and they refused to be enslaved.
And they took it as a badge of honor.
Right. And that's who we are. We are those rebels today. We are those type. If we're going to be Indians, we are those Indians.
Right. Right. I'm going to take it as a badge of honor.
So, polysemy means one word. It says it describes a single word that has multiple related meanings depending on the context in which it is used. Depending on the context, and that's what I'm trying to tell you guys. With Negro, Black, like these are those type of words. One word form shares different shades of meaning. The distinct definitions connect back to a single core concept, not or historical root. Context tells the listener or reader which meaning is active. I'm going to cook, Ron. It's over.
That's it right there. You got it. You got the information right there.
Now the problem is I gotta get some time because I'm always live. I'm always, you know what I mean? So to get my study together, I gotta so Saturday is a day I don't really go a lot like that anyway. So after this live, I'm probably gonna designate the rest of the day to this type of stuff. You dig?
Yeah. Because you're gonna need some time to really get through and digest all of this.
Right. Because a tether will call you bluff, and I gotta be able to explain it in and out. And then I like to break down the etymology because like sometimes when you break that down, it helps you understand the word where you're not gonna forget it. You'll never apply it when you understand how the word is broken down.
Yeah, and you do a lot of that, and you did a lot of that in the past. That really helped us out. The listeners helped us out. I mean, as far as the listeners with the stuff we did in the past. So I can understand, you taking some time off to just really dig down and drill down into the words, find out what the meanings are, break them down. So next time you come on board with it, you can spread it out to everybody, and everybody can understand it.
Yep, this is a Greek word. The word here we go. The word is
polysemy.
Say it again.
Polysemy.
Okay, it's polysemy, and don't confuse it with polygamy or polygyny. Okay, so it's polysemy, right? The word polysemy means a single word or sign having many related meanings. It comes from the ancient Greek word poly, many, and sema, sign, many signs. So the term entered English around 1900 from French polysemy, based on medieval Latin polysemus, right? So word roots poly from Greek polys, meaning or much, sema from Greek sema, meaning sign or mark. So many marks, many signs. I'm going to, oh my God, y'all don't understand what I'm gonna do to these guys. Like I'm already destroying them, but damn, this is one of those finish him.
Damn. But see, that goes back to the point, like you were saying, we learn from each other. The callers come on, bring some information that they might have that you might not have. You come on, bring your information that we don't have. It's a group effort that we can all teach each one teach one.
Right.
So I'm looking forward to that, bro.
So now here's the thing, when you use AI, the good part about AI, when you talk to your AI, your AI already know what you do and what you're about. So now when I add this word right here, I just say AI, add this into what I'm already doing with the word black. Right. And then it just formulates it better. Like it gives me a start. So now I just go from there and start going crazy.
Okay. I see what you're saying. I gotta learn to use AI like that myself.
Yeah, so it's because it already knows it. AI already knows. So even when I research random stuff, it'll try to tie in the reason why we delineate because it knows I'm about that. So when I tell it this word, it's gonna say, "Oh, this word works well with what you already have, your premises, your thesis, because A, B, and C, A, B, and C, A, B, and C." So I'm gonna say, all right, I'm gonna say, okay, well, explain what you explained to me earlier, all over using this word. Like apply this word somewhere in there. You dig? And then I'll read that over. Like, okay, got it.
You know what? You're right, because I was using my chat GP for a while, and I was looking up stuff from South Carolina history, blacks in South Carolina history. And then I just randomly looked up something totally different, but it was trying to tie that into my previous researches in South Carolina history. So you're right. Chat does know who you are and kind of tailor conversations to what you've already been talking about.
Yes, and sometimes it get annoying because you might want to just Google Michael Jordan stats and it'd be like, yeah, Michael Jordan averaged this and that and 6 champions, and that's why we got delineate. Hey, stop talking about delineation. I'm talking about Michael Jordan. All right, don't bring up delineation. All right, don't bring Michael Jordan sport only. Yeah, you gotta tell it like, hey, do
That's so
not bring.
true. Just genuinely look up some random stuff sometimes.
Right, because
Funny.
it's always trying to help you grow and become better.
Right. Sometimes I don't want to grow. I just want to just mindless stuff.
And you got to tell it that. And we're giving tips and secrets to some of you guys. And this is some of the advantages we got over you guys in the chat. Is our research? I keep telling you guys our research methodology. So now what Chacos did, I keep telling you, when you make a mistake as bad as him, who's on his way to get a doctorate, that means that was not a mistake. That means he purposely, intentionally misread the article to go with a narrative because he's too educated. Right?
Yeah, go ahead, finish your thought, Ron.
He's too educated to make that mistake. So it's not a mistake. And that's why a lot of times like they take away their education because they don't see that, like the scholars don't see that as a mistake. They see it was intentional. Right? Now the chat, myself, I can make that mistake because I don't have a PhD. So I can make mistakes all the time.
You're right.
But
this guy gets held to a higher standard with his research, though.
They can't. So that's why their mistakes are not seen as mistakes. They're seen as being done intentional. And that's why, like a lot of lawyers, they take away like their ability to practice law because they don't see what they did as a mistake. They say, no, you're too educated. You went to school for 10, 12 years. You ain't gonna make that mistake.
Yeah. It had to be intentional.
Right.
Man. That's
they're
a good
high to make a remedial mistake.
Oh man, Chaco, man, Chaco, we gotta be careful with that.
I was calling remedial, like he thought I was like serious. It's like no, it's like, but your argument is remedial, and I know you're not, but you're lowering yourself to a remedial argument just to push this Indian agenda.
Yeah, that's not a good look for him. That's not a good look, bro.
Well, look, it's live. It's over now. It's recorded.
Oh, that's true. You're right.
Yeah,
right.
So now we got you behaving like a remedial kid when you should never had to stoop that low. Like the minute he seen where I was going and my ability to call him out, he should have backed out. Like, you know what, man? You know, I ain't got time right now. Let's do it. Like he went all the way. Like he really thought I was like, yo, don't try me. I was giving a warning. Hey, don't try me. I've been doing this. I'm not one of those other guys. I'm saying, bro, I'm gonna hold you to what you say, and I know how to research. He still went. He said, no, I'm gonna tell you what I got. Okay. Go ahead. I get warning to not.
He pushed all his chips into the middle of the table. He went all in.
All in. And he started to see that those cards are weak, right? That's a bad poker hand. He's like, oh damn. I done lost the house. How can I explain this to my wife that's going to make sense? And that's where he was at. He was trying to explain to his wife why he lost the house at a casino table. Because I do nothing you're going to say going to make sense because you chose the word impossible. Your other stuff is garbage too. But I want to focus on this word that you chose. And that was impossible. And I ain't let that go. He finally conceded. Late because he doubled down, tripled down.
Dude, you got me cracking up, man. Ron, I ain't got time to mess with you no more. I got to go ahead and cut my grass, man.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you, bro.
Brother, we'll chop it up again later, but man, do not get for looking into that Herman Kieserling guy.
Hey, bro, I already, hold on. Hey, bro, are you serious? He's already in the search.
My man, my man, my man, my
Yeah.
man. I appreciate you and everything you do, man. We'll chop it up again soon, but bro, good looking out, man. Keep it up for the fam.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you. Peace, man. Be one.
All right, no
Yo,
doubt. Likewise,
hey,
be one.
Big Daddy Don had highlighted Sun King. Sun King's supposed to know something. Hey, yo, Sun King, click the link. As you can see, anybody can get it. Because Chaco came on, agreeing with us. We're talking, but he was really trying to molest my brain and my emotions. Cause I'm like, all right, so he's agreeing with like black is becoming like flattened too much. It's becoming an issue if we don't take it back. So he wants to throw away black altogether. I'm like, wait a minute, what type of conclusion is that? I'm like, nah, if we throw black away altogether, then now tethers just can run rampant. Now black history is a tether thing. Now Black Wall Street was created by tethers. Now they're going like everything we did is theirs now. I said, yeah, we really can't let go of black. Like we're kind of forced to hold on to that because we will be completely erased. And it'd be tethers that did everything in America, and we did nothing. Then we'll really have no culture, and we allowed. So he was like, yeah, okay, but yeah, when from my experience, when people have a problem with black and they claim they're Indian, indigenous, native, when they do that, they're normally a non-FBA. So when you call yourself indigenous, native, and Indian, and you got a problem with black, and you're hard on Tariq Nasheed, like these are all like signs that describe a tether. Like it draws out a composite drawing. It makes a composite drawing of a tether. You know what a composite drawing is? When you get burglarized and you seen his face, and in the interrogation room, you describe the man. They draw the person out. That's a composite drawing. So when somebody says, I don't like the word black, I'm Indian, I'm native, I'm indigenous, and Tariq Nasheed, he don't know nothing. When y'all start doing that, those talking points make a composite drawing of a tether. And it's like, even though I like you and I kind of rock with you a little bit, I cannot ignore that composite drawing. I'm looking at the suspect. We're detectives and we're trying to find a suspect, but the y'all remember Out of Time with Denzel Washington? Remember when the girl was describing the criminal? She was describing Denzel Washington, the cop, and he had to listen to that. He's like, oh my God. And then but he got out of it. That's what they do. It's like when y'all cosplay as FBA, you become an FBA detective. And we're trying to solve the crime of tethers. But the more you talk, you start to sound like the evidence we got on the suspect. So now I gotta look at you like, wait a minute. If I ignore this composite drawing, then there is no other suspect because it's you. The drawing looks like you, buddy. And then that's when like I get a little harder on you, like, hold on. Let's go back to what you said earlier. You feel me? But that's what happens a lot. Like the more you talk as a cosplaying FBA, the more you start to sound like who you really are, a tether. So that's why I don't care if they hear our talking points and they memorize them. I don't care. Because at some point, listen, to be FBA is a lived experience starting from your ancestors in the 1500s. Okay, you can't backdoor a living experience. You can backdoor yourself into reparations, but you can't back your door into a lived experience. So at some point, you're not going to be able to relate to the conversation. And then you gotta what? What's the song?
I ain't talking to you anymore. You can just keep on walking. We ain't talking no more. I ain't talking to you anymore. Keep on walking. Oh, baby. You can just go walking. I ain't talking.
You could keep on walking because we ain't talking to you anymore. That's a new FBA song. I'm gonna upload on TikTok in a few, but it's definitely on Black News and Updates. You dig? Anyway, as soon as I changed my name, somebody got FBA News. All right, yo, that's why I'm glad I changed my name. Like people will steal your stuff. Okay, so oh, damn, so much time went by. We didn't even touch on Dane Calloway, but I don't regret it because the callers are sometimes, the video ain't going nowhere. So I guess I gotta do a part two because I gotta eat. You understand? I've been up since I didn't wake up early this morning. My fault. I was really tired. So I got up like 7 or something like that. And I really ain't dressed. I threw on some and one. I'm looking like a Haitian. I threw on and one shorts with some Crocs and a white t-shirt. And I went and got some coffee. And then I went live from there. So I ain't in dress. You dig? Like, you know what I mean? So I gotta eat. I'm so hungry. I hate not get this hungry because now it's like it's past preparing my own meal. I gotta order Chipotle, get a Chipotle wrap or something. Like I'm past, trying to, make something. I'm too hungry for that. Um, so do I have okay, so then I got those Trick and Sheet videos later that I gotta give commentary on. So it looks like, well, I'm definitely going live Sunday morning early. So I should be back on today sometime later. We'll make some phone calls. If nobody answer, if nobody got now, like I said, my Saturdays are usually open, but if nobody got nothing going on, then I'll come back live and we'll finish up on not even finish, we'll start on Dane Calloway. But we ain't too far off topic because a guy did call in, most likely a Dane Calloway, cult member. He called in and he defended the Indian thing. So we got somewhere. And he almost I should have asked him, did Harriet Tubman exist? I thought about asking him it, but he had rage baited me somewhere else, so I forgot. But I meant to ask him, did he believe Harriet Tubman existed? So, I call myself Debo Ron because people be saying stuff when I'm not around. I go live and I invite people on, nobody comes on. So I'm like Debo. I'm Debo Ron with the information. Then when I log off, you're gonna see a whole bunch of feathers running their mouth on TikTok. It's like, yo, why not just join me right now? And I had the guy confess, Chaco confess, he's not FBA. He can't find no ancestors within our lineage. So I'm like, all right, well, you're not us. Oh, nah, but I don't really know. Well, listen, man, until you know, you're not us. Because all of them got that back door. No, all of them got that window open. They're not FBA, but the window's open. Because my mom, this is my paternal lineage. This is my maternal lineage. See, I ain't do my father yet. See, I ain't do that's Lord Jamar, that's Stephen A. Smith, that's Roland Martin. Everybody got the window open. They confessed they're not FBA when it was cool not to be black. Now it's cool to be black. Now it's like, well, hey man, I never disclosed my maternal line or my paternal line. It goes to that. Oh my God. But the live was a success, man. We had some great dialogues. Like I said, Chaco wasn't the worst. He could come back going. But man, he made a real mess out of this one. And Chaco, you got to realize, bro, I'm going to revisit this because, this is something that I'm not really familiar with the able arguments like that. So you just gave me a key thing that they believe. Thank you, sir. So now I got this. Yeah, this is what happens. Listen, y'all are not more witty than I am. I'd never give y'all image. When I cook, it's just damaging if you use it. But when they give me information, I usually make it work for me more than them. So his entire article debunked his conclusion. He told me about the NIH article and A, B, and C and how it's impossible for 34,000 people to become 4.4 by the 1860s. Oh, that's impossible. The INH hacker argument agrees with me. I'm like, all right. He gave me the link eventually. We read it, and right away, it does not agree with him. So ChatGPT said 1.3. million so-and-so, and the actual article said 1.2 million. See? So you can't trust ChatGPT. No. First of all, I use 5 AIs, one. And number two, we can trust it because 1.2, 1.3 is damn near accurate. Okay, don't forget. Another thing, family, when you read, that's why I asked him what type of ChatGPT he had. He said a free one. Like, dude, how the hell you going for a doctorate degree and got a free, like something not adding up with this guy? How you going for a doctorate degree? You use ChatGPT, but you use a free version? Yo, family, y'all know the free version gives y'all like quick results. So even when I researched, when I skimmed through that article, the NIH, I didn't use my high thinking version of, I used the medium. If I would have used the high, it would have like really like narrowed the numbers down. So guess what? I'm gonna have it review the article again, and I'm gonna do it under high, and I want to have it explain like how I could say 1.3 and the website says 1.2, like that big of a difference. And I'm gonna say, hey, try to be as accurate. That's what I'm gonna say. I'm saying, hey, try to be as accurate to the numbers provided by the NIH website as much as possible because you got cosplaying tethers who are saying 1.3 ain't 1.2, so they got to throw it out. So then I'm gonna say, explain why that wouldn't be a big deal. If you did do it again, how that's not a big deal. And I'm gonna say what range of numbers, because listen, God, I'm in pharmaceuticals. When we weigh something, it's never accurate weight. It's a range. I worked at a cannabis company. When you weigh the flower, it's a range. It's 3 point this to 4.4. Out if it weighs lighter, you can't package it. If it weighs more, you can't package it because you're jipping them or you're losing money. But it's always a range. I'm in a pharmaceutical company now. I'm a manufacturer. I make the drugs. Chad, TikTok, I love you, but I make the medicine. There's a range. It's never accurate. It never said it must be 4.5 milligrams or 4.5 grams or 4.5 kilograms. Always a range. The target is 4 kilograms, but the range is anywhere from 3.7 to 4.4. It gives you the range where it cannot be lower or higher from. Research is the same way. It's a range, man. I gotta stop. One 1.2 is in the range of 1.3. Even 900, even 98, even 900,000 is in the range of 1.3. Okay? Now we say 400,000, that's not in the range of 1.3. Okay? So you got to stop, man. Oh, look, 1790. It says through 1790, my guy. It never said at 1790. It says through means through, right? If I say the BULLET went through you, is it in you or is it through your body? If somebody pew-pewed you and it went through you, is it in you? Is it on you? Or is it no longer in you? Is it through you? Like, goddamn, man. And that's what happens when you disclose you're in education, because you gotta now water down your education just to win a debate. It makes you look inferior. I don't water nothing down. And I talk crazy because nobody could beat me in a debate. Nobody ever have. Nobody come close. Look, he's going for his doctorate degree. Was that close? Okay, so for anybody who say, oh, well, nah, you could beat up on the revenues. Well, he says he's going for his doctorate degree. Was that debate even close? He conceded. I ain't conceded nothing. You dig? He said, yeah, I might have didn't read the article correctly. So your own source, you ain't read correctly? That's called source aside. Your own source deleted you. That's source aside. So you didn't read your own source correctly. And you want to call in my space trying me. Okay. But you know what? Some folks did fight Mayweather. Some folks did fight Mike Tyson after Mike Tyson knocks my head backwards in 2 seconds. So you will have so I learned one thing. No matter how great you are at something, you will have a challenger because people, it's not about you not being great as you are. It's that people are just sick and can't value how great you are. So you will always have a challenger. The devil challenged God, and the devil can't be God at all. But but people are delusional. And so that tells me I'm gonna always have a challenger. Can't got no chance in hell beating Mayweather. But they'll go out there and and they got undefeated records. And they'll go fight Mayweather and get a guarantee 0. I mean, I'm sorry, get a guarantee L. They're 18-0. Now you're 18-1. So it's like, what was it for? You went and caught yourself a guarantee L. Mike Tyson at his prime. Literally knocking heads off. And somebody said, I could beat him. Somebody with 7 wins, 11 losses, and 8 of the 11 losses, he got knocked out. But he's ready to fight Mike Tyson next. Been knocked out 8 times out of 11. Yeah, so I learned it's always be somebody crazy enough to challenge you. And here's now this is Glass Joe coming in right now. This guy like 0-100. Yo,
Hey, what's going on?
yeah, you dig, man. I'm digging.
What's up? So, what do you think? I need your honest opinion. You don't think that, uh, Tariq Nasheed kind of took or hijacked some of the indigenous people, some of these stuff as far as saying that, they're indigenous, they're not African, and, uh,
So no,
that stuff.
that part no. I think Tariq Nasheed, well, I know from George Macon, Street Media TV, I know that Tariq Nasheed, a lot of his talking points came from Professor Smalls. He was talking that, and Tariq got that from Professor Smalls. You know, the Pan-African guy? That guy.
Right, but Professor Small was never pushing that, people in the Americas aren't African. He never pushed that. That was
Um,
more the indigenous people.
wait. No. Well, Tariq never said that either. Tariq, that's why he says see, and here's the issue. That you got to watch their content correctly. And first of all, they're not all of a sudden indigenous. They were known. I know them as abos. So even the indigenous thing is new to them. They was pushing I remember when they were not on my radar at all. I remember Sean and them were debating abos. They weren't debating on indigenous people. They weren't debating natives. They weren't debating um Indians. They were debating it was all about abos. Abo this, abo that, abo. And now all of a sudden everybody indigenous.
Yeah, but even things like, I see Tariq starting to use the term Negro de Terra. Only the Abos was using those type of
Really?
terms,
Okay. All right. Now,
and
bro.
we're not African, and stuff like that.
Now that word you just used. Now you didn't see the other guy who got cooked. The other guy's supposed to have a doctorate degree on his way, and I embarrassed him. I embarrassed him by it's not. I learned this myself. The saying only and absolutely and never though and always, those aren't good terms in the conversation. All right. So now for you to say that you say only, I mean, you said the only one. That's crazy to say that. That's a real word that describes real people. Why would they be the only people to use it? That's crazy to say that.
No, I'm
Now,
using it colloquially as
okay,
far as
now,
in
but
the community.
this is how you do it. Like, for example, I see a lot of stuff, right? And it appeared to some people I said it first, but I didn't. I got it from somewhere too, right? We agree. Okay, but what makes me stand out is that I put it in my own words. Now, if you take it from my words and my analogy and my breakdown, you got it from me. But if you say X and them, endonym, if you say all these words, you ain't get that from me. These are real words with real definitions. You feel me? Those words existed before me. So I be trying to tell folks that just because you said something and I said it, don't mean I got it from you. That's a real word that existed before both of us. Now, if I use your words, like for example, the guy that came on Daily Wrap Up Crew, he was explaining the word black and who's black and who ain't. And he literally said little B, big B. Now that's literally me. I made that up. That's not on the internet. That's not before me. I made that up. to show a proper noun, capital B, and adjective are not capitalized as lowercase b, right? And matter of fact, all colors are lowercase, but proper nouns are capitalized. So I said, yeah, little b, big B. And I'll say we the big B blacks and those other folks I made that up. You dig? So when I hear a guy say that, he literally got that from me. So now I can say you only got that from me because I made that up. But when you say a word that has a real is a real word that applied to people at one point, you cannot say he only got it from them. Like to say that, because when you say that, that means that there was no chance he came across it. There's no chance ChatGPT introduced it. No chance he got it from this person, that scholar. That's crazy to say that.
All right, that's fair. But would you say the Abos was the first people in this community that, colloquially speaking, was the first to say we're not African? Uh, you know, I never see no African on my genealogy, or
Hey, bro.
things that I see
Now,
FBA repeating now.
no.
The Abo
Bro,
has been saying for years.
I got Floyd Mayweather saying he wasn't African. Okay. I got a guy in black and white, like they're in a young dude in a setting. This is like Jim Crow, and a white T guy said something to him, like go back to Africa. He's like, go back to where? And like this is part of my introduction. He said I ain't from Africa. I ain't African. You know what I mean? So no. So now what you're trying to say is that the Aboriginals also believe that, and they added to it, which can make a talking point theirs. If they added to that and said, hey, you can't, it's not in my records. Maybe, I don't know. I don't follow them. Okay, so maybe they were the first to put it that way. But to say you're not African, we've been saying that since Frederick Douglass. So we know that's not possible. People have been saying that. But if they got something else with, like, hey, my genealogical record ain't there. Now, if they said that first and it's true, that it would be their talking point.
Yeah, that's
I
fair.
wouldn't know. Yeah, I wouldn't know because I'm talking. They're on my radar now because what they've been saying, but they're never on my radar, so I'm not familiar with what they said first.
Yes, that's a fair point. People were saying, they're not African prior to, you know, uh, this movement, uh,
The Apple.
became,
Now, they might be
recognized.
African times too. They might have took it somewhere else. That might be true.
Right, but Raw, you still gotta understand their gripe, because they feel like, hey, we're the ones that kind of made this philosophy, I would say, famous, and FBA kind of came
Nah,
behind that.
they did make it famous because they led with it. But listen, but let me say this though. We say it differently, right? When I say I'm not African, I'm saying I'm not a cultural language speaking born an African guy. I don't say I don't have African ancestry, African genetics. I don't say that. When they say they're not African, and I say what research says, I say between 380, 400,000 some people, Africans came here. I say that. They say that never happened. They say Africans never came over here and we don't have no African genetics at all. That's what they say. So we say the I ain't African thing differently.
Well,
So that could be noted.
slightly different, because
It's a big difference because they said Tariq Nasheed is a Pan-African because he said he had African genetics. So that's a huge, ain't no slight difference. That's a huge difference. If I tell these guys, hey, I'm not a Pan-African, but I got African genetics, they will call me a Pan-African. It's like, wow, you got a whole different definition of Pan-African. So in that case, I guess Afro-Cubans are Pan-Africans and Afro-Colombians and all these folks are African because they got genetics too. So, but that's completely different than somebody denying the genetics outright completely. Now I can say I don't have no Asian genetics, right? And I'll be probably accurate. But to say I don't have African genetics is like not really gonna be true. So that's different than saying I'm not African culture. 'Cause I'm not. I don't speak an I mean, they would say it. I mean, 'cause when you define what it means to be African culturally, you got to have some type of citizenship to the land, some type of flag, some representation, tribal affairs. That's all make you African. Without that, you're not African. And
Right.
that's a simple Google search.
Ron, so let me ask you two questions, right? You
Yeah.
don't think uh on the FBA website or sometimes Tariq Rhetoric saying that some of us came from Africa, but majority of us is already here.
Yeah.
And you don't think that kind of muddy the water and
Well,
kind of
what?
create like the friction, you know?
Okay. Yeah, but then he goes out and explain what he means. Yeah, if you leave it like that, um, it could cause some confusion, and that's why one day, look, you're right. It does. He even noticed. Even noticed that caused confusion, and that's why he said this. Check this out. So sometimes that's what I'm trying to say with y'all. Sometimes y'all point out some inconsistencies and then leave it there. Like you won't go see what he said was causing confusion, and then he just summed it up. Like so, it's like that. That's called to me. It's called cherry picking information. It's like
No, Ron, I don't know everything, Ron. I may be
I know,
ignorant on
I
certain
think that
things.
I think that, but I'm saying that you should, for because I don't believe you didn't hear that because a lot of people who be on Tariq Nasheed bumper be knowing what he said and didn't say they watch his videos as much as I do. So it's like, well, how did you miss this? Watch this. Because a lot of people be like knowing more, like as much as not more than me. I'm like, God damn. And so I'm like, well, if you know that much, then how did you miss this? All right, so check it out. And yeah, man, invite an Abo up here. Like they be dodging me like like I'm Debo playing dodgeball with little kid. Like they be running from me. Okay. So let me go here. All right. So I'm gonna do the Professor Small thing, right? If you don't mind. I'm gonna find that. All right. Where I'm telling you, like a lot of Tariq Nasheed arguments do not come from Abels. It comes from Professor James Small. And like he always look at him as like a father figure and things like that. So I mean it's all there. And then when you just see the talking point, they're like damn near identical. So
Nah, come on, Ron. You can't say Professor James Moore never said some came from Africa and majority of us was already here. And
I'm gonna play it. All right. So if he did, then what?
then I'll concede to your point, but I never heard Professor James Moore ever say majority of black people is already here in the Americas and only some Africans came. I never heard that. Just being honest. I mean, if I'm ignorant to it and you teach me something new, then I could concede to that. But from my knowledge of Professor James Small, I've never heard him say that. I've heard him say, you know, the indigenous presence and how he has some indigenous lineage, but I've never heard him say what Tariq is saying as far as majority of black people is already here and some
See,
came over.
see that? You see how you can acknowledge that there's some root talking points from Professor Small's Tariq used and put in his own words. Okay. And now it becomes so you see how look what you did. So your entire premises, you just debunked it. You just said because you would know that Professor Smalls did speak similar to that, but not verbatim. So now you just realized, well, you just stated that the differences in the origins are the same, but because they're different in nature, they're not the same. But then you'll say Tariq borrows the Abels when he don't say exactly what they say. See, so it's like if the origins make it the same, then the origins make it the same. But if they don't, they don't. We can't apply it with Professor Small and Tariq, but then don't apply it with the Abels and Tariq. Like the standard for me, I always talk about standards. The standard of logic gotta be the same. When I say something, I apply it to everybody. I don't say, hey, we're the only black people, but sometimes Nigerians are. No, I'm either gonna stand on it or I gotta get off it. So same thing with y'all. If y'all place a stand on somebody and say, hey, he's stealing because he did this. And then
No,
on somebody who's not stealing because it's like, but it's the same thing. All right.
no, I'm actually not disagreeing with you. I agree. Tariq probably was influenced by Professor James Smalls as far as that standpoint, and it probably evolved and he probably got influenced by other people. That's you know, that's plausible as well. That's not, you know, implausible.
Let's start right here. Yeah, but again, but also what's not plausible is if you say spaghetti. For example, I got a friend who now anybody in America long enough know about a sundown town. Okay, so I got a friend who wanted to do like a little something on that, some deep research. He was claiming. So he thinks now that I never really dealt with sundown towns like that because I don't cover everything. Everything ain't. It's a due season for everything. He would think right now. Now he said this way back like last year sometime. He never did it, by the way. He said he would, he never did. Now, if I was to cover sundown towns right now, he'll say I got it from him. He ain't got one video. I ain't never, he just said it. I ain't never see his research, nothing. He just said it. But then he'll pretend like because I never said it before, he'll pretend I never knew about it. And I learned it from him. Like, that's how weird he is. He'll do that on me. So it's like, just because somebody says something publicly first doesn't mean you ain't said it before or ain't think that. So that's why you have the causation doesn't represent what's the phrase I've been using a lot. I'll get it in a second because I'm focused on Professor Smalls.
No, I understand. I understand what you're saying.
All right, so why?
Yeah, go
Let
ahead.
me play the Professor Small thing first. I should just went to George making video, but he got like a gazillion videos. I'll probably never find it. Okay, no, would this be it? Okay, here we are. Got it. All right, check these out.
Indian. That's a religion and cultural manifestation. I'm Gullah Geechee, but that's not my race. That's a cultural manifestation. They used to say these are Indians, but they weren't no Indians, okay? That was the language of the day that Papa and them were using. These were not Asiatics. But if you read LaRon Bennett's Shaping of Black America, he does it better than anyone looking at it. The book called Shaping of Black America by Dr. LaRon Bennett. He has a chapter in there called The Red and the Black. And he deals with the amalgamation of those who came off the slave ship and those who were already here. And those who were already here.
And those who were already here. He deals with the amalgamation for those who came off the slave ship and for those who were already here. That's exactly what Tariq Nasheed says. So when I say he got a lot of James Small's talking points, I can show you verbatim. That's what he said. You dig? And Professor Small gave you the book, and obviously he knew the book before Tariq Nasheed, and that's like his like a spiritual father figure to him. So yeah, man. So he got a lot of that from Professor James Small, my guy. That's just a fact. But now,
That's
huh?
I said that's fair. That's fair.
All right, so hold on. Yeah, because I listened to Dane Calloway thing like twice. And the stuff he was saying that they both said, I'm like, dude, that ain't, I thought he was gonna have some like better stuff than that. Yeah, that was like, yeah, he said pie. I said pie. So you see, that's my talking point. I mean, it was really like that. Like he just finding on things they just say similar, and then you got it from me. It's like, dude, sometimes I might just say banana, but I got no point after that. It's like, yeah, man, she the color of a banana. I broke down banana first. You got that from me. Bro, I was not even breaking down banana. I just said she's the color of a banana. Nah, you got that from me. I broke it down. It's like, dude, you're trying to find something I don't even break down. All right, so now I'm gonna have Turk Nasheed explain. Okay, when we talk about the confusion, people already here, because people like the Dane Calloways, like, see, he talking about us, and we ain't African, and we were never this, never that. So somebody called in and actually asked Tariq, like, yo, man, what's going on with these Indians? Now Tariq Nasheed understood it caused confusion, so he summed it up like this. Check it out.
Yeah, let me know who you are. Foundational Somali. Hop on, Foundational Somali. Mr. Foundational Somali, hop on, man. I just invited you. Hop on. If you got a question.
Mostly all the people that's over here.
Yeah, foundational Black American, just a Black American whose lineage goes to the beginning of this country. That's all the foundational Black American is. It is nothing else. There's nothing else classified as a foundational Black American. It's only people whose lineage goes to the founding of this country. That's it. And you've met them before.
So when you say founding of the country, you mean founding of the United States or founding of like just in general North America at the time?
The United States. We're talking about the United States.
Okay, so from the time United States was formed, the people that was here until now, basically.
Right. If you were here during the formation of the United States, that would be in the 1700s, 1800s. If you were here as a Black person, no matter how they came, when the formation of the United States was happening.
That he said no matter how they came, because he understood people were saying they're already here and people were saying they came on slave ships. So the people who said they came on slave ships said they were not part of the already here, and people who said they were already here said they were not part of the people on the slave ships. So he's nipping in the bud. Like, listen, this is gonna sum it up. No matter how you got here, watch this. So whether slave ships or already here.
And you were Black, you were part of the ethnogenesis. United States was a person, no matter how they came, when the formation of the United States was happening, and you were Black, you were part of the ethnogenesis. We became a whole new ethnic group during that formation. So that's what the argument is. Some people try to get into well, who are the Native Americans? Are you really Cherokee? I don't get, that's a bullshit argument I don't even get into. That ain't got nothing. That the ethnogenesis is what we're talking about. We're talking about the ethnogenesis where you became Black. Yeah.
No, it makes sense because there's a lot of people that claim, like you said, you don't get into it, but that claim Native American that I feel like got absorbed by the.
He's saying what you said. They claim to be a Native American who got absorbed as an African, but they're not. Look,
FBA people, and it's like it's a little weird because it's making the FBA like how do I put it? It's two different two different views, but they come together to make one. So it makes it look.
I don't know what this is not about views. This is not about an ideology. So somebody misinterpreting history, that has nothing to do with the fact that foundational Black American is a lineage that's documented.
Here we go. Listen, he's going to sum it up.
Even if a handful of foundational Black Americans told you, well, I think we were the first Native Americans, or I feel like I'm a Native American, now whatever. Our lineage is still our lineage. All right. None of that stuff. Nobody's ideology deletes plantation archives, Freedmen Bureau records.
So I want you to see what he brought it to. So he said, regardless of you were here, if you believe you were always here and you got no African ancestry, if you believe you got no indigenous ancestry and you came on slave ships, if that's your belief, it don't matter because it comes down to the genealogical records, the 1870 census. So he was saying like, this is what it comes down to. It's not about if you always been here or got here. Can you do this? Can you track yourself to these plantations? And if you can't, bye Felicia. So like, that's where he brought it to because he understood, it was confused. That's why he called him the Somalian guy confused. Everybody's confused. So Tariq was like, all right, well, listen, this is how you clear the confusion. However you want to identify, if you think you're 100% indigenous, you think you're 100% African, because that's really the argument. People don't want to claim no indigenous and no white tea, and some folks don't want to claim no African. That's really just the argument. I'm not African, I'm not indigenous. I'm 100% African, I'm 100% indigenous. These are two people warring. Okay, so he's saying regardless of that belief, he called it a belief. It's a viewpoint. Can you trace your lineage to chattel slavery? And if you can, you're FBA. If you can't, call yourself, and if you can, you're FBA, and you call yourself indigenous, whatever, that's on you. But you are of the lineage. But if you can't, you're not of the lineage and call yourself what you want. So either way, you got the right to call yourself what you want. The bottom line is, are you of the lineage or not? So that's, it did cause confusion, all that what you said, but he unconfused it with just, hey, man, let's simplify it. Can you trace your lineage, your genealogy to this? And that was like drop mic moment.
Hey Ron, the script, the way you just broke down FBA, it made perfect sense. But what I see what's going on like TikTok as far as from like the eyeballs,
Yeah, FBA, right. And I've been cooking them, bro. They're not.
The 1700 census pages.
What the fuck?
None of that stuff gets deleted.
Check out my
Our paperwork is.
Go check out my TikTok arguments. Check out my FBA, my uploads, bro. I be cooking them, bro. They don't know what to do with me. Matter of fact, a guy that hopped on claiming this Indian stuff took them, bro. They don't know. I said, bro, you're not FBA because he thought he was, and then he disclosed some stuff. I said, bro, so you ain't the we, our, us we talk about. You over there. Oh nah. See what happened? Well, nah. Ain't on to see what happened. You said you ain't have none. It's over. You dig? Well, but my father. Or go find your father then. But until then, you over there. Get out of line. And that's exactly how I handle them. We're gonna resolve this really quickly.
So how you feel about their argument that FBA is doing what they say that Pan-Africanism is attempting to do, like flat blackness? Like you have the Creole people, they feel like, hey, we're not Black Americans. We have our own culture. The people who
Wait,
claim that they
who?
The Creole people.
What in Louisiana?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know
Hey,
if you're catching those debates between the Creole.
listen. What I notice is this: there's a lot of people who say they're FBA, and the minute they go away from transatlantic slavery, chattel slavery, I know they're not, because the FBA person ain't gonna do that. So it don't matter, because you got people who fake say they're Gullah Geechee. I lived in South Carolina. I've been around Gullah Geechee. I know all of them said they got American heritage. Ain't nobody deny their American heritage. Ain't nobody say they was from Africa. Not one of them. So now, so these people who are claiming Creole or Gullah Geechee and saying they're not this or that, I believe them. And I'm like, yeah, you're not FBA. You are exactly what you say you are. You are a Creole speaking Haitian who's confused and trying to backdoor yourself to the lineage. And same thing with the fake Gullah Geechee and the fake Indians. They're all what they're saying they are. I take them as their word. Now, I don't argue they're not Indian. You are Indian. You're not FBA. You do speak Creole. You're not FBA. You do this over here. You're not. So that my argument is, I believe you. You're not FBA. You can't trace your lineage to chattel slavery. You're right. You are those things. You're immigrants. You recently immigrated over here, and you're exactly what you say you are. So I take them as their word, and they are this unique group. That's not us. Y'all can have that, but you don't have 400 plus lineage history in this country. That's what they don't claim, and they don't make that claim. And they can't prove it. So I agree with them. They're not FBA, and whatever they say they are, that's what you are.
What about their other claim that Black was used to erase their culture, and that's why they reject Black, and
So what you got, right? What you got to do?
American, whatever his name is, I forgot his name.
American Vespucci?
No, the dude you debated on Black.
I'd be
American.
Dream. That. Okay. What
They
about him?
kind of use like that like Black means African, and
Hey,
Black
bro.
was used to erase our culture and our tradition and our heritage and our identity and stuff like that.
Hey, so bro, the bottom line is this. This is what Tariq just said. You can call yourself. Listen where I'm at. That's why I normally say the lineage. I'll use FBA, ADOS, all that stuff interchangeably, but really, I'm not caught up on names. Because names change. Your lineage can't. So you're either this or you're not. So those folks who say don't want to be Black, you ain't got to be Black. But I just want a lineage check. That's all. Let me check your lineage. Where your lineage go to. And I'm saying those same people who reject Black, there's a pattern I realize. These people who reject Black, they're either some type of Moor Indian. If you ask the right questions, they're going to reveal they're either some Moorish person or the Indian. They're going to go there. So my thing is, look, call yourself what you want. How does your lineage identify you?
Wouldn't you think like foundational American probably will fix that problem?
What? No, well, what's wrong with Native Black American? What's wrong with that?
I mean, because from the arguments that I hear from the Abos is they're never gonna get down with the term Black. Like Black is
Hey,
It's a non-settlement.
But Kwame, listen, Reverend, whatever you call yourself now, bro. I don't believe they have a lineage here. All those folks you're talking about, the Dan Calloways, I don't believe they have a lineage here. That's why they can make that claim with that much certainty. I believe them.
That's fair. Some of them could be Caribbean or something though.
Or they could be straight up Indian, and whatever they call it. If they think they're indigenous with no ethnogenesis, they could be straight up indigenous. Like whatever they say they are, I don't argue it. I just make it clear they're not saying they got a lineage. Once they make it clear they have no lineage, call yourself what you want to call yourself. You just admit you're not one of us. So I understand now why you don't accept blacks. Because I'm Black American, my guy. I lived in 5 southern states, Confederate states. I lived up north. I ain't never come across a Black American lineage wise who didn't want to be black. Not one time. So that's why I'm telling you, man, for my southern roots, never Gullah Geechee said they black. I ain't come across nobody in all the states I lived at where actual lineage people say I'm not black. I'm something else.
But Ron, you familiar with the argument? Like what's the dude from Virginia? Like they'll use him and say, yeah,
Plecker? Yeah, but
and
they
Walter
use
Plecker erase our identity with black, and
no,
that's why we don't like black.
No, he didn't say black. He said Negro. See, and that's the thing I'm trying to tell you, man. Like a lot of these guys, they really didn't read. Like they're headline readers. They read a headline, they go with it. Walter Plecker, it's called the Racial Integrity Act, 1924. He reclassified indigenous people from the Cherokee, people like that, those tribes, from that to mulatto and Negro. There was no black national identity. There was no legal classification black. If they used black in any sense, it was to describe how they looked. It was Negroes on the auction block. It was Negroes being sold, and this bathroom was for colors only. There's no blacks being sold, and there's no for blacks only. So status wise, people were recognized in this country, subjected to white supremacy, as Negro and color. You would not recognize as black here. You would describe maybe as black, but that was not your race or your status in this country. So those folks that mess that up and say black, I know they don't know history. Like, okay, I'm gonna get him. Call in. Like, call in, please call in, please call in, please call in. Then I say, did they say?
But Ron, I didn't mean to cut you off. But maybe Dane Calloway is getting it mixed up. Maybe he's thinking that with some FBAs, because I've heard some FBAs use that Walter Plecker argument as far as for Black Americans. But the Abos, they use it for the native the indigenous Americans.
I got
So
you.
and it's kind of confusing because Black Americans has always been known as Negroes, yada yada yada. So maybe he's confusing what FBA has probably said and confusing it with Tariq.
Yeah, but you're
maybe some overlap.
But you're confusing yourself too. I know, bro. I had a guy. Where was he from? Guyana. I said, bro, where you from? Now, when I asked where you from, it's not to like, ooh, you were tethered. I asked them because they assume I'm Black American. I am, but I feel like it's an unfair advantage that you know where I'm from and what I'm about, and I don't know where you from. You're at. So it's like just transparency. So now we're on even playing grounds, right? So you know I'm Black American where I'm from. So now I don't want to throw insults, but in case you want to, I don't want to be the guy with no rocks. I want rocks too. So like, all right, so where you from? So the guy says FBA. Guess what? We started talking like he's FBA. Certain things he did not know because he thought we were Pan-African. He thought Black Americans were largely Pan-African. So I said, by that statement, I can tell you if you're from the North somewhere. He said, from New York. I said, guy, do you know the majority of us in the South? The majority of Black Americans don't know what a Pan-African is, don't care. Like, they don't do that at all. No dashikis, none of that stuff. No Umar can do nothing. They're not into that. They are serious church people. Okay? See, I mean, like, I had to adopt some of the church verbiage now. I'm like, God bless you. Amen. I did all that because that's how they talk. You dig? But you damn sure ain't convert nobody as Muslim. I guarantee that. You gonna have a 0 success rate. Like they are my grandma Christian, my grandma got great grandma guy. Yeah, so they Christian to the bone.
And Ron, you'll have Kemet people still say Jesus Christ like Jabari.
Yeah. I want him so badly, bro. That dude Jabari. Yeah. I feel like I'm gonna do him worse than anybody ever did him. Yeah,
Oh,
I finally
Jamal?
got him. I listened closely to the guy. He messed up. He doubled down because guys like him don't say they wrong. They don't say my bad. They keep going. And he's
I think I
consistent.
know what you. I think I know what you want. The two big Chibari girl.
So I got him. And I had high respect for him before that. So I'm like, okay, he one of those dudes that just can't say wrong or I made a mistake or I stand corrected. I'm like, oh, he one of those guys. So now because it's publicly and he never said he was wrong, all I'm gonna do, so I'm gonna give him a choice. If I ever talk to him, hey man, you said this. I'll play the audio. Here, look what you said. Do you still stand on that, or you concede that point? I know you're gonna play this like Babel. Oh, no, all right, bro. I asked, bro. Okay, when you're done, look, talk for 40 minutes. I do. I just want to know, do you still believe that, or you are now saying you're wrong? And he's gonna babble again, and eventually I'm gonna get him just to address that. Yo, bro, look at it. Yes or no? And then once you say no, all right, bye, click. You know what I mean? Nothing else to talk about. Get off. But if you say yeah, let's go.
And well, I could admit that you made me change my perception on the transatlantic slave trade. I will say that.
All
I
right.
will say, you know, you you kind of changed my perception and look a little deeper at the transatlantic slave trade. And you are right, and that's why I try to promote that more. So now I got
Yeah.
to debate Pan Africans and other people about that
Absolutely.
position. But
And
I
look,
can
and
take my hat and say, I learned that from you.
I appreciate that, my guy. And this is what I say, man. Like I say a lot of times, and I say this, it ain't for you. I say a lot of times I troll, like with the hey man, you eat cat. I'm trolling. You dig? I'm clearly trolling. I'm roasting, right? But I make it clear to people. Now I'm not saying you one of them, but I'm saying that the average Jamaican, average Haitian don't think nothing about what we talking about online. Like they living their life. I say, but you have a few bitter people, handful of bitter people who comes on these social media platforms to vent their hurt. You dig? And they're the loudest because the other one's too busy living their life. So they're the loudest online. Right. Some will go as far as getting in public offices, like because you do have the Myron Gaines, like who is very dangerous and who knows, he might run for office one day. But so you do have the Myron Gain class who shares vitriol disdain for Black Americans specifically. You dig? So but what my point is, I like people can go too far by saying they, them, and I try to help people say the better words. Just say the tether class because that can be a small percentage, large percentage, but you're safe when you just say tether class. And now you're not when you say tether class, you're not saying Jamaican. You're not indicting all Jamaicans. You're not indicting all Haitians. You're not indicting all Africans. If you just say the tether class, we know what we're talking about. But if we say Africans, if we say Jamaicans, if we say Haitians, that's bad language, and you are communicating the general public, which is you got to prove that, which is you can't prove. So I said because I try to be more responsible because I'll be trolling and joking, and somebody might take that seriously. So I got to come back and say, hey, this is what I mean. I don't mean all Jamaicans. I don't even mean a large portion of them. I'm talking about maybe a small portion, but I think the word tether class covers who I be speaking to. And American Dream is definitely in mind when I say tether class. He's definitely a name I think of. Hillman and Stu Pease are two names I think of immediately when I say tether class. Now, I won't talk to Jamaican Dream no more and because I don't think he's really trying to dialogue. And I even watched him on other platforms and they can't even talk to the guy. So I want to make sure it wasn't me. I watched him on other platforms and he don't get no. I think he was talking to like Cedric from Pseudo Killers and Cedric kicked him off, invited him back on, kicked him off again. It's like, dude, so it ain't just me. But Stu Pease is allowed back over here. So I don't want him to listen in silence and secrecy. Dude, now I'm going to cook you though. It's like we're not friends, Stu Pease. I'm inviting you back on to debate. And Haskell too can come back over here. And I want them to come back over here. Because when I debated them before, I was nowhere near as informative as I am now in everything. Like I was just beginning my journey, defending, the talking points. So I just started. And he like Brother Reggie called me. I still whooped him, but it was closer than what it should have been. And I don't like that. Like I like a slaughter. So where I'm at now, I want to talk to those guys again. The Reggies, I know he ain't never he ain't I try to pay Reggie $50. He wouldn't take it. He's always begging for money. He wants super chats. I try to get a guy $50. He thought about it in the email. He's like, nah, I'm good. Because he knew what he said. I fact checked and it was garbage. So he didn't want me to bring it back up in his face. Saying, nah, the money sounded good, but he's like, I do need that money. I'm broke as hell. But nah, I'll pass. And I'm like, damn, this broke dude don't want the money.
Come on,
Always,
bro. You ain't gotta check, bro.
bro. No, I'm not attacking, bro. Everybody. So they don't say this on Signet TV. They don't say this about him. They don't say he's a beggar.
Uh, no comment.
Yeah, exactly. So it ain't just me. This and then when Unc is mad at him, they say it. So yeah, I mean, if everybody keeps saying it, there's something there. But and then I caught him on other folks' platform. Girls want to invite him as a special guest. He kept talking about money, and I can play it. I got it. I keep receipts. I can play it right now, like on command. Brother Reggie begging for donations during they invited the guy on to talk about some Pan-African stuff, and he keep talking about nobody ain't sent him $1. And they keep saying, brother, go ahead. Look, God gonna bless you. He said, God ain't gonna he had flipped on him. God, I want my money. So I thought a guy who's always begging for some coffee money, if I send him $50, and I said, bro, just give me an hour. He turned that down. I was like, okay, these dudes are really agents. And then when he wore that fake Gucci hat, bro, now come on, bro. Yo, was that hat real?
Nah, no comment. No comment.
Come on, bro.
Oh,
Come on.
crazy.
Hey, yo, you know what happens is people who don't buy designer don't know how much it really costs when they wear it, like on a fake tip. Like they don't really know how much that purse really costs, right? And they be wearing the big Louis one too. Like, yo, that purse damn near a down payment on the car, right?
Right, that's true.
That's mortgage money you bought a purse with.
I mean, when you buying real things, you could kind of spot something fake, from a mile away.
But you also can look at what they wearing prior. Like, why you got on unique stuff, right? From the unique store, thrift store, why you got that on with a Gucci hat? Like that don't match, my guy. That don't match, man. That don't match. Don't match. Like I said, I'm somebody, I don't do it no more, but I'm somebody, you can check my my Instagram, not Unbiased Ron, my other one. I had to go away from because I was showboating a little too much. But y'all can see, like, I really did that. I won't do it no more. But I did that. Now I'm crocked out. I dress like a Haitian, and no disrespect. That's how I dress now. Like, you know what I mean? If I could get away with it, I got Crocs on, I got N1 shorts and a white tee. That's how most Haitians dress, I think. And that's what I'll be wearing nowadays. And did because I didn't spend too much money on this. And I got all my stuff still. I refuse to wear it. I might sell it. Think about selling it. But anyway, what I'm saying is the dude, I offered the guy money and he's always begging for money. He's begging for $1 and $2. I offered $50. That's like 2 weeks worth of begging. And the guy, he thought about it, and he declined because he felt like, damn, he must got something on me. He's gonna pay me money. Because Reggie comes on here for free. Everywhere for free. Nobody gives him it, even though he's begging. But I said, let me get this dude $50. And I was really, I ain't gonna lie, I was shocked that he said no. And I was definitely shocked. But yeah, so I'm glad that I can inspire somebody as revenue to be on the right side of history for once in his life. But yeah, man, and I could just give it to the chat and supporters for one. My supporters on TikTok who actually follows me. My supporters on that not just follow me, but try to tune as many lives as possible. And I give the credit to my YouTubers who always were with me, never left, never got de-wrenched. I de-wrenched everybody to start all over again. I'm talking about de-wrenched and didn't come back. I don't do it for them. I do it for the people who I de-wrenched and they still came back. So yeah, you guys push me to be greater and greater and greater and greater and greater, do greater research. But I tell you guys, I usually debate the right way. That's why people can come back and we can have a cordial conversation and they can say, hey man, you inspired me here. Cause I'm gonna tell you, a lot of our talks I had with Revenue, he brought stuff up. I had to check it out. A lot of stuff, I picked up stuff too. A lot of stuff I picked up. I wouldn't have known it had we not debated, is what I'm saying. I wouldn't have known it that early. And I used it and I got that information so early, I was ahead of the game. So I was able to use that against the stronger Pan-Africans that came on. I already knew about these guys now. And before that debate, they would have had me on some gotcha stuff. So, and like maybe Revenue being there on their panels, learning from them and brought it to me. But either way, I got it early by debating him. So therefore I was really prepared for the scholars of Pan-Africanism, air quotations. Yeah, I mean, and again, I think my supporters, my followers, you guys are the reason why I go hard and I try to be perfect. I try not to be wrong. I'm not like Chaco. I don't come on here, mention a website and then misrepresent it. Like the website literally cooked his whole premises, his whole conclusion. It cooked him. His own website. Then he claimed he didn't read it all the way. Then he came back and said he read it 3 times over. Say, dude, which one is it? Did you read it or not read it? And as you can see, Revenue said this, said that. I said, nah, he didn't get it from Dane Calloway. He got it from Professor's Ball. He said, no, Dane Calloway, what I do? Immediately pull up receipts. Immediately, I pulled up receipts. I be trying to tell you guys, when I talk, I don't need you to Google it. I'm not going to say Google it when I talk. When I talk, I'm debating, I do it for you. But I already got it. So I easily pulled up Professor Small's talking about separating Africans from the people who are already here. So Professor Small, that's one of the reasons why I backed up off Professor Small as far as like trolling him and getting on him, because I realized how much he knows that we know. So that means he's doing a Pan-African thing just for money. Because he believes everything we believe. I mean, not believe, but he knows everything we don't believe stuff. He knows everything we know. Like I could say Dr. Claude Anderson and Professor James Smalls, like them two combined, like they are the founders of FBA Talking Point. Them two combined were the first to do it. I just couldn't believe how much Professor Small sound. Of course, we a lot of our talking points we got from him, because Tariq got it from him, we got it from Tariq. Our major talking points. Now, our own research, we did our own thing, but the whole delineation, all that type of stuff, that's Professor Smalls. The whole name yourself something new, that's Dr. Claude Anderson. So I backed up off Professor Smalls, but 19Zs could still get it. Dr. Mayat, and all the other weirdos, like they still gonna get it. But because I know Professor Small, he actually believes us and agrees with us, but he just can't for this Pan-African bag. I get it. He sold us out for the money, but his heart is where our heart is. He's FBA, and he said it. I can give you out a video where he said he's FBA. Okay. He again, like his money's tied into Pan-Africanism. So he did. But you know what's crazy? He would have a bigger bag if he was on. And this is the issue I be having with these agents. Their bags are bigger if they was to represent the lineage. If Professor Smalls gave the dedication to our talking points more than Pan-Africanism, he wouldn't need to like struggle. Like he would be lit because we would be supporting the man. We'll be supporting him. But he chose the bag and the bag ain't there. We took that Pan-African bag. Nobody making no money with Pan-Africanism. We took that bag. Even Umar can't get no money. Even Umar can't get the right donations for his school renovations. Because the bag is gone. We took it with One word. Delineation. We took the Pan-African bag, and it's too late. Now Professor Small has stood on 10, like, well, listen, I got investments in Pan-Africanism, and look, and he could have said our talking points in a nice way. Hey guys, listen, man, let's be real. I'm over here in Ghana. You guys do this, you guys don't do that. Like, come on, let's be honest. Come on, man. You don't see yourselves as us. You see me as a brony, a white guy. Come on. I got called that 1,000 times. Come on. But Professor Smalls can't stand on 10. So he made his decision, and he has to. Professor Smalls made his decision to rock with Pan-Africanism over us, and therefore he must do what?
You can just walk on. You can just keep on. You can just.
Professor Smalls can keep on walking. Walk on. We ain't talking to you anymore. You can just go. You dig? All right. I made the best, like that got to be my best song ever because it's so applicable to today, what we doing. The song is called Walk On. You can keep on walking. We ain't talking to you anymore. You can just go. Now, of course, the wordplay is from CeCe Peniston, right? I remixed it, I played some, I remixed the words or whatever. But that wordplay is so applicable to us and the people who undesire us, who want to undermine us and sabotage what we got going on. We ain't trying to unite with you. No solidarity. You can keep on walking. We ain't talking to you anymore. Just go. You dig? This is the perfect song for what we dealing with. One more time. It's my song. That's actually my song. Y'all can go to you can go to Blacks, BLAX, News and Updates. No, Blacks News and Facts, and then check out the song. You dig? Like it, download it, play it in your. Tell you, this song it rocks. Your kids gonna dance, and look, just play it. Don't even tell where it's from. Just play it to your loved ones. Watch them be dancing. Like this got a major bop.
You can just ball, ball, ball. You can just ball, ball, ball. You can just ball, ball, ball. You can just. You thought the scam you had would never end, but now it's too late to cosplay again and again. And although what you had was sad, but now you're mad, acting up, acting bad. But you can keep on walking. I ain't talking to you anymore. You can just go home. You ain't gotta go home, but you can't stay here. Either go home or find a home over there. You really lost your mind this time. We really did more than all of y'all combined. I ain't tryna roast, but you gotta go. You gotta go. You can just go. Keep on walking. You can just go walk. Keep on walking. Keep on walking. Keep on walking. You can just go walk, 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 walk. Keep on walking. Keep on walking. You can just you can just go walk.
Hey yo, that song is crazy. Just keep on walking. If y'all ain't with delineation, y'all can just keep on walking. We ain't talking to y'all anymore. You can just go. Yo, yo, listen, man. Oh my God. I ain't gonna pop my
After
collar too. But listen to Professor Small.
the 60s, when you couldn't defeat us with the vote, we defeated you. You couldn't defeat us with a lot of the legalisms that came into labor laws that said you had to give us employment. So the way you defeated us said we're going to bring another employable population in the country that not going to ask for those labor laws.
So he said white people couldn't defeat us with the labor laws and things like that. So he said white people is going to bring another employable population to the country who's not going to argue against the labor laws. He's talking about immigrants, but let's go on.
To be enforced. And put your butt on the sideline, put you on the unemployment line. And then we're not going to give you unemployment. That's what happened in America. Big time across America. After
Come on. He said after the 60s. So family, that is our talking point. He was talking about an immigration or immigrant population that the white people is going to cater to, because they're not going to argue about labor laws and constitutional, what's constitutional, not constitutional. Hey, if it's overtime, I'm on time and a half. Sundays double time. They said they're going to bring in an employable population over here who's not going to argue the injustice, the unconstitutional labor laws in this country. They're just going to go with it. Okay. So that's what he had just said. And he was talking about immigrants. Ain't that how we talk? That's Professor James Small. So it's like, no, Tariq ain't borrow like that from Dane Calloway. Y'all got to show me some better evidence. But Professor James Small and Dr. Claude Anderson, like, you can clearly see the talking points coming from them. So yeah, the Dane Calloway theory, it's not holding up. And even when Dane Calloway tried to mention some things, I'm like, nah, that ain't it, guy. That ain't it. Yeah, but look, like Tariq Nasheed said, if y'all want to be Indian, go be Indian. Go be. You don't gotta be in. You don't need us to validate it. You don't need us to say we're Indian. Go be an Indian. Why are you not proud? I'm proud to be FBA. I don't need you to be FBA. If you're an Indian, I'm saying don't. I'm saying be happy. Be a happy Indian. I'm black and I'm proud. I'm Indian and I'm proud. Be a foundational Indian American. You dig? Do all that stuff. Be a American descendant of India. Whatever. Go do you. I'm not gonna be in your spaces saying you're not an Indian. Be a happy, proud Indian. I'm FBA. I'm a native black American. That's who I am. I'm part of an ethnogenesis. I'm part of a homogenous mixture of African ancestry, indigenous ancestry, and European ancestry, Anglo-European ancestry to be exact. And I'm FBA. That, along with the suffrage and accomplishments my ancestors have experienced and achieved in this country. That's all of that. And then where I'm at today, still here myself, enduring some of that old vitriol and disdain. That's what makes me FBA, if you wanted to know. But Drake ain't FBA, and neither is Liberian. Sorry to tell you that. You feel me? All right. Where was I? But I think this might be a good time to log off, to be exact. I think this might be a good time. But yep. And then I'll do the Dane Calloway debunk. Because I am going to debunk it, the Harriet Tubman stuff. I will get to it. And I got a complete debunk. Like, it's infallible. So I'm gonna do it a little later because how long been live? 5 hours? Yeah, I was supposed to do this within 1 hour of live. You did, yeah, it's 5 o'clock already. God damn. All right, family, love you guys. If y'all want to like the video, go ahead, subscribe, follow, and any you want to donate is $unbiased, which is my name. $unbiased Ron. I'm not Umar, $1, $2, whatever, or nothing. Don't matter. I'm still gonna be here tomorrow morning, maybe later tonight. Peace. Be one to the fan. And everybody else who got a problem with what I'm doing, y'all can keep on walking. Because the FBA lineage ain't talking to y'all anymore.